Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I've won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. She's got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. Got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. When you're undressed, I heard you like to get away, I heard you like to stay out late, I heard you had a couple boyfriends, I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She got a body like a coffin. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coffin. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. Growing up in Cali, yeah, you know I love the weather. Limelight hit 'em and you know I handle pressure. I do what I want, so I'm never saying never. I get what I want, so they call me go-getter. Yeah, I know he does it good, but you know I do it better. So misunderstood, if she wanted then I let her. Everybody knows if I want her then I get her. She gave me that look, yeah, she knows she thinks I'm clever. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like the crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got 'em singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, 'cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Yeah, let's go. Catch me at the top, sipping shots of Patron. I will never stop till the road is my home. I'm about to pop, everybody's gonna know. When the beat drops, they be yelling B-ho. Girls in crop tops, drop tops at our shows. Mini skirts rock, got us all like whoa. All the pretty ladies lined up front row. Driving me crazy, I just wanna take them home. Got it on lock, yeah, you could call me pro. Parties on the blocks, make sure the girls know. Now it's getting hot up in here, oh no. Think Nelly had it right, better take off all your clothes. Future's looking bright, now I'm finally in the zone. 3 years of my life, I committed to the growth. Soldier boy, tell him #1 ringtone. I'm the reason people texting, 'cause they're blowing up your phone. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like the crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got 'em singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, 'cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah.
my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch?
I already have a feeling that T1 has a better draft. They got the hands on Doom, which can't be played by Carl and Cuckoo, and you have Ancient Apparition, which seems to be the best counter to Wyvern, but usually we don't see it, because most of the time it's just straight up banned out. If I remember correctly, during the Major, Vici Gaming, they played... I was checking the stats, and 33 games in a row, Ancient Apparition was either banned or first phase picked whenever Vici Gaming was playing. So out of 33 games, so that's pretty impressive, and I think that also shows how strong of Ancient Apparition hero is.
Yeah, and with Nyx Assassin banned out, I think that's also been one of the main supports. Nyx and I guess Lion have been extremely popular throughout the course of this tournament, but yeah, for Southeast Asia and China, AA very, very valuable.
Yeah, I think if you're T1 and you're considering this line pick, it's usually really good against these disengage type heroes such as Winter Wyvern, where you can burst somebody before the Holy Locket comes out, before the Cold Embrace even comes out, or just burst the Winter Wyvern.
Okay.
But you have the AA already, so that kind of provides you that.
I like that. We didn't get to talk too much about Alliance, so this is their hero that I like. I like the way they play with Magnus, because it enables Nico Baby to get the more greedy items. If you remember the game when he was playing Juggernaut, didn't really have a good time, but they stacked the Ancients for him, had SNY, and just become tanky early on. Like, since Empower gives you damage. Also, I've been very impressed by Limp on a mid lane, especially since he played like Pango. He's bringing in new heroes. He's been also very impressive on the Magnus that he played the other day. So just some good stuff. I think this style that they play with Magnus fits them well.
I think also I really like when Alliance has a lot of different options in team fights for doing different things, because what we saw in the previous few days is that this team is really good at figuring out creative solutions to deal with difficult problems that the enemy team is putting in front of them in these team fights. So having a Wyvern use ult and then Magnus skewer into the ult or something like that,
yes,
that is not beyond their capabilities.
They executed pretty much perfectly things in the game against OG when they had Magnus skewering people back from any kind of save, from possible stuns, and just get them out of the range of any kind of saves. And this was the exact same opener that they had against OG.
Both teams have the similar opener in general. You've got a mid lane or off lane flex core, Doom for T1, Magnus for Alliance, and you've got a one healing support, one anti-healing support, but they're keeping their options open. I was quite impressed with how they were able to make the mid Magnus look as good as it did. I don't really think I see offlane Magnuses make their way to Horn Toss as frequently, but it looked really good.
It does look good. Like Lacoste was mentioning, just the repositioning element is something that, I mean, that's always going to be broken in a game of Dota. Once again, if you are a team that plays really well around, you know, creative solutions and team fights and these kind of high skill plays, you can just do limitless things with the Magnus Horn Toss into Skewer. It guarantees that that's a good setup. And with T1, the one thing you have to think about is that the way they play this Doom, whether they put it mid or off lane, is that it's a ticking time bomb. Oftentimes they'll go Midas. Even if they don't go Midas, it's always this kind of refresher Shiva's build. And because of this, you kind of always win the late game if you're T1, just because 2 heroes taken out of a fight is almost a guaranteed win. But Magnus is kind of similar. You empower a carry, and then that carry wins almost any carry matchup, even into something like a Wraith King. And so we're going to have the question answered, like, what's better in the late game, this double Doom refresher or a Magnus empowered carry?
They might still even go for possible Grimstroke, something that they have done in the past. You have this either mid laner or an offlane Doom, and when it comes down to the late game, you have a Doom with the refresher, possible with the Grimstroke, so there's like multiple 4 or 5 Dooms. The third Rogue drops the refresher. I thought Leshrac is gonna get either banned or picked in this series, because both of these teams, they really love to play it, and they also flex it, whether it's a position 3, whether it's a position 4 for Alliance.
Cuckoo's a maniac.
Yeah, but
He's
March
a
keeps
maniac.
him under control.
He does. Stop laughing, Cuckoo. You're on camera.
I need you to concentrate on this Lion pick that Alliance is throwing your way. And they banned out Carl's Puck, but again, I would not be surprised in the slightest if they actually want to send the Doom mid, especially now that they have Grimstroke, like you mentioned, Lacoste. Double Dooms online.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I've seen them do that before, and Grimstroke, something that teams just are, I'm not gonna say abusing, but they got more comfortable with, is having 2 range supports instead of, if we go back 3-4 months before, it was always that position for Earth Spirit, Tusk, even Clockwork, something that can go in and soak up some damage, but most of the time you have that either from the mid lane, because as you mentioned, we see more of those like mid laners, sorry, off laners being played on the mid lane. That's Tidehunter into Doom, which is not that great of a matchup. Usually,
and Grimstroke.
Sure, but maybe the thinking here, sorry, is you want to take Doom away from your carry. So you need to Doom the Tidehunter, otherwise he's going to be able to split the fight. You also have a Winter Wyvern, so like even RP. So a lot of big ultis on Alliance, a lot of cooldowns.
And once again, another one of these ways for Alliance to be really selective about how they take their fights. You can go in and Ravage, hit absolutely everybody, and then we can see if there's some sort of Skewer combo or Winter's Curse off of that Ravage. But on the flip side, looking back at the Grimstroke plus AA, the reason that I really like this is because Doom, if you're playing it in the offlane, which T1 does, it's a little bit of a weak laner in the first few levels. And so putting some hero that is typically a 5 position in that lane is going to result in usually the first few levels being quite free, because that's when 5 positions are quite strong. I know Grimstroke's definitely a decent 4, but with that being said, it's definitely tilted a little more towards the 5 position than something like an Earth Spirit, for example.
So they banned out Lesh that we mentioned, plus a Templar Assassin. I want to see something that doesn't rely on a cooldown from Alliance on a mid lane. I mean, it's a mid lane mag, never mind. They need carry. What's left in the pool?
Something to empower, something that is good again, maybe something that can take long fights.
I mean, Juggernaut is going to be okay. You don't get too much...
It's banned out.
It's banned out, never mind then.
He's got Sven still available.
Terrorblade banned out as well.
Most of the carries are banned out.
Yeah, they really
we have,
are.
What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, all these bans from T1, pretty much 6 out of 7 can be played as a carry role.
There is Luna still, which I think would be pretty solid against the kind of lack of pushing.
He's got Monkey King. Oh, wait, what'd they pick? I heard somebody.
I heard... Oh, Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage.
Okay. Interesting.
Interesting.
I mean, fantastic with the Empower. This is the kind of original Empower hero. You just don't have to build into a Battle Fury. You can show up to fights early. Against Doom, you can just press your spell shield. You can reflect that. You're really good at killing this high mana Grimstroke, Ancient Apparition. Wraith King, of course, you burn his mana. He can't respawn until 20 minutes into the game.
And we have another pairing of multiple mana burns, whether it's Lion Invoker, Lion Nyx Assassin. Now we have Anti-Mage plus Lion, something that has been popular throughout the whole Major. And as you mentioned, like, Grimstroke is really not that great against Anti-Mage. Like, if he gets the counterspell off, you're kind of screwed.
Yep. Yeah, it's just such a squishy hero. Like, there's nothing... It takes like 3 hits to kill a Grimstroke with Anti-Mage.
The counterspell isn't the easiest thing, because for Phantom's Embrace, you need a counterspell on the cast.
On the cast.
Not when the projectile impacts on you.
Yeah, it depends on the projectile, which is very odd. Like,
Yeah.
I think with the Gyrocopter missile...
It's when it connects.
It's when it connects with you.
Yeah.
Damn. He's really loving this draft, eh? Okay.
I'm wondering, I mean, I guess the decision right now is, does he want to play Doom or does he want to give it to Carl?
Yeah, for sure. And it's an interesting question because you'd be up against a Magnus mid, which is also a farming hero. So are you okay with farming into farming?
They did play some Carl Batrider. If they want to maybe send that mid to make Magnus's life hell.
I think Mag would just shove the lane and then go jungle. I don't think that would be
Too difficult?
Yeah, lane shovers are kind of nice versus the Batrider because he can't equivalently shove the lane and go jungle. His jungling is so incredibly slow now.
Now, there's so many things that you need to think of. I think this is a very hard pick for T1, where you need to think about Tidehunter, you need to think about your damage coming out from the mid lane. Is Lina still available?
Lina is still available.
Lina, I think you might need to shift this Doom to the off lane and maybe put Lina on the mid, because right now they don't have that much burst damage.
They go with
Axe. Yeah,
Okay,
we
so-
can hear it before.
Probably a Doom mid, or sorry,
Yeah, Doom mid.
yeah, Doom mid. Axe off lane. I mean, could be an Axe mid. You know.
Okay. No, I think that's Axe off lane, because you want to have a hero that doesn't use mana and that can still put the pressure against AM. Usually what we've seen in the second season in this type of scenario was Legion Commander, which is definitely not a hero that's being picked at all.
Yeah,
And we've
crazy.
seen some like Slardar, even Monkey King on the off lane, but they decide to go with this kind of a standard choice, Axe with the Blink Initiation. I'm liking Alliance's draft, I gotta be honest.
I like T1s. I think the Axe. There's very little damage to kill him before he gets the Vanguard. That's what I'm thinking with this draft. I think he's gonna get to the Vanguard really quickly, and then once he has that, all of the other damage isn't going to matter as much. But Alliance has some crazy team fight. So
If they can get it off. I
Yeah.
feel like between the call, the silence of the Grimstroke, the Soulbind, the Dooms, there's so many ways to mitigate Tidehunter specifically. Like, I don't know how you're going to be able to reliably ravage in most of these
Yeah,
fights.
he doesn't like to play into Doom, doesn't like to play into Phantom's Embrace. His attack speed is pretty bad.
Axe, you can't purge off the Axe
Call.
Yeah, that is also correct. But looking at the AM, he doesn't need to go for Battle Fury. I don't know if that's going to be Mask of Madness or Echo Saber. What's the deal right now? But he should definitely skip it since you have Magnus in your team and just come online a bit faster.
Yeah, Nico Baby is usually the type of player that's willing to do that. Although, what do you think his skill build is going to be? Because if you're not going Battle Fury, do you still need to max out Blink early, or can you go 1-1-1 stats?
No, I think you need to put a bit more points in mana burn, especially if you want to keep fighting. But yeah, you know, the good old school burning build,
Dude.
the
Oh,
that was
1-1-1 in
classic,
stats,
yeah.
it might be back.
Nah, I think you need to blink just to get to camps quicker.
Alright.
With the Empower, right? You're gonna farm the whole jungle. Everybody
true.
else fights.
Well, we'll see how Nico Baby handles it. He's always willing to do creative stuff. He built that shard on Lifestealer at like 20 minutes last game. Let's see what happens this game. T1 Alliance with Cap and Kyle.
Oh yeah, this is a spicy one, Kyle. T1 facing up against Alliance. Obviously, these two teams had very different performances at the Major, but here at ESL 1 Summer, they are in the exact same place. Lower bracket finals, Kyle.
Oh yeah, and I think T1 definitely going to be a little more motivated, considering that they lost in this position back at the Animajor. But it's a tough test. Alliance Online are killing it, and the Nico Baby AM, we don't see it very often, but keep in mind this hero was undefeated at the Major, 3-0.
All right, Kyle, you've played with both Hanskin as well as Limp. I'm sure you have some personal interactions with FNG. What is your theory on why Alliance looks so much better online, like here at ESL One Summer or last DPC or the season before that, and aren't able to perform at the major?
So first off, during the last 2 games of the DPC season, FNG was actually staying in my apartment. And notably, Alliance won both of those series. So definitely think there's something to say about your living situation and, you know, being in the same space as a former champion. But end of the day, maybe they're just more comfortable playing from home. I think LAN, not jitters necessarily, but, you know, online play has a lot of routine to it. Whereas when you get to a LAN environment, you don't have the same comfort. You're typically like, you know, you have to travel to the arena, you have to wait to play. So you're coming in cold, you know, you don't have time to play a warm-up overthrow or pub directly into your match. And sometimes that can really affect people, but I think they also tried in a way a little too hard with the draft. Yesterday, Limp, Tiny, and Magnus. Today, Magnus once again. Just keep giving him these strength style kind of carry / playmaking initiators and just see what happens. And so far it's worked really well for him today, or well, throughout the tournament.
Yeah. So yeah, top lane, what'd you think of this last pick Axe for Cuckoo? They're gonna have a Grimstroke Axe lane trying to pressure this Animage, but the Animage does have a Winter Wyvern behind it.
I'll have to see. I actually like it more as a carry against AM because of how incredibly high damage the Manta Shard build can be, you know, completely ignoring AM's magic resist. I've been doing a lot of research for an article on how resistance stacks, and AM, I didn't recognize just how insane it was, but the hero becomes almost invulnerable to magic burst later on in the game because of how the mechanics works. So I think the laning phase will have to go well. Grimstroke's pretty nice in this sense because it allows them to apply a lot of extra pressure. But I would worry for Cuckoo, though, because you need a blink post-Vanguard really early on. Nice skewer. It's a lot of harass.
Yeah. Good amount of damage put onto Carl. They do have the water runes coming up, and Carl does still have a bit of regen left. As you can see, he's heavily trying to contest whatever CS the Limp is going for. Bottom lane is going to be the Wraith King into the Tidehunter lane, who's a hero who is very adept at being able to deal with Wraith King and his skeletons and the small instances of damage. Kraken Shell just deals with all of that.
Doing a lot of research into damage block, too. I was hoping we saw Spectre into Tide today.
Oh, Zephyr, that's it. First blood. Just slowed down too much by the Arctic Bird, and now Cuckoo's going to find most of his mana is going to be burned away as Nico Baby takes the opportunity to put the pressure on 1v2.
Yeah, I found out earlier today, damage block affects physical damage reflected by Spectre Dispersion. So it's part of the reason I saw at the major a lot of times teams were picking Tide into Spectre. I don't know how much of a role that played into it, but to your point, yeah, skeleton damage almost completely absorbed and negated by the Kraken Shell. So definitely a solid matchup there. Should be able to defend towers quite easily and force Wraith King maybe into the jungle. But mid lane's kind of the one I want to watch here. I think Carl's Doom, when he's been able to play it, it's looked really strong. And this hero, especially against the 3 Alliance cores, you get to that point where you have Shiva's Refresher. You know, that is game winning. You delete Mag, Tide, AM, even just one of the 3, you're almost certainly going to win a team fight if you get them before they cast any spells.
Yeah, the pure damage is a good way of being able to kill the AM if he can get it off on the Animage, right? It's just the danger of the counter spells. So yeah, Carl, both in his performance in lane and throughout the game, is going to be so important for T1's victory or loss.
Yep, my 2 favorite heroes against AM are Slardar and Axe for this reason, because you always get the disable. You don't have to worry about counter spell. You know it's guaranteed going to land. And I love this for Nico Baby. The early Orbit Corruption.
Again.
So good.
Yeah, this is This is the way to play AM nowadays, I think. If you're not going Orb of Corrosion, unless you just have a really bad lane matchup, you can't actually win as Anti-Mage, like, just get an Orb of Corrosion, run people down. Supports are free all the time. Cuckoo is going to be forced away, so that pull is probably going to get the entire camp denied. So Cuckoo is not happy with how this lane going. And Tidehunter, he's feeling all right, you know? Like, big difference, I think, between these two off lanes. Cuckoo's getting more CS, but he's having to burn through regen constantly.
Listen, is this a kill?
Arlo? No, he's okay. Then, not quite able to go that deep because he does have 3 levels of Empower in this lane matchup.
And not a bad side. Both sides probably going to play a bit more passive. I will say I actually kind of favor T1 into the later portions of this game. We also neglected to mention they do have the Grimstroke Doom combo, so initiation for T1 is going to be key. The one flaw with the Alliance draft is that their initiation really requires like a huge spell to be burnt. Somewhat unrealistic to expect your Lion to get all of your initiation, so either Limp or S4 will have to start off a fight, and it's really low risk for Grimstroke just to throw out a Soulbind. If you catch 2, like, the Doom is going to land, and that's pretty much disaster for Alliance, so expect to see them maybe avoid those, try to play more of a counter initiation / reactionary style, rather than try to find fights themselves.
Yeah. I wonder what the spell block interactions are if you are not the one being doomed, but you're soulbound. As Is Cuckoo actually dead here? They're going to take some time, but Nico Baby's having a hard time actually putting damage onto this axe, especially since he's completely out of mana. So he's just kind of running around with his Vanguard, challenging anybody who wants to fight him. Finally, they do get another round of Earth Spike. Still, though, they're going to have to keep on poking at him from a distance. Otherwise, this madman will kill somebody. As Orb Corrosion a couple times, and there it is. Finally, they get the kill. Cuckoo doesn't really seem to care too much, as he's just chill.
Yeah, but Limp already off into the jungle. And the one danger I heard Lacoste mention, I do like the double squishy support style. I think that this is just sort of because we've developed into almost a heal tank meta. You know, look at all the strength heroes in this game. We've got 5 on the core rolls. Grimstroke, I mean, Zephyr's just not having a great time, but when you run so many strength heroes as cores, it's a lot easier to get away with double range support. But the trouble is, if you're a hero like Grimstroke and you fall behind, it's very tough to like find a place back into the game. Like, where is he supposed to go? I would say maybe bottom, try and finish a kill on S4. They might not need him.
S4 is very far forward with no health. I'm not sure exactly what that plan was, but just kind of gives away his life. We'll have the opportunity to pick up his hood, or at least pretty close to it when he comes back.
Yeah. This will be the battle of the Carls, one with a K and one with a C. Only one can reign supreme after the series.
Yeah. The between the two offlaners right now, Cuckoo may have died equal amount of times, but he has managed to get a little bit more CS out of lane. It's just these two supports. I feel like Whitemon and Zephyr have performed really well for T1 over the Major, over this ESO1 summer, but I feel like Ancient Apparition Grimstroke doesn't really have a ton of synergy between the two of them, so they can't like move together. They move together, try and gank mid, but it looked very forced.
Yeah, you kind of said it. There's no real natural synergy. You get like double Cold Feet later in the game, both pretty high magic damage, so the Vortex is quite nice, but they're just good heroes. They're very strong meta heroes. I think AA Wyvern are probably the heroes of the patch, and why I think we need a patch before TI, because otherwise, pretty much the supports in this game, you're just going to see all tournament long, specifically AA Wyvern. The mechanics are too good, and no other heroes in Dota can do what they do. Specifically AA. Like, there's no other method of completely preventing healing and regen. And Cuckoo, I like this. He's going to come swipe the Ancient stack. They're getting a pretty big net worth lead on T1. Yeah, it doesn't look like that way now, but that's a Max Devour and Midas Doom. And Axe is going to finish Ancients and look to start farming them pretty much on respawn. It's a nice place to be. Wraith King will likely move to the jungle, already has. This is going to grow for them.
They're going to go for the Doom on S4. The first move by T1's cores. And it is going to be a successful gank. Meanwhile, farther up the river, as we're going to watch Carl die here. They're going to try and chase down Zephyr. Zephyr is going to be pulled back into the shockwave. Pretty easy kill for Alliance as they tried to invade the triangle a little bit while S4 was going down in bottom lane.
Yep. Looking for Limp to get involved shortly. He's going the Echo Saber build, so he's playing more of a farming style, but he's the one who's going to have to try and make some moves here. Coming behind Cuckoo.
Trying to trap him down, but he's at half health with no mana, so it's, again, really hard for this AM to actually do damage. They're going to catch up to Limp here. The Ice Blast is going to spot him out, but a Skewer away will get him out of range, but 23 Savage is there with the stun. RP immediately being used, but he may still burn out. Meanwhile, behind, there's Chaos as they do manage to get the call on to Nico, baby. Can they bring him down? I don't think so. They just do not have the damage, so Carl's just going to run down FNG, it looks like, instead. Ultimately, it's going to be a support for support trade-off, but RP did have to be used to save Limp's life.
That's most unfortunate. It's the Max and Power build. I've seen this a couple times from Max who play middle, but it's really difficult to do anything when you go this style. I think he just more than anything wants to buff up Nico baby and help him accelerate a bit faster. Cuckoo is just crushing S4.
Slowing him down, Battle Hunger. If he gets like 3 spins, he could get a Culling Blade off. Maybe it's just 1 or 2.
Enough.
He's just below the line. No! He stick and survived. He went up to 258 HP after the stick, and Cuckoo misses the Culling Blade as a result.
That was very close. He had dropped to like 220, 230. The stick saved him, as you said. But thing is, check out the net worth. You can see Doom is accelerating. The spins, I swear, whenever Axis needs spins, they just don't get him. He had the window right there, and then the stick came out to save, but he had it earlier as well. Either way, pretty content, I think. T1, they've kept control of their mid tower.
The bottom lane, Nico baby's not expecting an Invis Doom. That's just unfair.
That's huge.
And now he's got a Blink Dagger, so Carl is way ahead of the pack when it comes to net worth, though he's not so far ahead of Cuckoo, who also has his Blink Dagger as well. So mass initiation tools now available for T1. This game is about to get, I think, pretty active, Kyle.
Oh yeah, definitely. The thing is, it doesn't really have to be, right? They're gonna eke out a net worth advantage no matter what. And gotta say, shout out to Carl. I feel like he's just been a rock for this stack. You can say whatever you want about 23 Savage. He gets a lot of love and support. Like, none of the players on this team are not deserving of their slot. But I think Carl and the mid role in general is just so tough to find someone who can be above all else consistent. And Carl's been able to do so in a variety of different styles as well. Like the mid Doom, this is a specialty hero. And when I think of other players, like say Iceberg as an example, who played it in Eastern Europe, he had like 3 or 4 heroes. You're like, okay, he's very good on these. I think Carl's list is closer to 20.
Yeah. No, he's certainly been stellar for T1 as they're going to try and go for an advantage in the triangle. They pick up a kill on Hanskin, but they're going to run into the Ravage, into the Skewer like pins. They're all going to fall here as Cuckoo is going to be the last one left alive, but he's got nowhere to run to. 3 down from a big move from Alliance. Nicely played by S4, just scooping up right behind him like that with the Ravage.
They really needed to get that. Like some manner of finding kills. I don't think T1 should be here, though, to be fair. There's no real objective they're playing for in this side of the map. If you want to make this kind of move, I think mid-tower would be a much better choice. And in this case, they're doing so without Doom. And there's just no need to make any sort of play with Doom on cooldown and without Carl. Like, just wait the extra 30, 60 seconds. They're really not pressured by anything. AM is not a threat at the moment. So just relax a bit, fight for towers. If you want to make that play again, do it now, but do it around mid.
Well, Doom is up and Ravage is down, so we'll see what T1 does. I thought they were going to smoke there for a second, but instead they just show all their heroes here, and it looks like they're just going to rush at the mid-tier 1 tower. I don't know, 23 Savage was coming over, but now he's backed off, so maybe somebody said it's a bad idea.
Yeah, and just being disruptive. Oh, hang on, as I say, maybe a fight.
23 Savage is going to be picked, and they're going to burn away his mana. He's got 8 stick charges, but he's not going to be able to get it off. Double ultimates will put him down before he gets the chance to save his own life.
A really nice smoke from Alliance. You saw 23 Savage, he placed his own ward, now they're going to get the ward too. So, like, the best smoke you can hope for, because you kill Vision and you get the enemy carry. It looks like he is probably maybe not supposed to be there, but you know, you don't expect your ward to be seen by already smoked heroes. Again, like T1, I really hope that they just make a move for this mid tower, though. Like, that was the opening just before. Now, you know, Ravage is coming back up in 20 seconds. That window is shut, and their movements now will be against an Alliance squad at full strength. Notably, Nico, he went for the Echo Saber build, so Limp's gonna have to be really disciplined about ensuring Empower's always left on. It's better in the sense that if you are empowered, it's better to spend this money than try and like save for a Battle Fury or something. But it also means Nico Baby is going to be a lot stronger early in these engagements, so he'll likely be getting involved. You can't give away free towers, but now T1, they'll make the move.
Skewering on back, Cuckoo getting ripped apart by all this damage. Jeez, that was a little bit more than I expected, but the empowered mag hitting for over 200 damage a hit with a gush as well. They're going to be able to get the soul behind Double Doom. The Ice Blast out as well. That's going to be 2 kills instantly for T1. Now the other two, Limp and FNG, were able to get back here. So they may still have a chance to defend this tower if T1 try and pressure it.
We'll see. I don't think they really have the ability to do that just yet with the build that 23 Savage has elected for. Unless did he just change it up? What? Oh, he went for Blink straight away. Just kidding. So he had Radiance queued up for a while, but he just straight up purchases a Blink Dagger. I think this is the right move because it'll allow them to capitalize on the pretty big team fight edge they have at the moment. And if you try to go, I don't know, Radiance in this game, like, what would be its purpose, right?
Yeah.
Farm a bit faster, sure, but it's not as if you win for guaranteed into the hyper late game. In fact, I think that their timing is going to be a bit limited, specifically around Carl's Doom and his item progression. Like, the BKB is insane. He'll be able to go in, Doom anybody he chooses, likely the Mag or the Tide, and theoretically Savage then can get onto a backline support. They really want to find the Wyvern, which I think any game you see the hero, you're going to hear the casters say, because it's just necessary. This guy is a game winner, especially when played by FNG.
Well, FNG's had a lot of experience in these kind of saving 5 positions. They do have a BKB now up for the Doom. Cuckoo's going to TP in here, but actually cancels it as they backed away. Alliance backed away, so he's just like, okay, I'm just going to push out mid, try and force them to rotate over. T1 kind of setting up here, are going to be able to go for S4. Now, S4 does have the silence on. The Ice Blast is coming in as well. Limp, no! He missed the RP! He didn't get off the blink beforehand. S4 is going to be burned out here. What happened to Limp?
The Scorched Earth, I think.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right. That is so annoying. We'll watch that one again. As you could see, Limp was setting up to be able to hit the RP, and then all of a sudden, boop.
Yeah, it's a deceptive AoE. Wait, was it? Was it the Scorched Earth? Did it hit him all the way over there? Or he just missed Blink?
I think he just missed Blink.
Huh. Check it out after the fact. Can't believe AM. Plus 8 armor talent, level 15. There it is, that's so good.
Yeah, and he is farming up a machine thanks to the Empower. Maybe not quite as much as a Doom, but that's just a little unfair to compare to. He is going to have his Manta very soon on Nico Baby. Meanwhile, Carl's Doom already has a BKB and is working towards Shiva's. Now, I actually was watching the T1 OG game yesterday, and I saw early ban, maybe it was the VP game actually, early ban of Doom, right? And I thought somebody asked me like, why are we banning Doom? And I said for T1, I feel like this Doom is really good for them because they're so good at late game team fights, and Doom always gives you a late game edge. Would you, in general, agree with that?
It just makes the game plan simpler, right? Like, you're always going to have tools to win an engagement. You never really feel like your draft is going to fall off. So it allows T1 to just play a more balanced style. Like, if you, instead of Doom, are running pretty much anything that doesn't have Devour and Midas, like, you're on more of a clock. But even in this game, you're playing against Mag, Tide, Anti-Mage, but it doesn't feel like you're on a clock at all. And I think that's all the power of the Doom.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, especially with Hanskin describing T1's style as being very oppressive, and like they like to pressure you a lot early on. Doom is certainly a hero that, as you're saying, like can go late game thanks to the way he generates gold, but is also able to be active and pressure enemy heroes. So it's kind of the best of both worlds for T1.
Yeah, but you can see their gold lead is growing. You know, you don't typically see this against Empower drafts, but this is what happens when you have a Doom, a Wraith King, just constantly farming his Cuckoo. No, he's going to go BKB, so they won't have the Manta Shard Axe. I think that's actually a pretty big power spike if he does go that route, just for killing the Anti-Mage, because they will have some difficulty with that if they don't get the Doom off.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he isn't going that route, because as you said, the pure damage is so effective, but I guess maybe they feel like that would be putting too many eggs into a late game basket. Still though, I mean, I'm looking at this. This is mostly a single core draft for Alliance, right? Like this man can scale up and do a lot of physical damage, but they're mostly riding on the AM's late game output. And I feel like Doom always is a pretty good answer to that.
Just crazy. I haven't seen mid towers alive this long in some time. It's 22 minutes almost. No Roche threat, and because there's no tier 1s, you can't really make a play for Roche. You need to make a play for kills. They're going to go for it. Savage.
23 Savage has the shard, so he is not going to die here right away. But on his second life, he may come back and just instantly die again. He will. There is nothing they can do about that. There's just too many heroes on top of the carry of T1. Now, not only is the Wraith King dead, but Reincarnation is on cooldown. T1 are not going to go and let this Roshan happen for free. Smoke breaks. Cuckoo, look at his positioning from Hanskin. They can get this DD. Oh, the stomp coming in. The two-man soul bite with the Doom and the ink swell. Just beautiful stuff from T1. And the fight is seemingly already over as the two cores are dead. As for, he tried to go for the kill on the white man. Winter's Curse does actually hold them in place and kills the Ancient Apparition finally. Maybe they can get out of here, but they're not going to win this fight without their two damage dealers. Okay, Cold Embrace after Cold Embrace is saving him. Carl's done with that nonsense, though. He chases away the Winter Wyvern while his other two allies focus on the S4 Tidehunter. Third core down, and Alliance lose control of the pits. 23 Savage is back online, and he wants that mid tower.
They got to respect T1 a little bit more, Cat. They have no Ravage. There was a buyback on the Wraith King, but didn't even have to use it because the perfect initiation comes off. And perhaps they were lulled into a false sense of security. They had the ward to the left, so they just don't see anybody. And then before you know it, you're double stomped and double doomed on both your cores. So really just excellent job. T1, it's the patience that's been winning them a lot of their games, because if they rush in, they try to get a DD on their Doom, like, they're not getting the initiation. They're not winning that fight. But they have the wherewithal to just camp the high ground, wait, and Alliance just wander into their own demise. Really nice job. Hanskin did a cool play at the end there. He mana drained Carl, preventing the second Scorched Earth and a potential War Stomp. So that actually saved both supports' lives. But either way, huge win for T1. I think you're going to be content to just chill now, wait for Doom to come back up. You have BKB on Wraith King soon. He's going to need that, or he's going to die twice in a row pretty much all game.
Radiant
Reincarnation is back up again, but 23 Savage is being patient. Limp managed to find a nice skewer back onto two of them, unable to get off the RP, but he does so now. That is going to be both of them dying. Oh, Cuckoo does manage to get off his BKB with the call with Anxwell as well. The double soulbind, the silence stacking up, and they are both dead. Now FNG chased down by Carl as well. Once again, T1 just responding to Alliance and out-initiating them. I thought this time around a nice two-man RP, but damn, Cuckoo survives through just long enough to get off his BKB, and now he's going to be able to catch 23 Savage as well. The stun follow-up, the silence put onto him, that is going to potentially be a team wipe as long as they've got enough stuns, and they do.
All right. Yeah, hit him with the tips too. I like it. What in the hell is Nico Baby doing back there? Either way, that is a team wipe. And Alliance just, again, they don't respect the power of T1. They get the kill on Wraith King. You said, oh, they're both dead. Yeah, well, Wraith King has built-in Reincarnate, and Cuckoo had a BKB. Like, he has 3,000 health. There's no way that these are the right RP targets, and Alliance, like, they just don't have sustained damage in teamfights right now because their AM is not farmed. Like, he's equal with a Wraith King, and he's had Empower all game. Like, that is nowhere near enough gold to try and carry this out. 12k gold lead, and look at the build. Like Carl, he's got Refresher. He's halfway there almost.
Man, they used the Finger of Death on the right target too to try and blow up Cuckoo fast enough, and it still wasn't enough. This man is so tanky, Jesus.
Yeah,
just a Vanguard and a
BKB,
and he's got 3,000 HP. I think he was escaping from the team fight. Maybe he was cutting creep
wave.
Well,
he had teleport in 20 seconds. He was just getting greedy. And T1, they're just gonna come. Oh, Animage, yeah, sure. I'll blow a TP and try and make it happen. See if we get any giggles. A couple.
And it feels like, Kyle, that that pressure that we're talking about, that late game pressure of like, okay, we don't actually outscale the enemy. That I feel like Alliance is feeling that pressure a lot, and that's why they're trying to make these moves, but they're not doing it as cleanly as T1 has been able to. I mean, just look at the late game now. Because of Zephyr's performance and how many kills he's been a part of, he's going to have an Aghanim Scepter soon. So if they ever catch the AM with a Soulbind and then they manage to Dark Portrait him, his own illusion is going to burn through all of his mana.
Yeah, T1 is not falling off. All of their heroes can continue to buy pretty much just a full set of more items. Like 23 Savage is what? Armlet, BKB, Blink? He can get a hell of a lot stronger.
Nice read there by Hanskin. Blink it away just as Cuckoo trying to find him. Still, though, it doesn't solve the current problem, which is that T1 is sort of able to just 5-man around, massacring buildings as they go. And Alliance can only play the edges of the map right now.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I really like the decision. 23 Savage buying the shard really early has cemented them in this game. And a lot of times carry players, they can get a bit greedy, especially when they're somewhat off their typical pace, and they'll want to go for, something that helps them accelerate. But he recognized, like, I will never get ult off without shard. They're like, it's Alliance. They're going to be focused on the mana drain. They know how to play this game. And shard is ensured that he actually can't be that initial target. Carl is playing in a way that makes it very tough for him to be found, but like we saw at the Major, I think Alliance need to recognize that they need to kill Doom to have any hope of winning a team fight, especially when this Refresher gets completed, and that's more than halfway complete.
Man, it's just crazy to me that T1, like how effective they've been at team fighting around each other. I mean, we were talking about how like Doom is a very simple button, but consistently pulling off the Soulbind double Doom combo. Like I've seen teams with this two heroes, like, and they just never get the combo off a single time. And here it feels like Zephyr is just always able to find not just a Soulbind, but a really good Soulbind on like 2 cores. It's been kind of insane. And I feel like in some ways that has to be Alliance screwing up their positioning a bit.
I think they're just not really recognizing how fights have to start. Like, even as an example, when they killed Savage on Ancients, right, and run into the pit, you blew Ravage for that. If he has buyback, it's equalized. And then they run out as if T1 don't have like hero deleting abilities. Like you can't fall asleep. Like Grimstroke and Doom, you have to recognize that these heroes, if they're allowed to free cast in a fight, you're going to lose that engagement, especially now that BKBs are out, which effectively remove S4's hero from the game. Like Tide's fantastic, but Doom just does everything better. And I think, you heard Lacoste on the panel. He's like kind of questioning it because that's like, he's been retired for like 8 years. But even back at TI2, you knew, hey, don't pick Tide into Doom.
Yeah. And back then, we knew that AM versus Wraith King was good, as they're going to be able to find the Winter Wyvern. But back then, Wraith King didn't have talents or shard. And nowadays, just at 20 minutes, the Wraith King is already able to deal with the quote-unquote counter.
Yeah, I mean, T1, they're just chilling. They are in no hurry whatsoever. Alliance at some point are going to get feisty. They're going to think, all right, we got our spells. We're falling behind. Let's try and get a gank going, because they just don't have the space on the map for Nico Baby to really confidently stretch his legs. But I don't know. Oh, they bait the DD again.
Oh no, S4. That's 1,000 damage crit. Ice Blast as well. BKB being used just to make sure they do get this kind of free kill that was available. Very unfortunate for S4, as he was just about to take that DD, and then maybe 23 Savage doesn't have the same kind of damage to threaten him. But now 23 Savage, after getting that killed, is just going to force things around the Roshan pit, and they're going to claim the first Aegis of the game.
Yeah. And now, the other thing about the BKBs that are really interesting is that it kind of removes FNG. Like, the whole support duo just can't play Dota into this triple BKB. And they picked them up quite early for all three heroes. They had them before 25. Wyvern Curse, obviously, it can freeze the unit, but if you are BKB'd, you're not going to be brought in to attack that ally. So you don't have that turnaround potential. Like, Alliance, their whole draft is kind of engineered on this idea that the Wyvern and the Mag kind of cover each other. But Wyvern can't do that. You can at best stop a hero for a couple of seconds. What is even going on?
I don't know what's happening here. Cuckoo's just trying to take the outpost, and Hunskin was just messing with him for like 20 seconds straight. He threw 2 Earth Spikes and a Hex each time to stop him from getting off the outpost. Obviously, they will eventually get it, and they will very likely be getting this tier 2 tower as Alliance.
Oh, look at Carl, man. I love it. He didn't get the refresher. He went back for Eon Disc. Because the only way Alliance win a fight is by killing him, and now you can't.
That's a good point.
Sick. Like, refresher wasn't needed, right? You already have double Doom thanks to your Grimstroke. If you survive and cast R, you will win the fight for your team.
Oh, it's here, Kyle.
Oh, God, the Ags, too.
The Aghanim Scepter, Dark Portrait against an Animage. Oh, God.
And Cuckoo, he's closing. He'll have a Manta soon. Like, they're just so strong. Like, every item they're buying is massive damage increase. And the only person on Alliance whose net worth is even slowly increasing is their AM. And there's just not enough damage on him, Cap. Now an AC, that's a 10 armor switcheroo.
I mean, Alliance, they do have this big team fight that they've got 3 different heroes with just the massive team fight changing abilities. They've got Ravage, RP, and Winter's Curse. But it feels like even if they get off the dream scenario at this point against the 3 strength cores and not having any percentage-based damage, they're going to have a very hard time actually winning that team fight, even if they do hit the biggest stunning ultimates.
They need a miracle. Carl has Arcane Rune. He really wants to get in.
Oh, and the smoke out from Alliance, but they're going to run right into 23 Savage.
The Zephyr just want look at they're ready. They just want a Soulbind.
They're going to jump him right after the skewer. Immediately the Soulbind, the double tomb. It just keeps happening. They're so good at it. They're so perfect at these combinations. And now they're going to be able to get the call onto FNG as well. So Winter's Curse already thrown out, but it doesn't do anything. Grimstroke actually using his Invis. There goes the Dark Portrait. He's silenced up. He's Inkswelled, and now he's going to be called as well. Oh my God. They didn't even need the Doom, and it showed. They just swamped Alliance with straight up Soulbind and beautiful Blink initiation. Just absolutely perfect stuff from T1, man.
That was, I mean, look at the pop off too. I mean, they just crushed it. Like, they didn't lose an engagement after like 15 minutes. And honestly, it's like not even competitive for the last half of that game. Like, Alliance, they went with their bread and butter. Like, this is a draft that they've won games with. They beat OG with something similar just yesterday. But T1, they have this concept where they're outscaling. They hit a better timing in the mid game. All the BKBs come out. And Alliance just like, well, shit, like, what are we supposed to do here? And I can't even tell them. I don't know. I don't know how they turn that game around after that big fight at Roche.
I mean, I'm going to say game 2, there's no way they give away Doom to T1 again.
No.
I feel like that was a bold drafting decision in the first place. And after that game 1, it's not happening.
It would be a very bad mistake. I think that they've also proven on T1 that the Doom can be both mid and off lane and play pretty equally successful. So you just keep it out of their hands, especially if Alliance aren't willing to first do it themselves. You just cannot give away Doom. Totally agree. But end of the day, there were more issues with just draft. They were thoroughly outplayed throughout most of that mid game.
All right, with an effortless performance seemingly towards the end by T1, they take over and get themselves a nice 1-0 lead in this series against Alliance.
Able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff, everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once, I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad, I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back, yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one, working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah, rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun, shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it, and the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing, never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it, never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving, yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic, all natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education, so I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated, but that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated, but she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. She got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. when you're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She got a body like a cold thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a cold thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. Growing up in Cali, yeah, you know I love the weather. Limelight hit 'em and you know I handle pressure. I do what I want, so I'm never saying never. I get what I want, so they call me go-getter. Yeah, I know he does it good, but you know I do it better. So misunderstood, if she wanted then I let her. Everybody knows if I want her then I get her. She gave me that look, yeah, she knows she thinks I'm clever. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got them singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, 'cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Yeah, let's go. Catch me at the top, sipping shots of Patron. I will never stop till the road is my home. I'm about to pop, everybody's gonna know. When the beat drops, they be yelling B-ho. Girls in crop tops, drop tops at our shows. Mini skirts rock, got us all like whoa. All the pretty ladies lined up front row. Driving me crazy, I just wanna take them home. Got it on lock, yeah, you could call me pro. Parties on the blocks, make sure the girls know. Now it's getting hot up in here, oh no. Think Nelly had it right, better take off all your clothes. Future's looking bright, now I'm finally in the zone. 3 years of my life, I committed to the growth. Soldier boy, tell him #1 ringtone. I'm the reason people texting, 'cause they're blowing up your phone. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got them singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, 'cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah.
Staying up when I go out. You gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Whenever your heart is broken, don't ever forget you're golden. I will find a light in your soul, I'll be there. Never leaving you in the darkness, even when you're out of focus. I will be the light in your life, you'll see clear. I'll be your inspiration, 'cause I know that you'll do just what you're told. I'll be your hard-earned temptation, 'cause I know that you'll make it on your own.
How is this draft though?
T1 Doom again.
Okay, the draft is great.
Oh, congratulations to
Question answered.
T1 making it into the grand finals. No, we'll see. There's a reason Alliance is leaving this in. They feel confident they
Insanity?
can deal with it.
There it is. That's
Okay.
the answer. That's how you disengage. Why not get Puck here?
Yeah, that's right. Carl Puck, Cuckoo Doom. Let's do it.
Carl Puck, Cuckoo Doom sounds fine to me. You just want to have someone that holds them in place while there's a stampede going on, so I wouldn't mind seeing that. Maybe they're not gonna first phase it to keep things open, to have this Doom being able to be played. And there we go. Sorry
There's
about
my boy
that.
Whitemon.
Whitemon always munching on something this time around. It seems like a chips.
Yeah. Some salt and vinegar, maybe some sour cream and onion. I don't really see any particles on that chip. It looks maybe
on.
just a straight potato.
Insert it. Eat the chip.
I need to test why its crunch consistency.
We need to see the chip. be
Marches like.
eaten.
Oh,
There.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, he's
just a nibble.
He's nibbling on it.
Just a little nibbler.
I see. Okay.
Oh,
He's enjoying his food.
Whoa,
I
man,
appreciate
I don't
that.
think I've ever done
I
that.
don't savor chips like that.
This is actually a Canadian way of eating. I really appreciate
Really?
this.
Don't
Yeah.
you guys have ketchup chips? in
We
Canada?
do, yeah. And those are great to nibble on and just suck the ketchup right off. And
That
don't even need to eat the chip. You just suck the ketchup. Anyway, back into the draft. Get him off
talking
the
about
screen. I'm not.
it's the mana drain from Lion.
Of course,
Of
yes.
course.
You know, it's something to prevent the disengage. If you can just blow a hero up so quickly that the disengage coming out wouldn't even matter, that's always a little bit of a counter. Also, you can just blow up the Centaur before the fight even starts, blow up the Wyvern before the fight even starts. Whoever presents more of a problem, they
Burst.
just become your focus.
Magic burst damage against the Cold Embrace. You've heard it time and time again if you've been watching these panels. Because Wyvern is incredibly popular and is probably high on the list to get nerfed. Which is, okay, how about NA DPC? Because I know SEA, China DPC, we didn't see that much Wyvern. This
We
was,
didn't.
This was an animator thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
How about
for
NA
us.
DPC?
We saw Wyvern.
You did?
It wasn't with this Holy Locket though. It was the Witch's Blade right-clicking Wyvern.
Oh, you saw Core Wyvern?
Yeah, well, no, so for Wyvern, but building these kind of core items, Orchid and Witch's Blade. And
Okay.
It looked good, and I think that's one of the big reasons why this hero is so viable as a first phase, because there are multiple ways of building her. You can do the Witch's Blade and be a right-clicker. You can go for the Ether Lens and be a kind of counter-initiator hero. And then you can also...
We saw Aghanim Scepter yesterday, which was pretty nice.
There's a lot that you can do that makes the Wyvern really viable, which is cool.
Magnus getting Respect banned out against Alliance because they also have the flex potential, like we mentioned, Limp or S4. And Alliance also banning out the 23 Savage Monkey King. Still has his Morphling available, which at this point, I don't even consider it to be like one of his favorite heroes because he just has not been playing it that much this tournament.
I'm sorry, I can't respond to that, but I gotta say, I know why Whitemon stands in trees so much during his games and why he's counter pushing and all this stuff. He's eating chips during the game.
Oh, that's why.
That's what is happening. Yeah.
Yo, he should play some Bane.
I know Zephyr does that as well, but Whitemon he's always sitting in the safe lane defending the tower. He's eating. That's what's happening.
I believe it. We saw Lanham doing a lot of that in China DPC. He would be sitting around in trees as Bane, Quelling Blade his way around, probably munching on some chips.
That's a sick item, by the way. I love Quelling Blade on
No, you
support
don't.
heroes.
Puck still not banned, so I assume T1 is gonna get it, and they also picked line, so they are possibly protecting that pick against themselves. If Alliance gets Puck, you still have Doom, you still have instant initiation once Lion gets the Hex. And for Alliance, they're protecting the backlines with Spectre. I see it quite often whenever there's Winter Wyvern pick, so you do not want to get instantly jumped or forced to use it only on Spectre to be able to run away.
Yeah, I think the Puck.
You think a lot.
I think so much all the time. It's just
It's overwhelming
such
at
a
times.
problem. It's such a problem. Anyway, Puck would be great because
There you go.
there are a couple of ways you can look at it. The Winter Wyvern, I should say, is decent against Puck because you can set up with Curse, and that sets up for... Okay, so it's banned out. It's not happening. I heard Puck screaming in my ear. Yeah, there it goes. Just like that.
Just like every night.
Makes a lot of sense.
I hear Pudge screaming in my ears every single night.
I hear fresh meat every once in a while.
He just wants to be viable.
I know.
Maybe next patch. That's all we
Next
can
time.
hope for.
I talked to the frog. You saw me in this opening panel. My little friend right here on my desk panel.
What are we going to get here? What's still in there?
They knew the Doom was coming. They 100% knew that the Doom was going to be first phased. Part of the solution does seem Centaur, that you can run away from him, but also now you need to think of heroes that don't care about getting doomed, such as,
Raid King, who is banned.
okay, apparently Shadow Demon.
Shadow Demon Centaur, great lane, set up for the Centaur Stomp.
Ooh.
Lots of damage. The Shadow Demon's W does a lot of
Soul Catcher.
base damage, and then you set up for the Centaur to do his little bit of nuking. It's often enough to kill people between these two. And we got a Zephyr. Oh no, yeah, Zephyr Treant.
So
Very
forget
nice.
about the puck. You need to keep people in place. Use the Treant Protector, Overgrowth.
Yeah, that's pretty
similar.
much the simple counter to it since Puck was banned out. Not a big fan of Shadow Demon plus Wyvern, both defensive supports. They don't tend to play aggressive, and it's also a good stun. Let's say you get out of the disruption, either stomp from a Centaur, which Doom will be having, or Lion stun into Overgrowth, into slow. So a lot of stuff to be set up at.
Shadow Fiend, Limp Shadow Fiend in 2021?
Okay.
Okay.
You shift this Doom to position 3 right now and just take something on the mid lane, because it's really not that pleb. You can still get the gold with Doom, that there's no doubt about it, especially if Shadowfin pushes out the wave, but I would prefer if it's something that puts a lot more pressure on the Shadowfiend.
Now, normally I would say maybe a Templar Assassin, but that doesn't feel like a very Carl kind of hero. And they can also save it for the last phase, so they don't need to rush it. They already know the matchup, unless they're worried about bans.
Seems like a pretty good Storm Spirit game
Storm Spirit
so far.
was about to say it. They have no real stuns. You have Centaur Stomp. That's pretty much it.
It's all very projected stuns, and the Yule Scepter is going to come out at a point where Storm's also going to have items, so it's...
Wait,
unless-
you don't think this is a right-click Shadow Fiend? You think this is a Yule's Shadow Fiend?
It's just that the Yule Shadow Fiend does better versus the Storm, so if he does go for that build, it's still not much of a concern. If he goes for the right-click SF build, then it's no concern whatsoever
I see.
to be a Storm versus SF.
Man, I remember many moons ago, Alliance famously got Centaur plus Shadow Demon nerfed because Retaliate or Return back then used to work on towers and illusions.
Oh, yes.
And I remember watching a tier 3 high ground siege in the mid lane with two Shadow Demon Centaur illusions, taking it down single-handedly.
I'm shocked that
Whoa.
T1 picks Luna into the Shadow Demon. You just imprison Luna and get a better version of her from the illusion.
You don't get to play Dota. I think this is one of the biggest baits I've seen, because Shadow Demon's job will be, I use Disruption and I use ulti on Luna. That's gotta be pretty much it, because there's still one support that can save people. That's Winter Wyvern, can split up the fight with the ulti. So pretty bad matchup overall. It's actually one of the worst matchups you can get for Luna.
Yeah, that's so weird.
I suppose there is some consideration here from T1 about the kind of timing that Alliance is going for with these heroes. As was already mentioned, these two supports are not very aggressive unless you have something that you're specifically setting up for with the SD. Centaur, to me, is not enough. You'd probably need a mid laner that you're setting up for. SF is a little too slow. Maybe Alina would have been better if you want to play fast. And so
She's banned, yeah.
Possibly the Luna is just this idea of, by the time this Luna is countered, we're going to have so many items on her because you are not able to pressure us in the early game.
T1 banning out TB, no surprise there. Imagine having Terrorblade with the reflection on top of Shadow Demon, who makes illusions off Luna. Actually makes it unplayable.
Luna just will not be able to play.
I'm still baffled that they went for it at all, because even if they are going for what you're saying, every item that Luna gets also works against her with the Shadow Demon. So she gets stronger and stronger. I guess Butterfly is somewhat useful,
True.
but yeah, they ban out the Life Stealer.
I think T1, they need something that is going to deal with the SD to make the Luna work. And I would imagine they've already talked about it. Maybe they think that's the Doom. Maybe that's the Lion's job. And possibly they're going to pick some backline jump in the end, maybe a Storm Spirit to take out this SD, because I don't see them picking this without some idea behind it. Obviously, if we know that this is a crazy counter, then they do as well.
They're having so much fun. Like, this team is... it's an old school counter to Shadow Fiend. I don't think it works anymore, considering the Shadow Fiend, all the buffs that he had. But before, Tiny was considered. You know, you just blow him up. But with the addition of the neutral items, raindrops, water runes, I don't think that's doable anymore.
And Nico Baby picks up something demonic sounding. What was that hero?
Oh,
Chaos Knight.
Okay. I like Chaos Knight as a hero, but into tree, it is quite a pain. You just, all of the illusions are rooted and you become very sad.
Sure, but then if he manages to make his way to a scepter, he also frees everybody
This
when he
is
casts
true,
Phantasm.
but he is a carry Chaos
is a
Knight,
carry
so
CK.
that'll be like a 5th item.
Or a blessing.
Yeah, true. Lots of Roches.
Yeah, these are weird. I mean, I guess, Illusion Hero with Shadow Demon, that's always a fun combo to do.
Oh, it's Whitemon on Treant Protector too, so they're playing 5 tree with the Luna.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how I feel about CK. I've seen a lot of CK on the offlane during the Chinese season DPC2, and it looked pretty damn good. As a carry role, when you have a Shadow Fiend on your team, I don't think I like it. Like, you can make some of the extra illusions. Maybe you get a Manta Style or that Axe that you mentioned to be able to get out of the Treant Protector ulti, get those illusions going. But there's a decent amount of AoE coming out from T1. They got Tiny, they got Luna. Sign me up for T1.
In this game, SF should definitely go for the magic build and have CK be more of the traditional carry. I think that makes a lot more sense with the timing and who they want to fight around. Have you guys played a support late game against current CK? He just stuns you, and there's a CK illusion for 6 seconds doing 100% damage to you. It's the saddest thing to be a support against that
That's the
hero.
shard we're talking about.
The shard is
Yeah.
ridiculous.
But have you heard the gospel of Eon Disc? Let me tell you, if you've
Well, you
been...
can pop it. You can pop
can
an
pop
Eon
it,
Disc.
that's true, yeah.
The range on it is so huge
Yeah.
that it would legitimately be a counter to Eon Disc, I think. So yeah, pretty good.
good enough to make you go for Alliance?
Yes, I think so. I like them.
Okay. Well, we're have to see what these exotic picks are all about. The Luna into the Shadow Demon, Chaos Knight, which Insania actually played as a carry in their Liquid run, but not much success. Let's see how it all goes down. Game number 2 with Capitalist and Kyle.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We get to see T1. Not only did they get their hands on the Doom again, Kyle, but they also got the Treant Protector, which is the combo that they beat LGD with, I believe, in like game 2 of that series.
Yeah, I can't believe they got Doom. Alliance certainly answer it better, but T1 have demonstrated that this is probably their favorite hero in Dota to utilize, and you can see why when now it's Cuckoo playing it, and they're able to then flex Carl onto a matchup mid that's going to be better suited to taking on SF. I will say I do disagree with Jenkins a little bit in the Magic build SF. I think SFCK is really cool because the minus armor stacking potential. Maxed out Presence of the Dark Lord gets you to -7, and then max out Reality Rift is -6 to the target. So that's a pretty impressive amount of physical damage they'll be able to output based on that. But we shall
and
see.
isn't part of SF versus Luna, like this is a matchup that is pretty old in Dota. And if you do go a right-click build, like the advantage that SF has against Luna, like these Drows, for example, they just have the range advantage on Luna.
Yeah, at this point, you're building for like that butterfly, satanic, daedalus, Scotty timing, right? Which are obviously, those are all very expensive items, but the idea is that yes, you go toe to toe, you have the mixed damage to threaten as well, and then the AoE fear if it's necessary. So, I mean, you're definitely gonna have the Doom target painted on your back this game as Limp, but theoretically his Wyvern should have an easier time helping him out. But once again, I think T1, they're gonna go for these early BKBs, and it's going to make it a lot more difficult for FNG to really turn things around.
Now, they pointed this out. Whitemon is going to be the one playing the Treant Protector. I think it's so interesting that these two supports can kind of swap around. Because, again, the last time that they played this Treant Protector against LGD, they had Lion Treant Protector. It was just they had Zephyr playing the tree and Whitemon playing the Lion. So they are just apparently fearless and just swapping around these heroes between the two of them.
Yeah, and I really like what they've done too. So they play aggro, block the wave offensively, so that they can now ensure lane control with their tri-lane. Both supports are going to block camps with their bodies. This is a really cool way to play Luna. Probably one of the best carries for aggro tri-laning in Dota 2.
Yeah, and it's not like the Doom is going to be that pressured. It looks like he's already taken a bit of damage, but ultimately you have Devour. So even if the lane goes a little bit rough, you always have that farming mechanism. Disruption, and Whitemon takes a bit of damage, but ultimately they're being zoned out of the creep wave right now. That does not feel good.
They got a lot of denies as well, even the supports helping out with a couple. Mid matchup for Carl isn't ideal. I mean, SF is going to farm and he shoves the lane better than you, so end of the day, he will always be able to get water runes. But Tiny does have some really nice kill threat, and both supports could play a role if they want to try and take out Limp. But as you said, top lane Cuckoo, he's just getting XP under tower. He's going to be just fine up here.
Turning on the Whitemon here, who didn't really land the best grass Hanskin. It's actually really going for this one, but I don't think he can actually get the Shadow Poison stacks to kill Whitemon, as it's only level 1 anyway. They're going to block the camps once again and continue to keep the creep equilibrium firmly in their favor. Limp does manage to finally kill that Observer ward, so he is going to have a bit of an advantage on Carl. Not only just the range versus melee matchup, but now an experience advantage as well.
This is one of those really cool maneuvers that I love to see. When you consider like the reason they have this edge in the side lanes is because they game planned around wave control, and obviously Alliance, like they don't expect an aggro tri lane, so they don't think to do the same top. And if you check up there, Cuckoo still has that wave pretty close under his tower. He rotated jungle, wanted to grab ice armor, so he will miss a full XP on the wave, but you can just see in the CS disparity, like Doom is going to be okay, whereas bottom lane, like they actually just don't have a move. Like once again, the double supports are going to block camps, and Alliance, like they can't stick in the lane. It's way too close to tower, and the chase potential of an Orb of Venom tree. Wait, does that? Okay, I was wondering. I've never seen that interaction before, but yeah, if you're banished, you'll still block the spawn. Okay.
He is going to get stomped here. They're going to build up a lot of damage. These illusions are doing a lot of work, but they're going to turn around onto S4 with a lead seed. That'll heal up Whitemon. Then he's not threatened. In fact, he gets the first blood against S4.
Savage. Yeah, he's just keeping lane control. Like, this is beautiful from T1. They're going to trade free farm, but the thing about this is that when you win the aggressive tri-lane and you can keep lane control, it makes it so much harder for Alliance to react, because a support coming top to Cuckoo, he'll have a level advantage. So suddenly in a 2-on-2 scenario, they're going to be able to equalize. Whereas bottom, if a support leaves, Luna with a huge XP and gold advantage is going to be just fine in the 2-on-2 to zone out almost as hard as they're doing currently. Mid, though, that's where Alliance have an edge. And I think Limp may need to get aggressive maybe earlier than he would like in terms of rotating around the map, because no one else on his team really can. They don't have a support that's made to rotate, so it's going to have to be the SF.
In which case, that leads us back to kind of the magic damage build, right? Because that's usually how SFs build if they need to be more aggressive than normal.
I mean, just like, you know, the same way we saw Nothing to Say at the major, you know, on his Leshrac, just kind of move over, grab a rune, couple quick spells, find a kill. I just mean like, hey, I'm level 7 SF, I'm going to grab a rune and I'm going to go kill side lanes.
And that is something that I thought was interesting. I'm glad you mentioned Nothing to Say in the last track. That was how LGD tried to counter Treant Protector, was this overwhelming pushing power. Not this kind of like chip damage where Living Armor is very effective. They would just bulldoze down towers. And I don't think Alliance is going to have that same opportunity.
No, definitely not. And I love the first easy camp spawn Hanskin's going to get is at 5 minutes.
May end up dying here as he's quite low, but never mind. The ice armor, man. What a nice pickup for him. Nico Baby's apparently not slowing down. He's really wants this kill. A 3-second stun, but he still cannot keep chasing as they do manage to kill S4 meanwhile on the bottom lane.
Thing is, they've put I mean, that's a lot of points in Chaos Bolt early on. I typically see this at most 2 points.
Oh, they're going mid. Oh, we missed the toss back. And now Carl's actually in trouble. He's taking too much damage. Carl's going to have to run away before Lim can get that last hit in, but he's got, Fairy Fire, turn around, and he gets the final nuke, the 4th one to secure the kill onto the Tiny. What a big turn by Lim.
That was really well played. Especially once he recognizes that he's not under threat because of the missed toss back, he immediately starts thinking, I'm killing Tiny here, and he lands it. Really, really good stuff. If he can get the rune now, he'll be in a dominating position.
And it is going to be bottom lane. That'll be contested as Hanskin will be forced to pick up the regen rune by Whitemon.
Yeah, that is big, though, because if you give that to Limp, that is game-breaking. Suddenly he gets like 3 or 4 free camps in the jungle, then comes back mid-level 7, full health, full bottle.
Man, I feel like if Carl kept running, he would have been good, but for whatever reason, he turns back around.
I like this from Limp, though. A lot of SFs, for some reason, they tend to stay brown boots for a little too long. I think Razor SF are 2 heroes that almost always should be buying treads, just because, you know, you're always getting a bottle, tread switching, very effective. But more importantly, Limp, like, you already hit so hard. Having just Agi treads, it's one of the most cost-efficient items in Dota in terms of damage output for gold spent. So just very value in this case. S4, poor man, he's level 4. Just trying to jungle.
Disruption into a stomp, so as they're killing neutral creeps, they might be able to kill a slightly bigger unit here. Zephyr, a 5th stack, and I think that'll probably kill. Nice juke. Can he do it again? Oh, the final one lands, and that is his death.
Does get a mana pool and does distract 2 heroes, however. But I mean, this is look at this Luna. He has Tread's Dragonlance incoming. It's 7.5 minutes into the game. And the other benefit is that he's able to go this more greedy build, 2-2-2 at the moment. Nico Baby, those points in Chaos Bolt may come back to bite him, because you really want max crit just ASAP for your farming speed. And the Chaos Bolt, if you scroll over it, it really doesn't scale well. That's why you typically only see like the 2nd point just to increase the minimum stun duration. But the damage, you know, it goes up from a max 40, min 20 increase. So really just not very point efficient. and more importantly, he's the hard carry for his team. So, we'll see how that pays off, but either way, Luna looks like he's rotated into jungle. Oh my god, look at the stacks. They've already got
they've
so
been ready
many.
for this one. Camp stacked, we're about even with T1 having one more total camp stack. But, did they already clear out the stacks on Alliance's side? I must have missed it. Looks like
that way.
it. So
Either I'm sorry, I mean SF is a way of doing that. No matter how many creeps are in camp, he's killing them about as fast.
And he is going to be going the Hurricane Pike as well. So looks to be more of a right-click build as Echo Saber build up for Nico Baby. I'm almost beginning to wonder if they just picked Chaos Knight because it's an Echo Saber hero. Everyone's buying this item.
It's possible. It's really nice against Luna, to be fair. Like, with no PL available, CK is probably just next best. I was a little surprised. Was Naga banned and I didn't see it?
I do not remember. I didn't notice a Naga ban.
Because I mean, PL Naga, maybe a Terrorblade are what you would look at first, but picking Terrorblade into Doom Lion's a bit awkward, so more likely they're just like, you need an illusion hero, they can buy Echo Saber too, why not?
Oh, damn. That positioning from FNG, that should have been a gank that killing the Chaos Knight or Winter Wyvern. One of them should have died there, but FNG creates just enough confusion and the Stampede gets him out of danger. So no kill on the first rotation from Carl.
Yeah, and Cuckoo not having the greatest time. This isn't going to be that super fat Doom game we saw previously. He didn't get a Midas at 7.5 minutes. Interesting from 23 Savage, though. He skips Mask of Madness. He's going to be rushing Yasha after the Dragonlance, so not as efficient at farming things like the big Ancient stack. You can see it's actually why he's going to back away. No, just kidding. He found a DD, so that is the dream when you have so much gold. And oh, that's why he found the Possessed Mask. So you don't actually need Mask of Madness. That's pretty nice.
Nothing like Possessed Mask to just give you a free change up in your item build. And now they're going to farm out that Ancient stack. Nico Baby is really posturing to try and take this top tower, but I don't know. Cuckoo just seems to be constantly in their way. And if they really need to, they can always bring the Tree Protector up there because Whitemon is now level 6 without the use of the Tome, I believe. So all this solo experience he's gotten bottom lane, thanks to Luna trying to do, just jungling up constantly, means that they are at a bit of an experience advantage as well. Oh, never mind. Maybe it's just on the support. The Lions is actually ahead in that regard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, it's Limp too, though. Limp is level 11. So this is just the SF effect, especially when you get that solo kill middle. And yeah, I do like this. It'll be at least starting as the right-click build. I think that Dragonlance into big items is the way to play this hero now. Magic build isn't bad. It's just if you want a magic build SF, you should probably pick a different hero. That would be how I'd look at it. Like Leshrac as an example, who just can itemize solely for survivability and provide earlier tower pressure.
Do you feel like T1 is pressured because this SF is getting so big? I'm like slightly concerned. Do you feel like they're okay with the status quo like they were in game 1?
No, they're certainly playing as if they are. But to your point, they don't really have the best. Well, we talked about how Nothing to Say in the Leshrac beat T1's Treant. You don't really see Alliance with that same kind of pressure. Sure, you could blow Phantasm and maybe look to make a play for a structure, but so far they're just content to farm their side of the map, and I don't know if I can agree with that because Luna at this pace gets really scary. Yeah, you're playing against enemy counter picks to a degree, but nothing counters you when you're 5 to 10k ahead of the game, and he's on pace to get there at the moment.
They're going to 3-man smoke up. They are not moving to try and defend the safe lane tower. Instead, they're trying to set the pace by going mid behind Limp, expecting somebody to defend this. And it will be the Train Protector and maybe Carl as well. Carl showing up with the Haste Rune is going to be able to get the toss back before the Winter's Curse could stop him. But now the SF Requiem is going to go out. A beautiful hit and just lines up the races. A triple kill for Limp. Make that a quad, potentially? No, man. Lion. He's gonna skedaddle here. Nico Baby's gonna try and chase him down. Actually does manage to catch up. Boy, Chaos Knight's a fast hero. So they get the 4th kill in there as well. Take the mid tower. Great play from Alliance.
Really nice. That was what was missing from that first game, where they would make a move and T1 would be prepared. In this case, yeah, T1, they set up a defense, but Alliance immediately, you can see the Wyvern Curse. Treant, he wants to get the big root off, but by wandering too close, just allows the easiest Requiem stomp setup I've seen in some time. They lose the tier 1 tower as well,
Dire's middle tower
and that
under
is
attack.
somewhat disastrous, really, for T1. All their eggs now firmly in the basket of their Luna, who, as stated, is ahead in net worth, but really not suited at killing SFCK as the game wanes on.
Yep, Nico Baby already having a Sanj after the Echo Saber pickup. Same Sanj pickup for Limp as well, as he's building S and Y. S4 takes the top tower, and this is all before Whitemon. We've seen this before from their Train Protectors, where they go the high levels of Grasp and try and farm up to a point where they can get to level 10, then they have like higher levels of living armor. But now they've already lost 2 tier 1 towers, and they're not able to play that slow attrition game that T1 usually does with the Train Protector.
And I would love to see, people don't recognize that Moonglaves are affected by damage block. This is another thing from the Googling before, but I'm going to stampede away just for safety.
That?
Well, you'd be surprised. I don't see any enough Crimson Guards picked up against Luna. That's what I was going to ask for, because if you see Nico Baby run in, let's say he gets Phantasm off, and you Crimson on top of those illusions, the Glaives are just going to get absorbed. So it's not just about keeping CK illusions alive, but then the team of Alliance don't really fear Luna's damage nearly as much. So I do hope S4 goes for the early Crimson here, probably after the blink he's looking at completing now.
What was that? That was 10 to 10 camp stack. So both teams having a very similar idea here, as my NA quick mans go to work. And as a result, I mean, we're just having kind of if it wasn't for that smoke move from Alliance, we would just have a very slow game. Because what, they got 4 kills in that? Yeah, it would be 2 to 2 right now at 15 minutes with both sides just farming up constantly.
And it was big as well, because it was before Savage could really make his advantage felt. FNG, night vision disadvantage.
Yep. Because of that, they're going to be able to quickly kill FNG. Looks like they were a little bit scared of a Winner's Curse or something.
Well, they certainly got him.
Why did they blow 2 ultimates for him? What the hell?
Unrelated. Carl's going for a Midas cap right after the Blink Dagger. And Cuckoo already has his. So, interesting. T1, this is their style, right? They have these really strong mid-game heroes. Their lanes are tough. But with double Midas plus a Luna, they're not really going to fear Alliance's scaling potential as much.
I would doubt their capabilities of playing this late game, but I've doubted that once before. And I don't know, man. T1 just has a way of making things work. They just seems to have like really good reads on the game in that regard. So we'll see. Double Hannah Midas for them between Cuckoo and Carl, and then a Luna that's constantly farming up stacks. So they're looking to just play the economy game.
Yep, and I love this from Alliance, though. They get Nahaz's favorite, DD Rune outside the Roche pit with Wyvern. You can sustain your heroes as you tank through it. They also have the Medallion, so dies very quickly. And T1, again, double Midas. They're playing for macro, so no real way to threaten Alliance in the pit.
Purge slowing down Cuckoo, but he does manage to blink away first. Hanskin not close enough to get the disruption off, so an ultimate that will be on cooldown, but I kind of doubt that T1, maybe they are. I don't know. I'm kind of doubting that T1 can defend this against an Aegis, but they're setting up like they can, so I guess we're about to find out. They don't even have Carl in the area just yet. Ward placed up on the high ground there. I think Hanskin may have a bit of an inkling that that was done, but you can see this very aggressive ward right in front of the tier 2. They know that T1 is a team that likes to make these kind of moves, so they're trying to prep for it. They're actually going to smoke over the mid though.
Yeah, it's got to be careful trying to take team fights into the Luna lineup at night. Especially when initiation.
Whoa! He didn't stampede blink. You need to stampede blink to get the instant damage, but now twice T1 has managed to counter blink the initiation of Alliance.
Huge, and this is the dream for them, because now they've just bought time for themselves. They have no desire to fight into Aegis, and so far they've been able to avoid it. I love the build from Olympia. Dragonlance into Daedalus looks like his choice. It's all about the overwhelming damage pressure, but he might need a BKB first, to be quite honest, because T1, how is he gonna, the root, the doom, the line initiation, the tiny initiation, all of this would just destroy Limp's game. And yeah, you can see the nice reactions from Carl. It's those land reactions right there.
This is so interesting. Both T1 and Alliance were kind of setting up. Alliance did have, thanks to their deep wards, they saw the movements of T1, but they're both playing underneath their vision at some point in time and waiting for the other to crash into them. And because that doesn't happen, T1 instead now playing around their tier 2. Sentry going down. They spot the Observer ward.
Savage with the Grove Bow feels very good. In addition to the Dragonlance, he's now at pretty much base SF range, so won't be as punished by Limp, who will still have a bit of an advantage thanks to the Dragonlance of his own. It's very nice, though, to play around your multiple melee cores. Will the smoke move come out is the question. Aegis still possessed by Limp for another 2.5 minutes. Alliance would really love a fight for a tier 2. Outpost control, very critical this early into a game.
Are they really wanting to go on the Aegis hero here? The ward from T1 spots him, but again, don't want to go on the hero with the extra life right now. They still have Carl, like, farming out these other areas. They're going to smoke themselves in. And this high ground ward of Alliance may be a bit deceiving. The smoke, they're going to move in and be able to spot some heroes here with the daytime vision. They see Nico, baby, and they're going to plan their execution. They're going to jump onto him with the Hanks and Doom. Immediately, the Chaos Knight is just out of the team fight. They're going to stampede and try and get everybody else out on the side of Alliance, but Cuckoo, he's going to chase. Same goes with Carl, missing out on the toss, which I think he wanted on an ally. Maybe tossing the Tree Protector with an Overgrowth, mid Centaur stun. They got to be careful. Jumping forward, Lion going for Limp, trying to keep him disabled and out of this game, but at the same time, they've already lost their Tree Protector, and Zephyr just dies to the heavy amount of physical damage from SF. A Crystallis crit is very scary for these squishy supports.
Yeah, really nice job from Limp. Recognize, look, I have Aegis. They've chased us too far. You saw FNG pump fake his ultimate. And T1 recognized we just can't go in. They overlapped, used way too many spells on the initial target.
They're gonna go back in, I think. They got the Doom set up. Winter's Curse immediately catching him out. Now the Requiem goes. The Glaives. Oh, Jesus. Cuckoo, he almost dies to it, but he actually does manage to stay alive. The BKB, 23 Savage, they're gonna toss. Oh, God, Limp, this was not what he expected. The Glaives off of the Winter's Curse, pretty much solo killing his first life.
Wow, I didn't know that it worked. They were bouncing back and forth between the cursed hero and Limp's SF. Like, he just died to Glaives. That was a crazy interaction. And yeah, he just dies. And there's the Chrysalis, as you said, the damage output's sick, but no BKB, Cap. So on respawn, he's just immediately dead.
Oh dear, and now T1, their hand of minuses are gonna pay off. We're gonna watch that one again. Look at the Glaives.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh my God.
I mean, S4, I think maybe did him a disservice there by just providing the glaive bounce. And
yeah.
Beautiful from Carl just to follow up.
I think from that panic as well, they missed the Requiem damage on Winter's Curse. So just one bad thing after another. A 3,000 net worth lead for T1 as they are beginning to find that their Midases are definitely going to pay out big dividends if they can continue this. They'll have a big net worth lead going into late game, and in which case, I don't know exactly which lineup I really prefer, but I mean, just economy game, you got to be back in T1 as they're soon going to have a Scotty on the Luna, it looks like, so she's damn farmed.
And it feels like 2 games in a row now, Alliance just kind of, for lack of a better phrase, they get too many selfish items. You know, a bit of the what I call the BSJ bias, where instead of buying game-winning items like BKB, they go for the Sanj and Yasha, right? Which isn't bad, but when you get like Dragonlance and SNY and Chrysalis, suddenly you just don't have a BKB. Whereas if you look at the T1 philosophy, their Doom says, okay, look, I'm not going to get anything like no drums, no Solar Crest. I'm just buying a Midas. Now I'm good to scale. This counts as my one macro move. Immediately I'm buying BKB. And the only reason T1 can confidently take that fight is because 23 Savage, he has a BKB. Like, he's not targetable. He's not killable by this Alliance lineup. And just really...
And why is BSJ in that term? Is it just because you wanted to use the term bias?
No, it goes back to when we were first playing. So NEL, first season, Sumail wins. He goes on. It's an in-house league in North America. Sumail wins it. He goes on to play with EG, and they do great. BSJ, he actually won that second season. So this was back when he wasn't biased BSJ, but big-headed BSJ. And I would tell him, please, Brian, I understand your gyrocopter. Like, please stop, buy BKB. Stop buying Sanjin Yasha every game. And he would never listen to me. And then he didn't join my team. He joined IX Mike's team. And now we're all good, but definitely with some animosity due to his forever lack of BKB purchasing.
Well, T1, as we've got a bit of issues here. They're just having a good old time, and they should be. I mean, they're feeling this game right now, and I believe the win percentage was heavily favoring Alliance for most of this game. I think in part because of the carry matchup. The Dota Plus had them like above 75% win percentage, but they've managed to pull that back down to near even, which is actually better than what the game started at. The game started with Alliance being favored. It looks like 55, maybe even 60-40.
I think.
Would you agree with that? Do you feel like it was a big outdraft?
Dota Plus does not like Luna.
Okay.
And just to clarify, before we move on to the game cap, just saying, Brian is a lovely guy. Very sweet, very humble, and it's all in good fun. You can make fun of your friends, guys.
Yeah. But of course, Brian's friends with a lot of Twitch chatters, so that's why they also make fun of him.
That's true. He's just a lovable guy.
Everybody in Twitch chat that's spamming bias J lol, they're all actually friends with Brian.
Yes, exactly. He's very popular. One of the most popular streamers in Dota 2, of course. Speaking of popular, T1, I think, have earned a lot of fans through both their performance in the major and so far at ESL One Summer. I just love, like, these guys never seem to take a game off, right? Like, no matter what, like, I had, I'll be honest, low expectations for them coming into the major, but they're demonstrating like this SEA region is one to be feared. You look at the qualifiers, and on paper, you're like, oh man, EU's got to be the hardest because OG and Nigma and Liquid and Viking, et cetera. But then you look over to SEA, and it's actually like kind of terrifying because they only have that one spot. TNC, OB Esports, Fnatic, Execration, Boom, Omega, and then the Team SMG, my pick to win it, has mid-1 KP, like stacked rosters with like average 10k MMR is like the norm, and T1 are the best of the region. So I guess we shouldn't have been surprised when you consider how deep the field is, but I was not expecting this consistency. Like, they've really got something going. And they're riding it, not figured out. Although perhaps we can't know for sure because for some reason Alliance doesn't ban Doom. Yeah, they seem to be rather stubborn in that concept, insisting that they can beat it. And who knows, maybe that'll still play out. The Scotty now complete for 23 Savage and almost has the level 20 talent coming in soon as well. What do we else? We got BKB on Cuckoo. Zephyr with the Blink Dagger. BKB is going to be coming up next for Carl, but he went back for an Echo Saber. So as Carl has just been, it seems like, focused on recovering his game. And his other two cores are flourishing because of the space that he's made. Now it looks like they're going to set up for a smoke. Let's see how Alliance is able to respond here. They don't quite yet have the Satanic done on Limp, which they would really want if this initiation comes true. Cuckoo, the smoke is going to break. Is he going to jump forward? He does. He managed to jump forward straight onto Limp with a two-man stun on top of that. The tiny combo is there as well with a Finger of Death. They put S4 down. Now they're going to be able to catch up the Hunskin. 3 dead. Another beautiful initiation. Being on the low ground and still finding the right jump, that is so impressive. T1 is so good at initiating these late-game team fights. Oh, yeah. And the thing is, the BKBs, Cap, they just pop them. FNG... what is Wyvern if Curse isn't able to be used properly? Like, 23 Savage, he just ran past and continued killing heroes because he's immune to the effects. Like, what does Wyvern accomplish for you? You know, a weak laner, yeah, you've got a Cold Embrace, but they have so much magic damage on T1, it doesn't really keep that hero alive for long. And 2 games in a row now, no good curses. The one mid for that team fight was great, but in this mid to late game period, FNG just feels completely neutralized.
Pulling him back in. They don't want to let 23 Savage walk away. He's going to be purged up. Disruption. This is kind of the scary combo that we were talking about earlier. The Overgrowth goes out, but the Luna's already dead. They did not respect how Shadow Demon counters a Luna, and now they're going to lose not only 23 Savage, but possibly Cuckoo as well. Blink away. 1 second. 1 second. Oh, he had it for just a beat there. He pops a BKB, but I think he's still going to die. As the Scorched Earth is up, he's going to get that bit of extra movement speed, but the BKB does eventually run out. 2 cores dying there, and now Alliance can actually, if they want to, they can go straight to Roshan.
Yeah, that is a pretty huge miscue from T1. They got a little greedy thinking they could continue pressuring for the racks, but if they just back immediately and wait for spells, they're going to be okay. But Hanskin, that was a great TP. Credit the improved range, because he actually was able to teleport to outside of the base and then disrupt from the low ground. That was only possible because of that change from the previous patch, where you wouldn't be able to just like TP to that spot. But either way, really nice job. And yeah, Luna Disruption Illusions, very strong.
Now, Hanskin with a big smile on his face after that one. They do have the direct counter to Luna throughout most of the game, so they should not be too anxious about the fact that T1 is kind of out farming them, just because they have, I think, the superior tools. They did not go Roshan, which I'm a little bit surprised considering their minus armor. They may not have known it was up. Winter's Curse going down just to be able to get the successful D ward off. Whitemon will not die to that curse.
And either way, though, T1, they're still feeling confident. They would love a BKB on their Tiny, because then the entire squad can operate without fear of the Wyvern. But, man, Limp is just committing. He's just skipping it entirely, going for a Satanic instead. Really nice to get the Titan Sliver, because the stacking status resist will now be very effective, and the CK is able to finish his up. So Nico Baby's ready to battle. A pipe on S4. I really hope he finishes Crimson Guard, man. I'm telling you, people don't realize, like, glaives are like hard countered by Crimson Guard. Each glaive bounce functions as like an individual application of damage that can be blocked.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just haven't seen a whole lot of Crimson Guards in general lately, so yeah. Maybe they just, you know, kind of forgot about the item as a concept, just because it's like, if it's underpowered, you don't really want to go for it. They're going to use the Stampede to try and get out of here. They do counter initiate, blowing up Zephyr immediately and almost catching 23 Savage. As for just a bit shy there on the blink.
And they're going to find Roche. They have so much minus armor. T1, they're going to need a buyback. They want to defend this.
Let's see, setting up. T1 actually getting close without their Lion buying back. They are apparently, I mean, much like in game 1, they had that situation, a blind blink in whiff there from Cuckoo, who just picked up the Aghanim Scepter. Oh my god, the Shadow Demon. That breaks the Luna. Yeah. So she's not going to have Moonglaves anymore, right?
No. So yeah, no need for Crimson Guard anymore. And that applies through BKB, so no Aura, no Glaives. Man, T1 are actually in a bit of trouble now. What's Cuckoo got? Because suddenly I'm looking at him as the main late game. Shiva's skipped. He'll go straight Refresher. But now they've got to find this SD.
Yeah. No, there's no way they could take a fight if Shadow Demon's just allowed to sit in the back. If he gets off the Disruption Purge against 23 Savage, you're going to get Luna illusions that are stronger than the actual Luna herself, as she's broken. They're going to try and bait out 23 Savage a little bit, smoking behind him, but Alliance, they're not going to move for the obvious hero. They're going to smoke themselves up, sneak into the Roshan pit. If they want to go up into the high ground, they got to loop all the way around here. Trying to go up that funnel would be a disaster.
And yeah, this is something we haven't seen in what feels like a while. This long stare down across the river as both teams hold their high grounds.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. 23 Savage is playing for efficiency here. He's going to push out bottom lane and then TP back in, it's looking like. Jumping forward. Oh, geez. Carl just going in. BKB, but he's immediately perched up. And now Nico Baby with the illusions is going to chase after him. But the BKB does protect the Tiny enough that they're able to back away. 23 Savage is back here, but now they don't have a BKB up for the Tiny. Alliance, though, are still going to respect the team fighting power of T1. As now it's T1 who are going to loop around and try and find a better angle to start this team fight.
And it's all going to come down to the initiation. Both squads recognizing that as well. No risks being taken.
Okay, so what is the dream initiation for Alliance? What are they looking for?
I think it's more about avoiding Doom on a critical target. They want SD to get all of his ults off, and they want to find a support if possible.
Showing up into the pit, they're going to be able to get the stomp. Nico Baby, they're going to blow him up. They blew double ultimates for that. They do have the buyback, though, and Kuku's going to be ripped apart by the physical damage. It looks like the Winter's Curse in the back line. Zephyr gets a little bit low, and they're going to try and catch up to him. They manage to get the disruption off onto him, but at the same time, Tiny going for Hanskin, trying to make sure there's no more of that break mechanic. As the 23 Savage, Luna is able to turn him up. The BKB, the Satanic now going out. They're going to hold him in place, but Nico Baby has to run away from 23 Savage, so he turns back instead and deals with Limp. FNG inside of the pit. They're going to buy back on the SF, but look at the damage. Roshan, S4, and Hanskin are both going to be dying here as the burnout. Zephyr keeping himself magic immune with the mana drain until the rest of his team is here to help destroy Nico Baby and a potential dieback for him. They need to finish him off now, and Carl gets the triple kill. S4, though, he's going to be able to deal out the damage. Both Carl and White Mon are so low, but they can't quite finish him off, and they cannot walk into 23 Savage's Luna, who is still large, strong, has a Satanic, has an Aegis. They cannot win this fight anymore. They have to run away from the Luna. Hanskin does what he can with the illusions, but it's not good enough. Limp, he needs to be able to get off the Requiem, but there's too many stuns. He's not going to be able to do this. This is going to be a dieback for him as well, potentially, as the Glaives raining in, the toss back, and the combos from T1 are too damn strong.
They just destroyed them, Cap. Like, that wasn't a team fight win. They just embarrassed Alliance in the pit. Total outplays from 23 Savage. One of the only, 4 players in the world at 12k MMR plays like it. Like, just perfect positioning. Saves his BKB for coming out of the disruption.
He's getting a deso, Kyle. He's going to end the game.
It's over. Like, they have lost the game. They've, 3 diebacks? That was like 8 on 5. And even 8 on 5, Alliance can't win that fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under
FNG.
GG.
He's going to call it. He has Winter's Curse, but he knows his allies are dead for too long. They threw everything they had for that Roshan fight. They used all their buybacks, and they quickly turned into diebacks in their hands. And T1, it's such a dominant victory. I was a little bit concerned for them once that Aghanim Shadow Demon came out. But once again, T1 proves to be one of the best teams in the world at these team fights. These guys are incredible playing around each other.
Like, yeah, I mean, no real even criticism from them. Like, they just played so well. Credit, like, Hanskin, he did everything he could. He used every purge, but, like, they get the 1 kill on Doom, the immediate buyback, and 23 Savage is just uncontested. Even grabbing the shard, he finishes Roche at, like, the end of the fight, grabs the shard to then beam, interrupt the Centaur stun, and get the Scotty slow to help then continue that kill. Like, that was just an incredible fight. Would love to break it down. I'm sure somebody will. But either way, T1, they're going to the finals. I'm happy to see it because they were playing some pretty incredible Dota, very entertaining, and somebody banned Doom.
Yes, please. Virtus Pro did it for a good reason. That was one of the first 2 bans they had against T1. Excited to be able to see that matchup again. I think it's going to be a great finals. We're going to have to say goodbye to Alliance. Here, fortunately, they did a lot better than they did at the Major, though, proving to be a bit stronger than their results on LAN have proven. So that is going to be an end for them. 3rd place for them. T1 onto the grand finals, and we are on to our analyst desk.
That's right. Alliance will get eliminated, but they do get top 3 finish, $45,000 in the bank as a prize winning, but still kind of an anticlimactic finish for them, as I'm sure they're trying to prove themselves, not just as the leaders of Europe, Western Europe specifically, but of the world. This time, though, Southeast Asia comes out on top. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, an interview and a breakdown of the series.
Growing up in Cali, yeah, you know I love the weather. Limelight hit 'em and you know I handle pressure. I do what I want, so I'm never saying never. I get what I want, so they call me go-getter. Yeah, I know he does it good, but you know I do it better. So misunderstood, if she wanted then I let her. Everybody knows if I want her then I get her. She gave me that look, yeah, she knows she thinks I'm clever. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got 'em singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Yeah, let's go. Catch me at the top, sipping shots of Patron. I will never stop till the road is my home. I'm about to pop, everybody's gonna know. When the beat drops, they be yelling B-ho. Girls in crop tops, drop tops at our shows. Mini skirts rock, got us all like whoa. All the pretty ladies lined up front row. Driving me crazy, I just wanna take them home. Got it on lock, yeah, you could call me pro. Parties on the blocks, make sure the girls know. Now it's getting hot up in here, oh no. Think Nelly had it right, better take off all your clothes. Future's looking bright, now I'm finally in the zone. 3 years of my life, I committed to the growth. Soldier boy, tell him #1 ringtone. I'm the reason people texting, cause they're blowing up your phone. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got 'em singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never
Yeah. Unknown Brain, Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you frowning, see you looking down and out, coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music. I'm saying
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a love control. Love is paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night, teardrops on the floor. The pain is over, feel the darkness take control.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules my life destroyed. My life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly up away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. To the sea for a getaway, car top down and we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one dime for a first time. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love between you, never break apart. And we're moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. Get off your seat, clap your hands to the beat, grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah, in the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, 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 fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red, paint the night sky red, yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love between you, never break apart. And we're moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. Down to the ground, you're dragging me. It's constantly. No, I won't make a sound. I love the pain. It sets me free. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the bird below you said myself, but this is the last time. I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth. I had myself for you. On the ground, I know the truth. I know the truth. Now I'm on the ground. I know the truth. I'm shaking now, 'cause you say those things, then shut me out. Got no clue what you have found. I'm a rose in thorns, but you cut me down. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the bird below you said myself, but this is the last time. I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth. I had myself for you. I know the truth. inside. Butterflies fly with me tonight. These feelings inside. Butterflies fly with me tonight. But it's too late now. I remember you and me, and how careless we could be.
All day and all night, we'd stay up, it felt so right. We were so young, we were so dumb. We would get drunk and then hook up. We were okay, we were alright, staying awake till the sunrise. We were in love, couldn't stop us, like a good drug, never run. We hook up in my car, driving so far, play your guitar, you'd show me your art. Let down our guards, think with our hearts, stare at the stars, we were never apart. Drinking too young, way too much fun, out in the sun, or in when it's gone. Took you to prom, dance to our song, dance all night long till the lights come on. Late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. Nights, long fights, it felt right, we were alive. We would go out, we were so loud, we were so proud, we had no doubts. Weekends and weekdays, we'd spend our own way. We were careless, we were fearless, we were reckless, time was precious. We loved to waste time, whiskey and wine, drinking all night, asleep by your side. Finally alive, we would just drive, never arrive. Our journey was live, staying out late, testing our fate, running away. We live for today, young and so bold, never get old. Screw what we're told, we can't be controlled. Late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. And how careless
easily.
Yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Yeah, I don't believe in destiny. I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me. You ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know. Better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes. Call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love. Still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win. I won't stop till the end, no. Some injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory. That had enough to get to see. They'd rather just go leave it be. I know this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words.
No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no.
I don't get what I want, I get what I need. Every single day I'm heading off to my dream, and I get everything that I damn well please. I don't give a damn if you all listening to me, cause I run it. I'm the only one that really want it, I'm the only one that's really on it. I'm just being honest, I'm just doing everything I promise, cause I want it bad enough that I'ma make it as an artist. And I know I'm not the smartest, and I know I'm not the largest, but I promise you that I'ma be the one that worked the hardest. Cause I promise you that I'm just getting started, and I promise you that my skills are getting sharper. So I'ma get charted, can't be guarded. Nah, I'm the one to get retarded. Get the party started, yeah, get the party started. Yeah, so let me get up on it, yeah.
Bitch, you got me fucked up, I don't know what's up. Pour that shit in my cup, we bout to turn up. Crank this shit up so loud, sounds like we're sold out in front of a whole crowd. We lose control now, I'll take this shit too personally. Everybody got a different version of me, everybody gotta be learning from me. Everybody wanna be working with me, and I feel like there's uncertainty and urgency to find out what you wanna be. But honestly, we change our minds constantly, so stop and breathe and find out who you wanna be.
Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching, don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous, cause I will not quit. No, because I want this, don't try to stop me. Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching, don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous, cause I will not quit. No, because I want this, don't try to stop me now. For me, I don't give a fuck if you got a college degree. Did you learn anything? Really worth anything? 200 grand later and we're not even working. Student loans worth more than what we're earning. Best lesson I learned is to keep on searching. Find your true passion and get to work. And better take action or you end up serving. Yeah, that's a fact. So you better clean up, no act. So you better grow yourself a stack and tell the world they can suck on that. Don't come back, pack your bags. You take a trip and don't relax. You hit the switch and just attack. You find your niche and make some racks. Don't hold back.
Everybody wake up, it's time to break up with the life you made up. It's time to trade up, live the life you want now, a life you don't doubt. I could give a fuck how, just figure it out. Wake up, man, this life is a blur. Everyone's got an opinion, so which one you prefer? Cause I'll give you one that's coming from an entrepreneur. Don't give up on your dream if it's what you deserve.
option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me, failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. I heard you look good when you're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes, and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. Growing up in Cali, yeah, you know I love the weather. Limelight hit 'em, and you know I handle pressure. I do what I want, so I'm never saying never. I get what I want, so they call me go-getter. Yeah, I know he does it good, but you know I do it better. So misunderstood, if she wanted, then I let her. Everybody knows if I want her, then I get her. She gave me that look, yeah, she knows she thinks I'm clever. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it, so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got them singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, 'cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah.
go. Catch me at the top, sipping shots of Patron. I will never stop till the world is my home. I'm about to pop, everybody's gonna know. When the beat drops, they be yelling B-ho. Girls in crop tops, drop tops at our shows. Mini skirts rock, got us all like whoa. All the pretty ladies lined up front row. Driving me crazy, I just wanna take them home. Got it on lock, yeah, you could call me pro. Parties on the blocks, make sure the girls know. Now it's getting hot up in here, oh no. Think Nelly had it right, better take off all your clothes. Future's looking bright, now I'm finally in the zone. 3 years of my life, I committed to the growth. Soldier boy, tell them #1 ringtone. I'm the reason people texting, cause they're blowing up your phone. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got them singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah.
With my head again, you had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me why it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
It away. But I feel like when you're drafting against these types of teams, if you're taking away a team's specialty hero, they should also know how to deal with the specialty hero.
And they pick up the Winter Wyvern and the Magnus. And you were saying, Curtis, that Magnus might be a hero that VP would keep their eyes on.
Yeah, I think for both teams, they've ran the Magnus pretty well. Also, like T1, I think, did this before, where they picked the Winter Wyvern with the Magnus. A lot of teams are picking up Winter Wyvern against Magnus, so you sort of preemptively dodged a counter pick there. It's also just pretty nice. We saw that clip from, was it Limp? They got like a two-man Winter Curse versus OG, and then Limp was able to skewer the third hero, and they got 3-man RP in the top river.
I guess the nice thing about Magnus Wyvern as a counter to the Doom is the fact that if you, let's say your single core that you're enabling is doomed, you have so many ways to disconnect the engagement, be it by Magnus sacrificing himself with the skewer, or the Wyvern just hitting that curse. There's a lot of nice kind of defensive mechanisms here against the Doom once again. VP, of course, just go for a casual line.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think VP are also on that read because they think if you're trying to disengage, we can just get some hard lockdown.
Yeah.
Line does that very well. If you Finger, Hex, stun the Doom target. They are going to die, even if you get Curse and RP to try to disengage.
And I will say Save is one of the best Lions that I was able to watch during the European and Eastern European DPC. The amount of patience this individual has when he's playing the line. He will wait in the tree line. He won't jump the first target or the second target. He will always know exactly who he needs to jump, and that's when he hits these 2-3 man earth spikes. Just like, for example, Zephyr on T1, how amazing he is on the Nyx. I think this is basically the equivalent for Save and Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro as a team, they're very good at planning out how they want to take team fights. They have very communicative players in pubs. I'm sure it translates into in their pro games. They'll sort of plan out everything about how they want to approach. I mean, the ideal at least before it gets messy.
And it's, you know, the whole idea of understanding the team fight, T1 now respect that by banning the Spectre. It simplifies the engagement for VP, because when you have heroes like Doom and Lion, you need to have a good understanding of the entire fight to connect that clean Doom, to connect that instant like lockdown from Lion. So many times we've seen in ESL Summer so far where we have people running away from this Doom target, kind of just like fleeing, and yeah, I don't mind this ban at all. And then the Grim ban, just to respect the good old classic Grim Doom combination.
Yeah,
that seems like something that T1 themselves would do. Has VP been running much Grimstroke?
No, not really, no. I believe during the major, it was a unpicked hero for themselves, and so far in ESL Summer, it as well has been an unpicked hero.
I mean, if you've executed this Grim Doom as well as T1 did last game, I think it's very easy to just respect that.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good combo with Lion as well. I'm surprised that VP banned out the Phoenix, but maybe they just wanted T1 to avoid the double bird strat. Just thematically, very scary.
It is very scary. Ice and fire, but of course, you know, the ice can cover the fire so that the egg does explode.
When do we get the electric bird? When is Zapdos getting added to Dota 2?
When's the patch coming?
When is the patch coming?
How about that one?
Also a good question.
You think as soon as this grand final ends, they just drop it and it's like, ha, good luck in TI qualifiers, everybody.
It's Sunday right now.
Like 4 days to TI qualifiers, right?
I think it might be less.
3 days.
Yeah, maybe earlier.
And
I think SA starts pretty early.
Let's see, what time is it in Seattle right now? I'll tell you what time it is. Oh, never mind, that wasn't a pick. It is currently 8 a.m. in Seattle.
Enchantress for T1. So I saw in this tournament that Doom was getting sort of picked against Enchantresses, sort of as a counter pick. But I think, and Doom used to be a counter pick to Magnus. It got a bit changed now because you still want a lot of physical damage versus Doom. But I think T1, they're like very confident in these heroes if they're picking them against Virtus Pro's lineup.
Yeah. Oh, Cuckoo, so happy. This, you know, T1, they just bleed so much energy, and it is very infectious. But T1, with the Wyvern and the Enchantress, we've seen it be so potent, this combination, just because of the amount of healing that you have.
Whoa, no way. There's no way. There's
Whoa.
no way.
Okay.
There's no way. That has to be a misclick.
No, not at all. Why would that be a misclick, sir?
Because it was completely uncontested, not only throughout the Animator, but also Season 2 DPC.
All right. But this is it, you know, Grand Finals, best of 5, game 1. This is kind of like the opening draft is a little bit kind of, not scripted, but you kind of understand like the give and take when two teams at this level, when they played so much. And now we get to see a bit of a left field silencer. Why is it good? Well, potentially, it could be like a cover to the Wyvern. It's a hero that's constantly enabling without the team fight. If you hit that big global, a position 5 or even 4 Wyvern can't really itemize quickly to deal with the global, right? You can't cold embrace. So I can see maybe why it could be good. They pair it with a TA for that explosive jump.
I mean, you're just describing why Silencer is a hero at all. Curtis, why is Silencer not a good hero,
As T-Governor mentioned, though, it is specifically good versus Wyvern and Magnus.
Okay.
The hero also got one of its biggest buffs. Now Curse continues to do damage during the duration of silences while not losing any silence duration. So if you curse someone in global, that's like 11 seconds of debuff. If you get down to Magnus, he cannot blink for 14 seconds effectively.
And I can respect the idea behind it. It literally is the logic of they have 3 jumps now. You know, Doom buys blink, Lion buys blink, TA will eventually go for a blink. They will all go onto the single target. If you layer that with a global and kill that hero, that should unlock the fight. If they mess up, then their draft will be very deconstructed. It'll be hard to play.
I wouldn't want to play Silencer into Enchantress, though. I think the lane's going to be very hard. I think there's a high chance that VP get overrun on the map this game.
And that's why T1 go for the PA, right? They go for an easier hero that simply buys BKB, has Deso, will be able to execute Silencer online. They don't really itemize that well to deal with PA early on because they want to buy other items. So I like the fact that T1 just go for a mag PA. They see through kind of the quirkiness of VP and it's like, cool, you're trying to be the creative ones. We're just going to pick solid heroes that can skirmish, can fight, and can punish the cooldowns that Global is trying to unlock in VP's lineup.
I would like to see VP put the Silencer against the PA in lane. If you get Curse on her, she can't use her like low cooldown spells at all. And then hopefully they can buy a bunch of sentries on Lion to contest. I'm assuming this is Zephyr's Enchantress.
It's a good thing you bring that up because we saw in the Weatherman segments how T1 was able to dismantle Enchantress on Virtus Pro, but when VP played into it, they didn't put the same amount of effort into shutting this hero down. Was that a Kunkka?
Yeah, it was a Kunkka. Oh man, this is a fun draft out of VP.
Mid Doom offlane Kunkka, but potentially they could flex it up.
Wait, where's TA? Safe lane TA?
Oh no, of course. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm being silly. Yeah, it's going to be the safe lane Doom and the offlane Kunkka mid TA.
Well, I mean, we've seen safe lane TA in South America.
VP has run this
Safe
kind
lane
of double
Doom?
offlane style with a TA before.
Okay.
In this tournament specifically, so I would gravitate more towards that.
Yeah, at the major, they ran it with like a Mars safe lane, right?
Yeah, no,
that one
exactly.
didn't work as well, but I think this one is more like Dota Theory sound.
Yeah.
I think most likely, unless there's a matchup that you specifically want TA safe lane against, you are going to put that hero mid.
Yeah.
Usually, teams specifically put it safe lane against Centaur and Brood, but since Centaur sort of fell off a bit and Brood is, I mean, he's sort of been ignored this tournament, to be honest.
Banned out pretty regularly, but
not in like these last games. I think.
And you can see from the fact that we are getting to the final pick in Timbersaw, for example, for T1, this was a second phase ban. A hero that VP haven't lost with so far, and it kind of carried them to this position. So, yeah, really refreshing takes now. A minute 30 left for T1 to decide what they need. Most likely will be a mid laner to at least try and mitigate this kind of big win condition that TA is. Like, if TA has no game, it's a lot of enablers, a lot of kind of run at you, but not that kind of decisive way to like unlock Roshan. So I think maybe shutting down the TA in laning phase will be a good way for T1 to bridge the gap of the time needed for Mag and Pierre to get into the game.
Razor, Batrider are both banned.
Viper, of course, is banned, yeah.
I think they might just end up putting the Magnus mid. It's not that bad a matchup for Magnus. You can get some pretty good skewer, Shockwave into skewers.
Carl played a handful of Sand King, if you think that's any good.
They could find a hero that's good versus TA mid, like Sand King, as Tsunami is mentioning. That could work. I don't think Sand King's good versus TA mid, though.
Okay.
It's like you both sort of just farm, and it can work, but I think TA just farms too much in that matchup.
The reason I'm thinking about it is I want heroes that are kind of eager to build dispels, because that's one of the reasons why I think Silencer fell off, because Flicker exists, Stormcrafter exists, Greaves, Lotus Orb, Yules, these are all items that are very regularly built and take off the global. And so if you can get that from your mid laner, that would be great.
That's a good point. Silencer is the type of hero that, as the game goes on longer, globally becomes less and less valuable. You want to like take over the map early with that hero, because eventually their support, like the Winter Wyvern, will have a Lotus Orb or Greaves or whatever to take off global, and then you have a lot less value.
They just go for the Veno. All right, that's fair.
That's
that
just
works.
Rude against the Templar Assassin.
Especially with the Enchantress. The Enchantress against 2 range support, she should be able to take over the map. Combined with the Veno, I think you should be able to snowball off the TA matchup pretty well.
Well, these are exciting drafts, gentlemen.
Yeah, this is refreshing. Coming to a grand final, we're going to see a Silencer pick. We now got the Veno into TA that has often been banned, so we've not really been able to see the true effect that Veno has against TA, and this will be a big eye-opener too. If this game goes well for either team, it kind of puts a lot of pressure going into game 2, how they approach the draft, because this is a lot of execution and kind of thought has gone into this one. So yeah, it's an exciting game.
Which one are you favoring so far?
I think I prefer the simplicity of T1, where like the Mag, the PA, and there's the Veno for laning phase, but I guess I'm a little bit scared about how impactful Veno is. Can TA just go jungle? And will they even be able to offset the timing of Kunkka plus Doom and TA all just running around this map? So I'm a little bit worried for T1, but I have the confidence that they always have this ability to kind of come back in these slightly harder games.
Well, it's a hard game to get into grand finals, and you think it's just the teams that are competing? No, my friends. The casters are also competing for the privilege of taking this grand final commentary. Gentlemen, please enter the arena.
They're off.
Please enter the arena.
They're doing it on the wrong side.
Please enter the arena.
Please enter the arena.
Please enter the arena.
There we go. We have two of the finest analysts.
We have 2 contenders. It is a Jenkins Dota and Lacoste Dota. Please now, this is not the arena. Please go into the arena. Get in the arena.
There we go.
3, 2, 1, fight!
All right. So strong lead from Jenkins. He's been a bit more enthusiastic. Lacoste really isn't trying.
Lacoste is dead.
Wait,
Lacoste,
what?
he just died.
Wait, what?
He's dead.
That was it?
Go cast, Jenkins.
All
Go
right,
cast
Jenkins
Dota
wins.
2.
Congratulations.
Woo! Jenkins and Suns fan for game number 1.
I'm not gonna. That was a good effort, gentlemen. I think we're missing the death animation there. Not sure if that's a bug. Maybe still in beta.
That was not how that was planned.
Yeah, you didn't even realize that was the fighting arena.
No.
Well done, Jenkins.
I wasn't told. I'm never told.
All right, well, Suns fan here with Jenkins for this game 1 of a best-of-5 between T1 and VP. Both teams have looked very good. This, of course, is a rematch, as VP did win the previous series in the upper bracket finals 2-1, but all 3 games, for the most part, could have gone either way. These teams are definitely evenly matched.
You are correct, Sun Man. It seems like both of these teams have excellent late-game decision-making. They can change up what they're doing as the game is going. They're really good at figuring things out. They're not just one-trick ponies that do one style. As you can see, T1, look at this draft. This looks like an Alliance draft to me. Magnus, Wyvern opener.
Yeah.
It's
PA
either
with the Empower.
Yeah. It's either respect or disrespect. Maybe a bit of both.
We'll find out in the post-game interview if they do end up winning here, as looks like T1 are able to get 3 out of 4, if I'm not mistaken here, as they're going to pick up that last one. So not too bad start for T1.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, let's talk about these lineups, because obviously the Doom, TA, Kunkka we saw from DM. He played a literally the best Kunkka game I've ever seen for that kind of a build. And we see a support silencer. Talk to me about this hero, Jenkins.
It makes sense against the Magnus plus the Winter Wyvern opening. You have 2 heroes who are heavily reliant on bursting people with those 2 ultimates. And Silencer is just about the biggest buzzkill hero in the game for that. But I agree with what the panel was saying, that maybe a bit of what has made this hero fall off is the amount of good dispels for the global silence.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, even neutral items are giving dispels these days, so that is definitely... I mean, yeah, I never really thought about that, but, I mean, this hero isn't picked. Do you think that's the main reason towards it?
Maybe not the main reason. Another problem is the laning is a little bit weak, but, you know, when you're playing with a Magnus on the enemy team and a Doom in the safe lane, then the lane's always going to be a little bit weird, so it does feel like a decent game for it.
Mm-hmm. And then on T1 side, as we have a pause here, we talked about the Magnus. We've seen that before many a time, and Empower PA. So, I mean, PA, when she was a little bit more popular, Battle Fury was the build. And the Battle Fury has just kind of been essentially deleted, it feels like, from most heroes in the game. The Empower kind of replaces that. So, in theory, that's why I'm guessing.
Figure out what exactly they can do with PA to make it work. And Echo Saber was a pickup. I've seen a couple of Diffusal Blades. But with the Magnus, you can just go for the regular build minus the Battle Fury. He's rushing into a Deso and find a Carl.
Has to pop the Fairy Fire. The Side Blades didn't connect that time around. And this is another lane we have yet to talk about that's very interesting. It's GPK on the TA, of course, which isn't uncommon at all. But versus Venomancer, who can just take off that refraction super fast. And we'll see some action here. Torrent's going to miss. Whitemon sidestepping it, but there's the Blink Strike. DM with the right clicks to follow. Save. Looks like he's going to be first-blooded, so T1 gets the better of this exchange.
He's kind of the only person that can die in this lane very consistently. And with the level 2 on Kunkka, there's no X marks a spot, so he's just trying to set up the Torrent with pure skill. And against a PA, that's not easy. Even Enchantress has decent move speed, 320 at level 1. That's quite high. Another mass disconnect from T1.
Yep, they got some lag issues. I believe they are probably still in the hotel in Kiev, is my guess.
Yeah, there were a couple of internet outages. I was getting them less than anybody else was, though.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi was, I mean, it was just the first couple days were not great, but then after that,
they figured it out.
Taper off. But talk to me about the Venomancer. I mean, again, I brought up the refraction, but what else is there to this hero that makes it good?
Veno can take over TA's jungle. That's something. You've got the Plague Wards, and that's some of the best area control in the game, if not the best area control in the entire game. And so you can go into the TA's jungle, take up the Ancients, but you do need a supporting cast behind you. Veno can't do that alone. So these other side lanes need to go quite well for this to happen.
We see Kingslayer just harassing the absolute crap out of Cuckoo, and Glaives of Wisdom are super annoying. The fact that you can steal some int without having to get a kill these days is temporary. It's a little bit of a quality of life change for Silencer over the years.
And Kingslayer is holding his point, so he doesn't know whether he wants to go for the Arcane Curse or the Last Word, possibly depending on if he needs to save somebody with the last word, get that silence out, or go for a kill with the Arcane Curse.
Am I the only one that wishes this hero was viable enough to be carry again? I like the idea of I like the idea of ranged carries that are int, so like Lina types.
Okay, I'm with you there, but don't you hate mana burn as a concept? Isn't that one of your shticks?
No, it's just mana drain from Lion specifically.
I see. You just hate Lion. I mean, that's
I mean,
fair.
look at
That's
Lion's
fair.
face. He is the literal ugliest hero in the entire freaking game. He's so ugly, they've had to make so many different cosmetics of different color just to hide how ugly he has become.
And to be frank, they're quite horrible.
Yes, indeed. As you can see the skewer onto Kingslayer, slowed up with that Arctic Burn as well. Cuckoo continue the chase, but in the trees, Kingslayer. Yep, Shockwave is there to finish him off, and Nightfall not there in time, although
Nice little
really
punish.
be able to do much anyway.
T1 recognized Nightfall was walking away to go get a creep, picks up the Toughness Aura. Lots of armor from this Doom now because of that 5 armor that he now has to work with at level 1.
Yep.
Very nice buff to the Doom.
Incredible that when that happened, he just picked all the time after not being picked for so long. But when you play position 1, as we're going to see, oh my, the Earth Spike was there just to cancel the Tornado. Save is taking heavy damage, though, as the Chicken is actually going to fall before being able to kill off the Leon.
Bit of a bait. He did have the salve, so he could have survived one more hit there. Good discipline from Whitemon not going in.
Yeah, so continue. I mean, I'm really curious to see if DM goes for the same build he did in the series that we cast, because that was absolutely epic. That was... He went shard like right away, right?
Yeah.
I remember what the actual build-up was. He's going for Urn this time around.
Pipe shard, I think, is what he went for.
Yeah.
But he has the Urn this time, so really valuing that extra bit of damage. Mana
for sure.
regen stats.
Kingslayer. I mean, look at this damage to Zephyr. Zephyr really can't do anything about it. Nice miss there, though. Definitely planned that one.
Laning against the Silencer in terms of harass is a big pain. The problem with Silencer is the fact that he's so squishy, he can feed. But in a situation like that, where you're 1v1 trading with the support, it feels really good to be Silencer.
And back to the position 1 Doom. Is there, I mean, do you build any differently on this hero? Or is it the same kind of build, you just get it faster?
No, I think the concept of this Doom late game taking 2 heroes out of a fight.
All right. Oh, the X is just a little bit too slow, as it's actually 23 Savage not even getting the kill, but also getting X back into range of these creeps a little bit faster.
Is this the first time we've seen DM Kunkka lose a lane? I think it is.
31-5 for 23 Savage and 26-2 for DM. I mean, he's not doing terribly.
He's not getting dumpstered, but usually VP plays off of a completely snowballing offlane Kunkka.
That's true. Yep, that's the first time in memory at least, but it is against T1, of course, so their laning is nothing to scoff at for sure.
Yeah, they did get dumpstered by the Kunkka, so they look like they have a
Phantom
decent
Strike is there with the Enchant to slow. Torrent will connect, but DM is in quite a bit of trouble here. No reinforcements on the way. This is going to be yet another kill, this time to 23 Savage on the very important DM that we've been praising thus far. Save. Looks like he might get the Courier. Indeed, Earthspike only going to connect on a creep, though. But he looks to be just trying to dance his way out of here. That disgusting face of his. Not save, the Lion specifically.
Whitemon has Enchant up soon. Nice double stun.
Yeah, he is more than fine, and the slow comes out into Zephyr as well as GPK, able to secure himself an Illusion Rune. So at what point does Aveno start bothering the TA? Because so far, he's doing just fine.
It does look like he's doing just fine. The traps are a problem. The Sentry Ward coming out from Carl is definitely something that is much needed. GPK is doing a really good job at keeping his distance, so Carl's not able to gale him, but you have to be careful, because this isn't one of those lanes that TA wins, or that Veno wins by just farming. You kill the TA. And so it's all about getting a gale when the TA walks up a little too far.
Nightfall going to get that Scorched Earth off. Have the Doom available as well. Can they actually chase him down, though, is the question. He's going to go into the trees. We have some TPs coming in, trying to juke around. We see the Gale into the Poison Nova. Nightfall is just going to TP out, and the deny is there from Carl. So, in essence, nobody really dies.
Favoring VP slightly because they force out the mid laner rotation. Maybe favoring them heavily if they get a decent chunk of damage on this mid tower. It's very important.
Does have that Blightstone to help him out.
We've seen a lot of TAs do that throughout the major, where the enemy mid laner leaves and then they just dumpster the tower.
Yeah, Safe getting caught out here. The Gale has nowhere to go, but GPK trying to get the return kill at the very least, but he gets skewered back into the tier 2 RP as well. Still has that refraction up, but finally tries to attempt the TP out and will be successful. Actually to the tier 1 mid, as he has a full bottle to work with. Oh, and a trusty shovel. How nice.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Nice TP in from Cuckoo, of course, with that bot lane death.
Oh, oh my.
Oh, okay.
That is definitely the rune to get.
Not so bad.
I mean, that kobold is the end of me, personally.
That thing's the worst. Walking around with tranquil boots, it spawns, punches you. It's like, I'm only killing you out of spite.
Yeah.
You're not even worth the gold.
This is true.
Killing you. People just leave it. They don't bother.
Yeah, GPK at half HP, so he does have to be a bit careful here as the tomatoes are going to be harassing him a bit as we're seeing
here
the
we go.
impact move of the shovel. Yes.
Oh, that was such
Look at
a
this
sick
efficiency.
play.
Oh, he bottled a little bit too quick there,
Yeah,
to be
that's
fair.
a bit.
Not fully efficient there on GPK, but that's okay.
A little bit of nerves getting to GPK here, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely the nerves. I believe the tomato was running at him, so
That's
it is
gotta
quite
be
a
something.
scary sight,
Yeah,
for sure.
You don't expect to see that.
All right, but T1, I mean, this is against a Doombringer, so the fact that they're only up, I mean, they're up technically is a good sign for them to start this game out.
Goes both ways, though. We have Magnus plus PA on one side, and then on the other side we have a Doom. So both lineups are kind of supposed to outfarm the other, and it cancels out.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. 23 Savage is just going for straight Desolator after he picked up those treads, so that's pretty cool to see. And as we see a Hex in the bot lane, the 3-man gank from VP will be successful onto Zephyr. So in this instance where you're given essentially this farm from the Empower onto the PA, Deso, BKB, and then do you fight? Because typically in the old days, as in 2 months ago, it would be Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, then you fight.
I think with just the Deso you can probably fight.
Okay.
Because you have these other heroes to set up for you and protect you. It's very difficult to fight into a Winter Wyvern Curse and a Magnus RP. At the very least, you can use these to protect your carry. Just literal AoE stuns. Worst case, you use them and the carry jumps away.
Right. All right, well, Nightfall picked up his Midas. He is top net worth and doing very well. Already used his Doom, which, you know, it's one of those things where sometimes you're sitting on this spell for a really long time, but has gotten pretty good use out of it thus far. Night Slayer still only level 4, so no global signs to come, although I'm not sure who took the tome on their team. Might have been Whitemon, or maybe they're still delivering it, not sure. Either way, what kind of impact is the global silence going to have this game? Because do you have to itemize to try to get like a Lotus Orb or a Greaves or something like that to be able to work around it?
Not necessarily. I think one problem with picking Silencer into Magnus is that, yes, Magnus is based pretty hugely on winning team fights with RP. That is a factor. But also, you hit creeps, you farm stacks. Veno's the same thing. You can control areas of the map with the wards and get farm that other heroes couldn't get. So T1 is perfectly fine with farming and just ignoring the global by virtue of not fighting. You just... if the global never gets used, it's not a problem.
Yeah, and you can see Carl going for the Invoker build. Brown Boots, Spirit Vessel, and now Midas is next. So we are seeing like a huge resurgence, I feel like, in Hand of Midas in the last 3 weeks, I want to say, that it was just not built on basically any hero. Maybe Doom and Invoker are the only two, but now we're just seeing it almost every game from these teams.
I really wanted to ask in the interview T1 about their Midas, like when they think Midas is good, because like you said, you don't see it. It's only like late into the major that we started seeing it. But unfortunately, or fortunately, Whitemon was the interviewee, so he's a support player. I'm sure he's just like, God damn my cores, why are they buying Midases every game? I didn't want to, spark any.
I forget, was
past
it
trauma.
T1 or VP that had 2 Midases, and we were talking about how they had to just kind of delay because they were against kind of a push lineup, and then they ended up just winning with the Midases shortly after.
Yeah, that was VP.
That, I literally don't even understand the concept here. We're going to see the Earth Spike into the boat and the death again for Mr. Zephyr himself. So 1K net worth lead here for VP, as obviously Doom is carrying the load here.
Here's my theory on the Midas, and keep in mind, I'm an idiot.
Okay, yep, we knew that.
So it's hard to push towers because of TPs. They're huge now, right? You can TP in a long distance in any of these trees. You cannot just Quelling Blade trees down and prevent TP locations now. So that's one thing. Pushing is hard. And then number 2, there's all of these little tree paths to hide in now. So juking around the map and delaying the game is much easier than it was before. Before, if you split pushed, you would die. And these days, if you think that your team is good at hiding and being annoying, and T1, these are the guys building Midas, this is exactly what we see their supports doing every game, just sitting in trees, feeding or TPing out at low HP. And so I think that lends itself to playing this kind of delayed, there's a timer on you because we have Midas' style, because you think you can delay the game for long enough that the Midas has come into play. That's at least my theory on it.
So what you're saying is Hand of Midas recipe will be increased by another 100 gold.
Possibly. I don't think this sort of thing would work in pubs, though. I think you need a full lineup that is committed to...
By the way, after all this talk, he's changed his mind. I think he might be listening in. He's like, you know what? I'm sick and tired of them talking about Hand of Midas. Let's just go for a Yule set.
It's more like if Suns fan and Jenkins are saying that this is good, it's got to be complete garbage.
I never said it was good. I'm just interested that people are buying.
You're pretending to be interested in what I was saying.
No, Hand of Midas is an interesting item. I'm not making that up. As Nightfall has his Blink Dagger now, and you can see that VP is smoking on a couple member here. Carl will be a very big kill if they want to go for him. They can see the courier is on its way. Nightfall jumps in. Carl, there's the Doom coming on, but it's going to cost him the Poison Nova. The Finger is there to finish him off as well, as Nightfall is going to get RP'd in turn. Cuckoo finds that kill himself, so it's a 1-for-1 with save being the second now in favor of T1. So a really good turnaround with these TPs.
I'm realizing that this was a really great Veno pick for more reasons than just the fact that it counters TA. Of course, you also have the Kunkka, which the Veno counters because the boat wears off eventually, and then all of the Veno dots will kill the target. But also, if you Doom Veno and he gets all of his abilities off, the Doom was wasted. So it seems really good to just put the Veno in front and have him be the Doom target.
And Global Silence was used in that fight, which I have to go back and see if that was actually a little bit too early or not. But I mean, T1 ends up on top in terms of the trades there overall. But still, very even game as expected between these two juggernaut teams. I mean, if I was picking, I know this is a little biased because we just watched the animation or whatnot, but top 4 teams in the world, these two would be in them. And VP is the only one that's like the question mark just because of the LAN performances.
Yeah, I agree.
But when you see them play online, it's just night and day from what we saw at the major itself.
There seems to be a correlation between teams that have a lot of fun, that are high rank, and winning. People that have fun are good.
That's not always true. I mean, EG at TI5, that was a miserable group.
That's true. I can confirm that.
I think everybody can confirm that. That's pretty obvious from afar. As Zephyr still in the trees here, save, trying to wrap around. Yep, there we go. The Hex. Earth Spike to follow with the Urn. And the Shark is coming. This will be an eventual kill onto Zephyr again, which, again, he's been kind of doing this thing on the Winter Wyvern, just trying to create space. You talked about the idea of just hanging around in the trees, delaying the push, and
classic Zephyr.
That's what he's doing.
He expects this sort of thing at that point, and I think T1 does as well. But it's something you have to do if you're VP. You can't let a support sit there and counter push and delay. They're basically putting the onus on you to dive them to get that tower. So VP, they do it.
As DM looks to be, I thought he was finishing the Spirit Vessel. Maybe it's on the way right now, but either way, he's going for the pipe next. Maybe the Spirit Vessel's...
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Yeah, figured that much.
Casual Hood against the Veno. This does make sense.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that just the healing over time, as well as the magic resistance, is enough often to survive through all of the Veno spells.
Yeah, I just hope to God that he goes again for that shard, because that's going to be very, very entertaining. A GPK with so much damage right here. You see the X marks into the Torrent. That's going to be a freebie onto Whitemon, as we have mass disconnections in the middle of the fight.
Oh, that's not good timing.
Not good timing at all.
Then again, I suppose they're global, so it's not like they could have pressed spells.
This is true.
But Veno does have a Yules.
Yeah, we can see that the Doom is applied right now to Cuckoo on the Magnus. So he's probably going to die here as well. And the Global Silence, it's almost done though, so we'll see if the Venomancer can do anything. I mean, they do have the Yules, so that takes off the Global. Although at this point, it's no point in using it probably. And yeah, this is going to be a freebie with the Finger of Death charge. Double kill for DM, and we'll see if they can turn this into a Roche potentially. Deso now onto GPK. And with this 5v3 situation. I mean, this is the beauty of having a Venomancer. You can always put these wards to at least get some vision in the pit. X marks onto Carl, though. Of course, VP know they have the numbers advantage right here. Nice Yules dodging a little bit there, but the boat is coming. Will connect. The follow-up. Yep. Nightfall jumps in, takes the Poison Nova, basically just to him. He's going to try to TP out, but there's the curse to cancel it. And another pause. Okay.
That's just a BM pause on Nightfall. He fed in a pub the other night.
It seems to be a very common trend this game to have a double pause. The Discord is always the second one, right?
Of course. GPK was side-blading off of Plague Wards to get that kill. That was one of those very strange long-range poke kills on the Venomancer where if they commit to that, maybe they just die to the Wyvern Curse. And so they had to do that from long range with like 3 different random abilities. X, of course, probably the easiest thing to hit from long range.
I think they're ready to go. And Nightfall's in a lot of trouble here. He's getting beat on by his friend. And of course, that Poison Nova is still applied. Oh, he's going to tick out. I guess that was the Poison Sting on top of it. And Zephyr now getting chased. Look at the damage. Trying to get the side blades, but not going to be in range here. And T1 still delaying pretty successfully. And now with Nightfall down, see if VP actually want to continue on here. X marks onto Whitemon, but yeah, no follow-up here. So T1 successfully defend Roche. Did cost them a couple lives, but they'll take it.
The Spear Vessel on DM is a real problem for T1 right now. They can't just run a hero in and save them with the Winter Wyvern, which is what most people have been doing to start their fights. They can't even run Whitemon in on Enchantress. You can see how little the healing did there. And if any other damage sources come out, I think Whitemon just dies. He's so squishy at this point other than the heal.
Save has a blink, by the way. 18-minute blink on Lion. That seems pretty fast.
Yeah, that's very fast.
Going for the Ghost up to next. So they're going to have that blink Hex. I mean, they have pretty good initiation overall and obviously really good catch. And that's on top of the global silence potential, which I mean, we've seen a couple times, but maybe hasn't had the biggest impact yet. But still pretty early on.
The global?
Yeah.
It's hard to see the impact of it.
That's what I'm saying. It's difficult to see.
Because nothing happens, like literally.
There's no sound either. You know?
That's true. You can't hear the impact of it.
Yeah, as we can see, the typical build here from Zephyr has that Holy Locket. We'll be getting the Cold Embrace heal at level 10 in all likelihood. Getting some nice extra gold from this Philosopher's Stone as well.
23
here that continues not to get banned. And Tier 1 tower is just going to be given up here. It looks like Torrent's going to connect, but no follow-up. And T1. Oh, the RP going to catch DM. Skewers into the other side here. It's going to get Galed on top of that, and it looks like VP just want to let him go. The boat comes out, but not a whole lot of damage done here. So T1, get the free pickoff. Well, free. Nothing's free in life, Jenkins. I don't know if anybody ever told you that, but
I've never heard that before.
It cost the Magnus ult.
Yeah.
There's always a cost.
There's always Lacoste?
That's right.
He is at every event. That's true.
Yeah.
Maybe it was
warranted, though.
Somebody was mentioning on the panel that Magnus is a counter to these disengage spell or these kind of big team fight ultis and these disengage spells because you skewer people so far away that nothing can be pressed on the person that gets gone on. And it's cool. We see it there. The RP into skewer out. It's like even if VP was in position, they can't save the skewer target. It's too far away. Their formation is broken immediately by that. These repositioning abilities have been so strong for this reason in the past, and this is exactly why Pudge is really strong right now.
Wow, I was wondering where you were going for that, so I appreciate that very much.
I'm just kidding. Please, Ice Frog, buff my boy.
He's never going to get buffed again, I don't think. But no, that's very true. I mean, the one thing is if there was global silence, you can't do that, right? Once the RP is off, you're just going to get global silence and you can't skewer anymore. But of course, they are itemizing to a degree. He's building a Yules right now, which obviously not the most common item to find on the Magnus. But the Dispel is going to be ultra important here.
Carl's going for Greaves as well, so we're going to have 2 types of Dispel on him. And the Greaves feels a lot better because you don't have to sit for 2.5 seconds doing nothing, which effectively is a disable whenever he globals, and you know that's exactly what you want. You use that to disable people. But going for the Yules first just because it's cheaper and guaranteeing that there's going to be something to take that off, and then doubling back for the Greaves.
That's definitely a good choice. But Still kind of a farm game right now. Not a ton of action. The first Roche was semi-attempted at first, and then it kind of got broken up with a couple kills on each respective side. I mean, who does this current pace of the game benefit the most, you think? Because there's Doom on one side, and then there's PA with the Empower on the other.
T1, I think that he's probably going to, on 23 Savage, eventually get a Rapier, and with that timing, there is going to be very little that VP can do other
Got
than...
a 4-man smoke, a 3-man smoke here from VP. They want to defend this Roshan. DM's getting caught out for now. Spirit Vessel's applied to him. Has the X. Oh, the instant Hex on a Cuckoo. Very nicely done as Whitemon's taking a ton of damage from afar. GPK doing work. Nightfall jumps in. You can see the Global Silence into the Doom, onto the Magnus. And that is going to be the first kill in this fight for VP. A big, big one. He does have buyback, though, so if they overextend, he definitely get back into this fight.
And that trap is just out of range of this Sentry Ward. So T1 doesn't realize, but VP, they know the exact status of Roshan as that's happening. There's no way they can get away with that, which is exactly why VP is smoking.
Yeah, they have smoke. Of course, Global Silence and Doom are down, but they know that Magnus is dead for another 15 seconds, so perhaps they can get a pick off before he respawns.
Zephyr would be a really important kill.
Oh, Zephyr, yep. The instant Hex into the disabled. The double stun. He actually jumps into it with a PA. 23 Savage pops the BKB, though, and blows up Save with the coup de grace. Now he's just getting pounded in by TA. Jumped on the other side. We see a Winter's Curse delaying the fight, so 23 Savage can actually get some damage here. Poison Nova from Carl onto DM, who's now in the trees here, completely surrounded by the PA, getting pounded. A nice cold embrace, but there's the skewer into the double RP from Cuckoo. Shockwave to follow. Double kill on 23 Savage as T1 are masterful in these fights. 23 Savage might finally tick down, but it cost them the entirety of VP. And Roche is still at half HP, and despite not having the PA, see if they can finish it off themselves or have to wait for him in the end.
Bit of a false sense of security there from VP, having that information in the pit, knowing that they can do a smoke wraparound there, picking off Zephyr, but he has buyback, and then they're fighting right into that T1 ward, which lets 23 kind of juke around this fight, even at low HP. They could never get him.
That was a nice impale.
It was. It was a really great start, but the insta-burst, as well as the BKB, there's nothing that goes through this, and TA does not have any evasion piercing right now, so...
Yeah, 23 Savage did such a good job of kind of going in and out and just being an annoying presence.
I like that he jumped to Carl as well, using Carl as kind of a backbone for this fight, where it's like, you know what?
Oh!
You're going to kill me, you're going to take all of Venomancer's spells as well. And then all of this just sets up, because they're so desperate to kill 23 for the beautiful 2-man RP from Cuckoo.
As you can see, T1... Oh, for once, they're not
look
jovial.
They're
very serious, yeah.
That makes me a little worried for them.
They're taking this very seriously. This is the grand finals, after all. All right, so they didn't wait, or they did wait for the PA. I guess they just have no damage, really, from Roche's perspective, despite it being at half HP. So now they're going to be in there.
Bro, this trap is still a real problem. It's right outside of 2 Sentry Wards.
Yeah. All right, well, the Torrent's going to connect on the Centaur, as this is a very slow Roche without 23 Savage there, which, again, like you said, the information's already there for VP. For the
VP
status.
They don't need to rush anything because of the trap. This is so inconvenient. I don't think it's really cool positioning from the trap. I mean, usually the Sentry Ward's a little bit closer to the pit, but because supports obviously don't want to get caught out of position, they just kind of put it as close as they can get safe.
Oh my goodness. All right, we have an Aghanim Scepter on 23 Savage, by the way.
Yeah, the usual build.
That's awesome.
The usual
build
build
take
for
off
this?
silence.
Oh, wait, take off silence.
Yes. Well, we have Skewer back in, but the Global Silence to follow. 23 Savage jumps in. GPK is BKB, though, so not a lot of damage done in the end. We see the Tidal Wave coming out as well. Our Spike's going to connect only onto one, and now the Force Staff keeping GPK healthy. Shockwave is there as well. Nightfall actually pops his BKB here. No death somehow.
No
might break the fight up here. The Torrent will connect. I mean, it's a basic Dispel, but I guess you can't cast it if you're Global Silence.
Because it is a spell.
You have to get Satanic for that, I guess, yeah. But that is such a cool act. We'll talk about that in just a moment, but I feel like this is a very important Roche that both teams have spent so many resources trying to defend. And of course, T1 going back and forth. They still have not gotten this trap.
If only they knew that trap was there, VP would be so much more worried about Roshan because they wouldn't know the status of it. They have to go fight. But they know that if Roche is standing on that trap, the T1's not taking it.
Tidal Wave. Oh, 23 Savage with the double damage now. That is pretty big.
Pretty dank with the Aghanim Scepter. Too.
Absolutely.
Insta-burst.
There's no global silence for a bit here. So T1 should feel relatively safe. Another 45 seconds for that to come up. Tidal Wave again coming. This is such an annoying spell. Of course, Boat has such a low cooldown. It can spend that basically any point. But we're going to see the Centaur stun start things out. And there's the BKB jumping from 23 Savage. The death of Kingslayer buys back into the game, though. And now the Boat coming in. Look at these side blades from GPK off of the Plague Words. Like you said earlier, they might be able to steal this. GPK now in the pit. Whitemon trying to get in there as well. Cuckoo misses the skewer, though. Roshan is snatched. GPK takes it for himself. 23 Savage now trying to get out. Gets Doom, but it's the Lotus Orb Doom. So that is 2 targets that can't do anything now. All right, Cold Embrace applied to 23 Savage. Now the Curse applied as well as TA is just beating the crap. That's going to be a dieback onto Kingslayer. Now the chase is onto 23 Savage, but the Doom has finally run out. And now he's going to jump in and absolutely blow up everybody. GPK does get out the refraction. Finally, the Aegis is popped. Nightfall in the triangle. Looks like it's going to be 5, but GPK is completely surrounded. Double kill for 23 Savage. So VP, they get the Aegis. T1 gets the Roche, technically, and it was only Roche number 1.
I love watching these two teams team fight.
It's crazy.
There's so much going on between the tidal waves, GPK hitting the Plague Wards, getting the pure damage, the Lotus Orb, the backline protection coming from T1. 23 Savage constantly playing on low HP. Can he actually get up? He's constantly playing on low HP. He's doomed, but he's playing around his team. The Greaves are keeping him alive. Like, T1 is playing so together and around the high ground.
Look at these side blades, dude. Oh my god. That must have been like
look
max
how low
range
23
there.
is. And he still did so much in this fight.
Yeah. Well, you get fully healed.
That does help a lot. Yes, that does help. Look at the tidal wave onto the high ground.
Yeah, actually pushed 23 Savage out of the pit.
It separates him, but then the Lotus Orb Doom.
Yeah.
Cuckoo's in position, and then everybody's playing on the high ground on T1. They know if they just frontline with these two tanky heroes.
This Golden Face is so stupid. He's literally unkillable. Finger of Death, they put 2 different ults on him here. Yeah, I don't know, man. This spell's pretty busted right now. But either way, like, the execution from both sides is so crisp. Really a joy to watch both of these teams play.
It's got to be so frustrating for either side to lose a team fight. It's like, good lord, what else could we have pressed? And I look at this as a Dota player and I think, I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay, well, 23 Savage, yeah, he's finding Kingslayer outside the Roche pit. You can see Saves in there as well. Blinks out to safety after the Earthspike comes out, but Kingslayer looks to be mega dead here. Okay, so let's talk about this Aghanim Scepter. Well, first, Doom got an Ags himself. This is a really early one, so this will apply the break, which is huge against PA, obviously, and also lasts for 6 seconds longer for the Doom. So if you get that, you win the fight pretty much every time, I feel like. And the fact that it disables the coup de grace as well, actually. So you're even right-clicking. Like, typically, if you're one of these heroes that gets Doom, you can still right-click to some degree, but PA is literally useless now. That's a really good pickup.
The interesting thing about this Aghanim Scepter that 23 got is if he gets jumped by Doom, he's got that little bit of fade time where he can disjoint as Doom is casting it, and then he can blink away. So instead of going for something along the lines of a Lincoln Sphere, he's trusting that, oh, speaking of the Doom, no vision.
Oh, did they even see Nightfall?
They briefly saw him.
Okay.
But it's a cool concept to...
Yeah, so basically, Blur has a much lower cooldown. You can instantly cast it. It'll give you a basic Dispel, but of course you can't use it when silenced.
0.5 seconds of Vanish, which is enough to cast the Phantom Strike away and enough for Cuckoo to also put the Lotus Orb on.
And then kind of the, well, I was going to say coup de grace, but that wouldn't really make sense. Oh, we're going to have to hold on to that thought here. As Gale will connect on the Nightfall, has to pop his BKB pretty early. Ooh, Lotus Orb. He pumped the Doom, but there's the Winter's Curse. GPK is beating the absolute crap again out of him. There's the Global Silence to follow. Nightfall can't get off his Doom in time. Ends up dropping, but there's the RP. It's only going to connect onto one, though. It's Kingslayer getting chased by 23 Savage, who now wants to focus on GPK with a Spirit Vessel applied right now. Arctic Burn as well, so no refraction for you. GPK gets Yules right outside his base, and it looks like he's going to be brought down in the end. Triple kill for 23 Savage. He has entered beast mode. I mean, they played that against the Doom perfectly well. GG is called. Wow. Awesome game.
T1 is looking mega scary, dude.
Both teams.
Yeah. It's crazy to see on one side the team fight execution I've just never seen two teams team fight like this before.
Yeah. It feels like it's scattered to a degree, but kind of on purpose. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, well,
they're having their own separate fights sometimes, but yeah,
I don't remember who it was
masterful.
during the major, but they described it like kind of a dance that's happening where you have the,
A do-si-do?
yeah, certain people going in that they're trying to bait spells on. You have the supports in the back line playing around vision on the high ground that can save. People kind of rotating in and out based on who has the defensive abilities up. And how many times are we going to see T1 win fights like 4v8? I feel like that's every game with them.
Usually when there's like a big standoff, it gets boring. That Roche standoff was so
That was
entertaining.
sick. That was
like
good.
almost 10 minutes, I feel like, of just this very tense feeling. That was... Yeah, I'd have to look at the replay again, but luckily we don't have to look at the replay because our analysts are still here. Let's go over to them and see what they have to say.
That's right. I've memorized the entirety of the game. I will draw you each picture frame by frame, or we can maybe just save that for Purge after the break. But I hope you enjoyed game number 1. It's always a blowout whenever VP and T1 go against each other, as we saw last time they met. Let's see what happens in game number 2 after the break.
Love the touch, but never love the feeling. Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Whenever your heart is broken, don't ever forget you're golden. I will find a light in your soul, I'll be there. Never leaving you in the darkness, even when you're out of focus. I will be the light in your life, you'll see clear. I'll be your inspiration, 'cause I know that you'll do just what you're told. I'll be your hard-earned temptation, 'cause I know that you'll make it on your own.
Yeah. Unknown Brain, Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day, yeah. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you frowning, see you looking down and out, coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music. I'm saying
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day, yeah. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lights, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun.
Yep, as expected, the fact that we have Viper go through this time VP, they give it up because they are not first pick, they are banning the Doom themselves, entering the second phase, they're taking away the Enchantress. If we look a little bit more towards the openings, I think Abaddon Viper, I think VP have already run this once before in the tournament, but it is very potent to deal with because I think Viper going between mid and off lane, the Skadi, the Dragonlance, I like that style of build. Don't do this ATOS stuff anymore. Don't try and become a hero that you're not. Don't try and lock down heroes. Just be a turret that just chips and chips and chips.
Yeah, VP, they sort of baited out this first pick Viper, though. They had a plan ready for it.
Exactly, yeah.
At least with the Lina. I don't know if Wyvern's supposed to be good with Viper. Maybe he is, because Wyvern just seems to heal versus everything. But yeah, they seem to have swapped support duos. VP just saw that Wyvern Enchantress winning T1 the game last time.
Wait, so
take it.
expand on why is Lina a good response to Viper?
Lina's very good in lane versus Viper, so you'll win that lane. And I think in the game, Viper's the type of hero where it's hard for you to deal with mixed types of damages. You can't itemize for all of that plus get BKB. And Lina's just a really high damage hero, so you can just kill that Viper. The Crosa skin doesn't do much to Lina's Fiery Soul.
Okay, but with the support duo of already being Enchantress and Winter Wyvern, what's stopping T1 from turning this into an offlane Cuckoo Viper?
I think I was going to say that should kind of be the avenue that might look to go down. But also because you have the Enchantress maybe laning into that as well, we just saw the effectiveness of the creep bodying these offlaners. It's the same principle. You now have a Lina to deal with Viper mid and Enchantress to deal with Viper offlane.
Yeah, one of the best ways to deal with these flexible picks is you just make one lane where they can't go in.
Yeah.
If they go into this lane, then you're at a draft advantage. If they flex it to the other lane, then it's a lot easier to draft against.
Yeah, VP, they need to have this big offlane presence now. Realistically, they might not want to go Tide because of the Viper, but they need some like Tide-esque hero who will kind of just happily stand in front and allow these three ranged heroes to play behind.
And sounds to me like a Centaur has been picked up by VP to be their offlaner, and they've banned out a few of the heroes that would be tough to deal with. They banned out the Monkey King. Ursa is still available in the pool, although 23 Savage has not been playing it too much.
Yeah, it's pretty good Centaur in the idea of there's one stun right now for T1, right? It's like the Earth Spike. Sure, a Hex as well, but if you get that Stampede, you're going to be able to run away even if you're Hexed. And I think that alone is going to be pretty helpful, and why VP picked it with such confidence. Unlike these other heroes, like we haven't really seen Centaur at the major, but this is kind of one of those times where no lockdown, you can somewhat be enabled.
I still find it wild how far Mars fell off the face of the earth from the Animajor to this tournament, and how Centaur has just overtaken him in popularity. These offlaners, they go through fads, it seems.
Yeah, it's basically how all pro teams work, right? Like if you ever listen to the captains and it's like, why'd you pick this hero? Sometimes it is just a single player coming to the boot camp or coming to the pre-scrim chat or whatever going, I just want to play this hero today. It's like, why? It's like, I just think it's good.
Yeah. And their response for 23 Savage in this Centaur lane is going to be Wraith King.
I think the key read for this is when you have double hills, it's about prolonging fights and kind of just the chip damage that you have, or kind of at least enabling cores to continuously do chip damage. And Wraith King is one of those heroes that thrive in these engagements because, you know, Ench and Wyvern aren't going to be the ones killing off the Wraith King, nor is a Centaur. There's a lot of enabling heroes on VP, but no one who decisively can kill a hero 100 to 0, and especially twice in a row. And that's why I think T1 did go for this Wraith King in the end.
Yeah, I think Wraith King's a strong hero, and you can identify that the enemy team doesn't have the ability to kill you without using a lot of resources,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
If they can trade out the Stampede, all of a sudden their Viper and Lion can have a lot more impact in their disables once Stampede is done. You trade Stampede for a Wraith King ulti, I think T1 are very happy with that.
What is the mid Lina build you like these days, Curtis?
I like the ones where they go into right click. So
like the AC style of build?
Well, they usually go like, what do they usually go? Like Travels, Yos, BKB, Daedalus.
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
And so the reason I asked that is because you'd think that typically Lina, okay, I blow Laguna Blade on Wraith King's first life, then how am I going to kill him a second time? I've seen core Lina deal a ton of right-click damage in a short period of time.
That is true for sure. If she can get to the point where she gets to get one big damage in him, this hero does insane amounts of damage. I think she has really high int gain, and Fiery Souls, I mean, it's plus like 300 attack speed.
This could be for VP. Like, they do have last pick in the draft, so talking about their carries somewhat, you know, underwhelming, but I still think they could be gravitating towards like a maybe a Jug or even a rare one like a Weaver. Just because you have like, the lack of stuns and the laning phase, you're going to be able to quickly run over your opponent and maybe invade that jungle quite cleanly. But anyway, T1 have the final pick in the first pick, sorry, in the draft. So let's maybe look towards that.
I would like to see VP go for a more early game focused lineup than they have in the past.
Exactly.
I think when they beat T1, they were outplaying them in the early game, and T1 was winning games by sort of outplaying VP in the mid to late game. You sort of had that dynamic. If you go into the mid game sort of a little bit ahead on VP, I think the game becomes even because T1s are a bit better at that. And then, I mean, VP, it's not like they're slouches in the mid-late game. They can definitely hold their own, but I don't know. T1s look phenomenal in this tournament.
Yeah, this ban from T1, the lifesteal, it does indicate that the Viper will just most likely be off lane, because I feel like you want to take away these heroes that have their own sustainability in lane. Same thing with kind of like the Morphling. And I think right now T1 are kind of offering VP this Juggernaut as like the obvious pick, but like this is going to sound a bit left field, but even like a, you know, like a cheeky little Lycan. Let's bring that bad boy. You know, VP just picked Silencer. Why not go for Lycan? Aui's eyes just popped. Was like, no, what is he saying? Stop talking.
They might go Lycan.
I think it looks pretty good right now, right?
Yeah, I think that hero is really bad.
Yeah, I agree, but
I'm not sure. I saw in the C DPC that, who is it? Logun beat TNC with Lycan safe lane and Pudge Lion off lane. So it's Dota. Anything can work.
There we go. That's what I like
Apparently,
to hear.
Pudge Lion can beat Troll Enchantress safe lane.
And T1 need to pick up probably their mid laner, or it could be off laner. Something was picked. What is it going to be? It's
Magnus. Okay, sure. It worked wonders in the first game. It's going to be able to do it again. But this time, the way in which Magnus is played is through Abaddon is kind of running in, Wraith King's running in. They're happily soaking up all the damage, and then suddenly Magnus will connect with that big RP because of how easy the vision is obtained in these fights.
It also makes it a little bit harder for VP to do their last pick. You can still lane Viper into Lina. It's not like some super unplayable matchup. It's just Lina does better than most. So now they can sort of flex it between offlane and mid with Magnus and Viper.
And these semi-carries that we've been mentioning, be it like the meme Lycan or the Weaver or whatever, you don't really want to pick them into a Mag plus Wraith King style lineup because it will accelerate his farm too quickly that your timing to win the game with a skirmishing style carry is complete. It's like so hard to play in that window.
Yeah, originally I was thinking Juggernaut for sure for VP, but I think Magnus fares pretty well versus that hero. Can skewer out. The Luna's already banned, which was the other hero I thought would go pretty well for them. There's a lot of carries banned. I'm not too sure what Nightfall is looking at right now.
Oh, they just go for the Juggernaut, sure.
Oh, they go for it anyways.
Yeah,
okay.
fair.
So why'd you say that Jug is good against? I mean, Mag is good against Jug.
Well, I mean, you can skewer out of the spin in lane, so you don't have much kill threat, and you can RP through his BKB. Yeah. On the other hand, though, you can do pretty well in lane on Jug. You just have low BAT and a crit, so you can just hit him a lot.
The main thing here from
so
VP...
it's Viper offlane.
Yeah, it's Viper offlane. That's the main thing, right? They picked the Jug because they needed a carry to play into this offlane Viper. They needed a way to sustain through that damage. Healing Ward is very strong, of course, the spin. And Virtus Pro this time, they're not going to try and play a game where they happily farm for 15-20 minutes and then spend like 8 minutes at Roshan. This is a completely different style where they're going to try to play their laning phase, connect with an early active Lina, a strong laning phase of Jug, and then try and take the fight to T1.
I'd like to see them bring Winter Wyvern to their safe lane pretty early. Their laning Enchantress, or whoever the second support is. Because I think Viper should be free kills. Any Enchantress creep that gives you anything to cancel TPs, Viper will die to a spin and Arctic Burn.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I mean, like, this is less off the wall than game number 1, just because there's no silencer, and so I'm already more encouraged by VP. But I will say that first phase Lina, it seems very, very specific to this whole Viper thing.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
The main thing is T1 didn't change their style coming into the second game. They're keeping the same kind of philosophy. It's Virtus Pro there. Lost game 1, they've adapted. They got a little bit more, punch, a little bit more fight. There we go. And then they're going to try and take it to their opponent.
Let's see if it works out. Let's pass it over to our casters, Suns fan and hostage situation.
What is this? What are you guys doing? Oh, the squirt action is in. And finally, I have a professional next to me. Not some disgusting filth that some people call Jenkins without pronouncing the J. Lacoste!
Yeah, I just want to secure my TI spot.
Oh, okay.
I do not want him to cast all the games.
That's a good plan. But you're sitting next to me, which I feel like counteracts that plan to some degree. But, well, good effort. Good effort overall. As you get situated, we're going to talk about this game. VP versus T1, game 2 of this best of 5 grand finals. T1, of course, with that game 1 victory. Both teams looking really sharp, as this smoke is going to be broken up to a degree by Carl here, who's getting pinged now. What are your thoughts on this lineup from both respective sides, Mr. Lacoste?
I feel like the story of these two teams throughout this whole tournament has been how to either counter Enchantress or how to get the most out of the Enchantress in the laning stage. So I want to see how many sentries Enchantress is going to buy to be able to get the big creep and do something in the lane. This is a position 4 Enchantress this time around. Wyvern will be played as Kingslayer, so that means 5. But talking about the drafts in general, whenever I see Lion, it always just feels good to have him. They also pick Juggernaut into BKB piercing ability, which is mag, and also you have Viper on top of it. It doesn't stop him from TPing, but still goes through magic immunity.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these. I mean, talked about this last game, but Wyvern is basically picked every single game, as we've seen, and teams are starting to adjust a bit. You have Viper Strike for it, along with Nether Toxin. You have the burst damage from Lion as well. So, and of course, you can skewer the very stationary targets. So teams are really ready for this Wyvern. Do you think it's still strong enough to pick? Because last game, I mean, a couple scenarios where the Cold Embrace is just ridiculous.
This is just a hero that if you don't have the tools to deal damage through the heal, it's like you pretty much win the game off of that.
Yeah. So do you think they have enough tools this time around?
Lion with the finger possibly. Viper is okay-ish, nothing spectacular. I guess my top 3 would be Invoker, Spirit Vessel.
Okay.
Ton of damage coming out from him. Either that, maybe Timbersaw. Maybe
Okay.
Timbersaw is the top 1 for me. And then I think Sanking is a pretty damn good one.
Oh, all right. Can we get all 3 of those in the same lineup one of these days? That'd be great. Just terrific. But yeah, still some burst at least on their side as T1 getting things kicked off here in the top lane. DM getting pressured a bit on this Centaur War Runner as Whitemon's going to take the brunt of the damage from this Arctic Burn from Kingslayer. But let's talk about this mid lane. This is always the most interesting lane in general. It's going to be GPK on the Lina versus Carl's Magnus, as the LSA is actually going to miss here.
Carl doing a much better job than I expected. Like, first couple of waves might be a bit rough with the Magnus. You're playing into Lina, so there's always going to be that harassment coming out from the just either right clicks or LSA. You get close, top lane.
That is first blood. Down goes DM. So T1 off to a good start in this lane. Of course, they have the double stun potential here with the Wraith King and the Lion. Overall, pretty strong lane in general. And we actually saw, I forget who it was that maxed out Wraith Fire Blast. I forget.
Yeah, there was a one
purpose
game.
for that
I don't
was.
also remember which one was it, but this was like a fighting Wraith King. I believe there was reason why, because they had agility hero on a mid lane that also scales, so you just wanted to be able to buy a bit more time, fight early on with the team. This time around, no shenanigans, Vampiric Spirit, 2 points in it, going into Armlet, which I really like, because it's a guaranteed crit off your Armlet with the Mortal Strike.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, we've been seeing basically the same build, Armlet into Radiance most of the time. Radiance or Armlet allows you to just fight right away, and then Radiance kind of secures the game in a lot of these times where you just snowball as the Wraith King.
Against Alliance, he decided to go for a different item build, just Armlet into Blink Dagger, because they needed to execute the combo better. They had the Grimstrokes, a double stun, double doom. Made a lot of sense in just being able to jump the backlines.
Yeah, we have Mr. Juggernaut himself, Nightfall. This is not a hero we get to see that often anymore, despite most people saying he's still good. But why don't we see this hero more often?
There's so many BKB piercing abilities, and since Wyvern gained a lot of popularity, it's just, I'm not going to say unplayable, but it's really tough. There's always going to be a threat killing your own teammates. Heal, you can't use Omni Slash on top of it, and it feels like Juggernaut just needs a steroid at the moment, needs to be paired up with the Magnus, which is something that Alliance did very effectively in one of their games. Lina, 19 against 17 on the mid lane. GPK putting a ton of pressure on Mag.
Yeah, Carl has to skewer out. And I mean, basically the CS is close to being even. Not a huge advantage either side, but
Juggernaut just using a spin casually to show which
dominance.
Abilities he has. Very nice.
You got to make sure it works for sure. He actually has a Battle Fury queued up. So this is an item that feels like you can't buy these days, or at least players are not buying.
For a reason, it's just too slow. Especially if Wraith King gets Armlet, you show up in a fight with possibly like a broadsword, maybe a claymore, or just a ring. You actually don't do much compared to Wraith King, who could potentially just have 2 lives. You can't burst him. There's just not enough damage early on.
That is a big courier. That's a Ring of Health for DM. So obviously the Vanguard is what he's going for. Is they're going to get the Earth Spike in the top lane, but don't think they're going to be able to find a kill as Kingslayer or 23 Savage, I should say, is just focusing on the creeps here. But yeah, I mean, the typical build that we've been seeing when Juggernaut is picked is kind of the Maelstrom into either SNY or Manta, depending on which is better, into Shard. Do a lot of damage with the Blade Fury, gives you the extra move speed, gives you more options later in the game. Then into attack speed, into like an Aghanim Scepter or something like that. But Battle Fury, we'll see. We'll see what he does with that if he actually continues to build into it.
Might change his mind. If he buys a full ring, then he's committed. Like, you can't turn that ring into anything, so we'll have to see. Cuckoo, it's just gonna TP out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, all right, canceled it.
Get a kill here.
Yeah, Blade Fury with the impetus damage. He pops the Fairy Fire. This is gonna be pretty close. Nightfall taking a lot of damage from the tower, puts down the healing ward in turn, and both players are actually gonna live. I think Cuckoo was TPing the base, right? So I think it might have been one of those fake outs where he was hoping that they would just back off and let him go.
Might actually backfire. If you need to walk back from the base while they killed you and you use 100 gold PP, that's pretty big. I love the Cuckoo. I think AUI talked about him as being the best Viper throughout the major. Not going for Road of Atos type of a build. We're going to see that one again on the replay. He's TPing tier 1 tower, but it's a long TP because Abba already TP'd, so he had to stop. He realized, you know, they might still go for me. It's going to take some time.
Save. Has the Centaur creep. Carl getting pressured again. We'll have to skewer to safety. Level 6 right now as the Centaur continues on. Not sure if they can actually pressure this any further, but there is a siege there. So the tower, at the very least, will be taking heavy damage. And Kingslayer has even come to help out as well. Zephyr playing the Abaddon this time around.
This is a dead tower. They definitely didn't need a Kingslayer there, but he's there just to be able to secure it. GPK gets the last hit with your Arcane Rune. He can just keep spamming the spell. Low cooldown, low mana cost.
Yeah, and that is a 6.5 minute tier 1 mid as a Lina. Not too shabby. Obviously the Enchantress helping out quite a bit. As you can see, the average time is just over 10 minutes. And the 541. Haven't we not really had a level 1 tower taken out of the cup?
We had that during NA, DPC Season 2, and then a Chinese team tried to copy it. They killed it super fast, lost the game in 12 minutes. I believe it was Sparking Arrow Gaming.
Yeah, something like that. As Cuckoo getting spotted out, the Blade Fury with the impetus damage on the side. So Nightfall finally getting the kill that he feels like he deserved not too long ago. And he is doing okay. I mean, 2,700 net worth versus the 3,600. Basically 1,000 net worth difference here between him and 23 Savage.
23 Savage kind of reminds me of Hector when he was playing TI9. Like, he was super efficient with the farming. That's how efficient 23 Savage is this particular tournament, Season 2 and Animator.
Yeah, we hear the Stampede, so it looks like it's just for the retreat here for DM, as Cuckoo's still not level 6 yet, so you can see that there is a 1k net worth lead for VP, which is kind of crazy considering the lead that 23 Savage has. And there's no, like, gold amplifiers. I mean, he's farming pretty fast, obviously, but there's no Doom, obviously no Alchemist because he's not picked anymore. Great hero, by the way. Hope that we get to see that in this finals.
Yeah, can't wait until someone... Like, if there's going to be Game 5, one team is just, you know what? We're bringing that Alchemist. We've even seen in the first game, Silencer.
That's
hero
right.
That was not picked at all during the major.
And I think we saw why. As the Centaur Stomp will be there. Hoof Stomp's going to be canceled, but Laguna Blade finishes off Cuckoo. Is now Whitemon trying to juke his way around the trees. They did get some vision. LSA's not going to connect, though. Nightfall in the vicinity. Nice Earth Spike there. He actually pops a Fairy Fire as well, because the impetus wasn't quite enough damage, but...
Can he juke this?
No, there's...
I don't think so.
Let's make a bet.
There's a way. Wait a minute.
Wait a second. The spin. Yeah, he finally... I mean, a lot of space created. That took an extra 20 seconds.
Still not enough.
I was going to bet something on Jenkins' behalf, but I chose not to because he's had a rough time so far because he did.
He really did.
Him.
He had to work through this whole event with us, so we gotta, take it easy on him. Problem is DM. I don't think he's killable at the moment. Just sitting with the Vanguard, the Magic Stick. We even see Kingslayer using a heal to bring him back to full HP. They need to have a finger, which is not gonna be online for quite some time. Lion only level 4 at the moment.
Yeah, he's gonna have to walk. Whitemon level 4. He has that smoke available to use whenever he wants. 2-1-1 build right now. Is Zephyr playing the Abaddon? I know he's played this before, but it doesn't feel like a Zephyr hero.
There was one game during the major when he played Abba position 4. I believe he managed to get a mech, even a Solar Crest, just tank it up, but this time around, Lion will need to be like the playmaking 4. Yeah. Cuckoo will drop one more time.
He gets the Viper Strike out, but knowing he was dead anyway, GPK is just going to get healed, so most of that damage will be mitigated in the end.
Big timing for them is going to be a Blink Dagger on Magnus, because right now they don't have any way to start a fight. And also Armlet on Wraith King, which just got finished, farming up the Ancient Camp, which usually you can't do with Wraith King unless you have Empower, which just ran off, so he will need some assistance from Carl.
He gets slowed from the enchant, gets the Earth Spike off as the rotation from Cuckoo's here, but yeah, they just don't have anything to be able to kill Nightfall, at least not yet. You talked about the RP potential that will go through the Blade Fury, and I mean, other than that, they don't really have anything to stop that spin TP, worst case scenario for them. But yeah, Blink Daggers will be huge. We can talk about the other Blink Dagger, of course, from DM. He is about 800 away from finishing that. So, and the fact that Carl's actually going for Blink before Echo Saber, what are your thoughts on that? Do you like that this game around? Because a lot of times we do see the Echo Saber first to allow you to just amplify your farm a little bit more. And
in this game, I think he understands that his job is like not to carry the game. Wraith King will be in charge of that, and also Cuckoo's itemization. He goes for a different one. It's not Road of Atos anymore. It's Dragon Scale into BKB, into Scotty, something that he's done. So having an initiator, they understand that they need to fight right now. So when they get a Blink Dagger on Mag, they will smoke and try to go for a kill. Whitemon, he's also level 6, so a lot of burst potential. Where is the smoke? There is one online right now, so...
Yep, now that he has his level 6, they can definitely burst somebody down. His save is actually in the area, but the Centaur creep is going to be spotting out T1. And it looks like they should be able to take him out. Deny, not going to be there. But the Deny on the ward is there for Whitemon, so end up getting a better trade there. But you see the tier 1 now taking some action as DM trying to defend. He has the 4 levels of return. Retaliate. God, the fact that they changed that makes me so sad, actually.
They changed that ability so many times. Yeah. You can see a sad face, and there's the smoke that I mentioned. Time to grab a kill. Haste on Magnus is available, so could potentially just skewer people back instead of initiating with the RP.
Yep, for
and
sure.
Virtus Pro, they know something's cooking. They're hiding inside the trees. They did not see Magnus for quite some time, so they probably know
feels
Blink
like
RP is available.
Feels like both teams always know what the other is doing.
Because they're so good. Like, there's a reason why these two teams are.
Oh, Carl!
Right now.
The instant
nice
Yule
done.
Scepter. LSA's not going to be there, but the curse is instead. A lot of damage being applied to Whitemon. Trying to get healed, but there's the Bleed Fury to come through. And that is going to be 2 easy kills, even with the RP after the fact. Completely wasted. Carl still ends up dying, and now the impetus damage from Zephyr. He should be able to shake it off with the borrowed time, which he has not skilled yet. Still has that point available.
Nicely done there by GPK. He uses Yule Scepter straight away when he blinks in, set things up for LSA. Centaur also jumps in. That's Blink Dagger on a Centaur, I believe. And he can disassemble. I don't think there's a reason to like have a Vanguard. You can disassemble it and get the Hood instead, because there's much more magic damage rather than the right clicks.
Mm-hmm. You're not scared of those skeletons?
Oh, yeah. Especially if he gets the shard.
Oh,
the extra
true,
3 skellies.
Yeah, this Yule's was instantaneous. That's like a bot. That is... I don't know how people do this, man. That's crazy.
Mouse. I believe that was the...
Their mouse is just that good. DM gets the double hook stomp there. Oh! Yeah, with the Finger of Death is enough damage to take him out in the end, so... T1 able to get a return kill here.
Even with losing Tier 1 tower on the mid lane and losing the top tower, T1, they're still keeping up with the farm. Like, they didn't manage to kill a single Tier 1 tower. Next big timing for them, Radiance on the Raid King. They might try to go and like get a pick off and just keep them busy while Raid King is farming.
Yeah.
They know the Ancient camp is blocked, so Whitemon will take care of the business.
All right, so let's look at the farm here. So 1,200 net worth discrepancy between the Jug and the Wraith King. And like you said, Wraith King about 1,000 away from finishing the Sacred Relic portion of the Radiance. But on the other side, Nightfall did get his Battle Fury, so his farm should amplify, and we'll see if he's able to catch up to... I mean, when you get to like mid to late game, how do you look at this matchup between these two carries? Do
If
you
you're
favor one or
able
the
to
other?
take out Wyvern, I'm still siding with the Magnus and Raid King, because Radiance, miss chance, you don't care too much about the Omni Slash, definitely not the target that you want to use it on. You also don't have the burst potential against Abba, maybe Lina level 2 ulti, but not that easy to execute. I've seen a lot of different approaches when it comes to Abba versus like Lion. Sometimes teams prioritize to pick Abba into Lion, sometimes the other way around, because you can just burst him before he can get any spells off.
As Whitemon, we've seen him before play this line where he gets super fast blinks, but I don't think that's happening this game.
Not this game, because there needs to be a lot of warding happening, sitting at the only 1,700 net worth at the moment. Issue is Baron, he doesn't farm. Like, he doesn't have ways of pushing the waves, doesn't have any ability, so you just have to use a Photic Shield, get a couple of right clicks going. Good thing is they have a good scaling lineup, and the itemization that we talked about, Cuckoo going for that Dragon Lance into BKB, just tanking up, and I believe his next item is just going to be Scotty, because neither Magnus nor Raid King loves to buy it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the reason I brought up the fact that Zephyr is playing the Abaddon. It just doesn't feel like his hero, because you're not getting farm in this hero ever. Like, your entire job is just to sit behind somebody and get the Aphotic Shield off if they get gone on. But we'll see how it works out for them. I mean, right now they are behind in terms of net worth, despite having the top net worth hero in the game right now. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the supports are just not the farming type supports overall.
Yeah, because Raid King done a lot of stacks so far with that Empower, getting very close to Radiance. And this is where they're going to be try to make stuff happen. And you also want to have level 2 ulti, that's the big timing. So a ton of damage coming out just from him.
Yeah, and for Nightfall side, we talked about the typical build with the Battle Fury, as we're going to see. Yep, Cuckoo able to do a lot of damage. The Stampede's not going to be enough to save, as we're going to have the initiation now onto the Wraith King. Has enough space been created, though. 23 Savage is more than fine. Now the heals come out again.
Not the best execution on the top, because you want to... Like, Abba was the second TP. Yeah. Instead, it should have been the one who can stop the TP.
Spike. Oh! Finger of Death. Kingslayer is donezo. Hoofstomp's going to be there. See a little mana drain action going on, but DM will just walk this off. And the fact that you brought up the fact that DM could take this apart, but he's actually going to keep the Vanguard, it looks like. So we'll be just going for both Hood, Vanguard, And of course the Blink
Usually
Dagger.
it's the other way around. You get the Vanguard plus a Hood into Blink Dagger, because this Blink Dagger didn't set up any kills pretty much.
Yeah, true. But now that the Radiance is online for 23 Savage, we'll see them get much more aggressive as a result. And from Carl's side, we've seen a couple initiations here with his Blink Dagger. Of course, the one RP that we saw was sadly from their perspective, wasted. But we'll be going for the Echo Saber, still not there yet, as we see the impact move, Finger of Death play here, as the big crit into the Whitemon crit, if you want to call it that.
He also used the Hex immediately. My man is really quick with the fingers.
Yeah.
Probably using Quick Cast.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, you almost hope so, because it's almost inhuman. Makes me feel terrible about my gameplay, personally. But then again, I am an old, decrepit man, Lacoste, which you don't know yet about, but soon enough.
I don't know the full story yet, but I'm
You've seen a glimpse.
slowly getting into it. Yeah, over the last couple of days, I'm understanding Sunspan.
As VP on this tier 2 tower look to be taking it for free, actually.
Ton of damage. Retaliate plus a Dragonlance. So you hit it once, and then you get like return damage 60 plus the percentage of your strength. We're not going to do any math during the stream because it's a bit too much.
Yeah, and we don't have our calculator out here. The TI 83 Plus, not available this time around, sadly. Pipe will be next for DM on the Centaur Warrunner. And then after that, what do you buy this game? There's so maybe armor items, but looks like they're going to go for Roshan. Yeah, they'd give up their tier 2 bot to 23 Savage, but if it's a trade for Roche, I think they'll take it, especially considering how last game ended up going. And this looks to be a freebie. The DD with GPK is definitely going to help out. He's going to get the Aegis himself, and T1 just a little bit too late. Maybe they even realize at a certain point, but just...
It's too much damage. He just keeps the Fiery Soul, which is maxed out with the double damage, more than enough. I like GPK because he understands that he can't afford to get Boots of Travel, Yule Scepter type of a build, just gets BKB as the second item, which I really like. I've seen so many Leshrac players throughout the, not just this tournament, but also previous major, where they fall off short because they don't become tanky enough. You don't have a defensive ability, and now you basically have 2 lives, maybe 3 if you count in a good time BKB.
Yep, that's a good point. I mean, very similar playstyles with the heroes. Obviously, their second spell is, or the stun is basically the same, right? and I mean, when you go back to Dota 1, it was literally the same at some point, I think. As DM's going to recapture this outpost. Nightfall, we've talked about his progression in items. So I talked about whether it be an SNY or a Manta. It is the SNY.
Against Lion makes more sense. You just want to have that status resistance.
Oh, we have the Yules into the LSA. Will connect DM with the Hoof Stomp into the double edge. And that is enough damage to take out Carl. Stampede used as well, but not a whole lot of damage done to 23 Savage. But Zephyr with a little bit of a borrowed time cast there. Keeps him alive.
Blink Dagger on the Centaur, ready?
Yeah. Oh, Hoof Stomp only onto one, but the right clicks are going to be more than enough. The Curse onto the Viper as Wraithking starts a beautiful LSA. My goodness, triple kill for Nightfall. That's the first life for Mr. Wraithking, but something tells me that he will die very shortly. Huge fight from VP. Holy jeez, that was great synergy.
That was beautiful. I think what they needed was someone to cancel the Blink Dagger on a Centaur, someone who was willing to die for the team, just say, well, I'm done, you know, I'm gonna be the victim here, and you kill me. The rest of the team try to fall back. Great curse to set things up. We're gonna see that one again.
Oh, this was so sexy, actually. So the curse, it looked kind of weird because the Lion wasn't quite dead. He's getting healed up here, but then they group up.
Yeah, just beautiful execution. These two teams have shown like the top tier execution throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah, that was quite something. And with that, that is a 6K net worth lead now on VP. And we're talking about a really good time Radiance on the
I've been thinking, you know, I saw GPK playing in the kitchen. What does that stand for? Gonna play in kitchen? Is that it?
Sure. Does that give him an inherent benefit that he's just never hungry?
He's close to food. He's close to the cold beverages, so maybe that's why.
I guess you, of all people, could appreciate that because you need your good food. I've noticed that with you.
I really do.
And you enjoy burgers quite a bit, which doesn't have anything to do with this game. Just thought I'd throw that out.
It also doesn't have to do anything with the good food, but
That is true. That's another story entirely. Is Nightfall able to take the haste here? But this game is not over. I'm not going to say that. I have a good feeling that this will go 5 games, though.
I have the same feeling. Like Virtus Pro, I think they're in a really good spot right now. Now Boots of Travel done on Lina, getting closer to level 18. I also love the way that they're like not using certain abilities. They have great understanding of what needs to be done to kill a certain hero. GPK holding Laguna Blade there on Magnus on the mid lane. Doesn't even flinch, does not want to pop it. He's been very impressive. Not just this game, but I'd say like Season 1, Season 2, even before that, they have some problems on the land, but I'm pretty sure the boys can handle it during the TI. So far, 0 deaths in this game.
I feel like the more lands you play, the better that's going to get, just naturally, right? And if not, you really need a life coach.
Yeah, I mean, if you play more lands and you get worse at it, then maybe you should start thinking about a different career.
Oh, boy.
Maybe analyst.
Yeah, you could always do that.
Too much talent for that.
Yeah, especially with that Jenkins character. I mean, that's the NA analyst, too. Goodness gracious. We've fallen on hard times if that's one of our top guys. We're being too hard on Mr. Jenkins. But Juggernaut, Nightfall, he's not being too hard because T1 is getting crushed under his fury right now. He's going for the Scotty, and we'll be going for the Shard that we kind of mentioned here, which typically you see coupled with a Maelstrom, but obviously with the Battle Fury, it's not really going to make too much sense. But either way, will allow you to attack through the Blade Fury as well, which will proc the Scotty. So that just essentially gives Blade Fury a slow, if you think about it that way, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, the meme coming out from SNY, just kidding, it's not a thing anymore.
I wish.
I
miss those days, actually. But status resistance is pretty freaking...
It is.
I won't lie.
We have meme component on tier 4 item, the Penta Edge Sword.
That's true. We need MAME back in the regular game, though. It doesn't count if it's just a neutral. But sadly, the MAME wasn't really the good part about that item for a lot of the history of Dota. It was just the stats were just so efficient for a certain time.
I think for Dota 1 players and early Dota 2, a reason why SNY was being built is because you did not have to click it.
That's true. The hotkeys were not a good situation.
Yeah, you needed to have like a program to use the hotkeys that were not in the game.
And sometimes those programs may or may not have had viruses. Like, you just never knew back then, right? So perfectly understandable. But we can see 23 Savage now has that casual Sange, which we've been seeing not quite as often as a couple patches ago, but we'll be going for the Blink Dagger. So wants to get ultra aggressive here as a BKB.
And why are they going for a casual Sange, Suns fan?
Status resistance.
There we go.
Good,
it's
clean
also
stuff.
Damage, self-region amplification, region lifesteal amplification. The item just gives a bit too much, even after the 4% nerf. It's still a top
I mean, if you
item.
have built-in lifesteal, then it just makes the item even better on you, right? So.
But if that was MAME, like you would definitely like rush Sange.
MAME, I think nobody would buy it. Even with all the benefits, if you replace the statuses with MAME, nobody buys that garbage, sadly. As we have a smoke here from T1, 4-man smoke save. Oh, he might be the one to sacrifice himself here, which he would be very happy with.
I'm just gonna buy back.
As Nightfall, he's going to be spotted up, but gets the Blade Fury off beforehand. Might have to back up, though. Gets the healing ward down just in case, as Carl's not able to hit the skewer. Good effort, though.
Sometimes it's hard, not perfectly timed.
Yeah.
We see Enchantress with the 4-staff full pike. One also done on Centaur. They want to push people out of the trouble. Great against Wraith King when he decides to go in. Great against Viper. Just in general, great item. It got nerfed. Like, I believe mana cost on the item before was 25 mana. Also huge cast range. Unfortunately, Skewer did not connect, as you already mentioned.
That's right. A bit
of a slow game. You know, only 15 kills, 27 minutes in.
Yeah, which
slow
is
and steady.
I mean, the games between these two teams kind of start out slow a lot of time, and then the Roche area is where it gets amplified, which I know that's kind of the case for a lot of teams, but these two in particular, it feels like they really have the focus for that. But this time around, VP were able to sneak it, essentially, with the double damage on the Lina, and this, I guess, is the biggest reason why they've had this big advantage now. But T1, not out of it yet, obviously. They have the big Wombo combo with...
Lina has a Deso with cosmetics, which she actually does not.
Okay, I was going to say.
Looks like a Deso, right?
I guess so.
If it looks like a Deso,
it's a Deso.
Probably is Deso.
True. See, GPK, like you said, no Deso. You debated me, but does have Shiva's coming very soon. Only a couple hundred gold from finishing that. So... that's going to be pretty good against the lifesteal of Wraith King as well, as providing a slow for all the melee heroes.
Money to burn.
Yeah, Juggernaut is the one with the quote-unquote Deso, if you want to call that, with the Orb of Destruction.
Yeah, bunch of Deso, Orb of Destruction.
Ooh, Paladin Sword. Okay, we talked about the regen amplification on Wraith King. Now, with the Sage on top of this item, very nice. That's one of those top tier.
Exactly. I thought this item was going to get nerfed in the previous patch. It actually got a buff.
Yeah, I got the spell amp, or the spell lifesteal, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's really weird. I wonder if they looked at like stats for like the win percentage. Maybe it wasn't as good as we think it is.
Maybe they were looking at the different bracket instead of immortal bracket. They checked the Arcade or whatever.
That's fine. You got to cater some things to casual players. I mean, that's perfectly fine. We have 4-man smoke on T1.
They got a flicker. Arcane bracket, they have flicker.
That's true. We have a big skewer into the instant hex with the Finger of Death, but the Stampede into the Blade Fury. Nightfall will live. So much expended on him. And with the Healing Ward bringing him back as we see the curse come in as well. Zephyr's gonna pop his ult, but the Lion's gonna be the first to fall. There's the RP finally onto 2, but not a ton of damage to follow with into the skewer. And there's the Omni Slash doing so much work. That's the first life for Wraith King, but Carl takes a tumble. Another Blade Fury, and this is looking very good for VP. Only one death in that engagement. They used so much on Nightfall.
Yeah, those 4 staffs actually keeping the Juggernaut alive. Status resistance also kicking in. He's super tanky. He has almost 3,000 HP. Good skewer back into Hex. Like, they try to focus him down, but the Stampede, 4 staff, he's out of the trouble. Gonna be pretty much a full HP because there is a Healing Ward. They have a couple of ways to reset the fight. Another good curse just to be able to kill the Lion who was out of mana. Needed to use the mana drain to get back any. And like 23 Savage right here is already half HP. Skewer comes in like 1 second late. Maybe with Empower they would be able to kill a hero, but fight is already over. Juggernaut gets a big Omni.
Yeah.
And this actually might be the game. I would not be surprised if they just try to close it out.
Yep, for sure. I mean, they got mid racks. They're going to get bot racks for free as well. And tier 3 top is actually available. They have all the outer towers, but they're going to push in the wave the old-fashioned way.
But Mr. Roshan, he respawned, so...
Yes, he did.
We need to do something about second Rosh. Rosh number 2 gives a bit too much. I would prefer if it's just Aegis plus a shard, because Aegis cheese shard...
Ice Frog, if you're watching, we've talked about this before, so hopefully you're not annoyed with us, but please do not remove shard.
No, shard is very fun. It's a great addition.
Nobody actually cares about cheese. I don't want to, whoever came up with that's fine. It's lasted for quite a while. You can retire the cheese.
Yeah, especially lactose intolerant people.
That's right.
They don't care about the cheese. It's all about that Aegis.
I do carry around the lactate pills in my pocket, so I don't really care personally.
So you don't get annoyed by me.
That's right. That's correct. Thank you, lactose. Okay. I remember when you're one of your first events, somebody called you lactose or something like that. That's good stuff.
Gets confusing.
Yeah, 16K net worth lead for VP as they are absolutely dominating this one. And what do you think the biggest thing here was from VP's side? Like, was it just the timing worked out really well for them? Was it really just that first Rosh?
It's not the greatest Rosh taking lineup. Maybe you can take Alpha Wolf with the Enchantress. You have survivability with the Juggernaut's Healing Ward plus a heal, but that double damage made a hell of a lot of a difference. It would have not been taken down so quickly, and T1 might have enough chance to respond to it, and it gave like 5 minutes to Virtus Pro to be able to play aggressive around the map. GPK still sitting on 0 deaths because of it.
As we see 23 Savage now in the bot lane. Has the Hyperstone, so almost finished with the Assault Cuirass. Actually just purchases it now, so it's being delivered as we speak. So has the extra minus armor now and tankiness to go along with it. But from T1's perspective, as we do see the second Rosh fall, so 5 into Aegis on GPK, and Shard went to Mr. Winter Wyvern. Very cool. So that is
lower the cooldown of the Cold's Embrace, and Splinter Blast goes off once the heal is done. It's actually a huge AoE. It's the AoE of the Splinter Blast, I believe. It's 1200, if I'm not mistaken.
1200 is the AoE of most auras in the game. It's huge.
Like, we've done some testing during the major, and we got surprised by the way it works.
Big skewer, really deep. He must have taken that talent as well. All right, he's just going to Blade Fury out, so they just don't have the damage to go with it. Yeah, it has the 425 skewer range. I mean, you do have to kind of be careful here. You can't quite reach the fountain. Can't quite reach the fountain.
One skewer into Hex, into Finger should be enough, like plus a couple of right clicks from Wraith King. to be able to kill anyone. Juggernaut might be a bit too tanky with that status resistance.
Yeah. It's all about that status. He is going for the butterfly now. And, I mean, okay, let's talk about T1's chances here. Obviously quite slim. 18K net worth of 32 minutes is pretty monumental. But we've seen comebacks before.
We've seen, especially from T1. This is the team that knows how to make a comeback into the game when they're 10K gold behind. Maybe this is a bit too much, but we'll see the execution. Like, they need that big skewer into tier 4s, into Hex type of a play. Otherwise, they will just spin, slowly siege tier 3 tower already at half HP.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that these players have young blood inside them and the quick fingers, right, from both respective sides, actually. See if they can actually... I mean, the problem is the Blade Fury, right? If you can just get that off, you're probably going to live, because that shard just gives you that extra move speed as well. Just create that extra distance needed. So we're just going to clean up this range Rax as... oh, he did end up going Desolator. We can't tell the difference with his auto attack. I'll tell you that much.
He did not have Desolator when I mentioned it,
no,
right?
he didn't. He did not.
Okay.
That's fine.
Well, he's listening. GPK tuned in just to see what casters are
Does he have a
about
TV in his
build.
kitchen as well or something?
I don't know, but it's definitely one of those things where, like, this is not a Lina item. Like, this is something that Lina does not buy. And, yeah, I'm glad he actually went for it.
Man,
But
again,
very hard to tell the difference.
I love int carries, like int right-click carries, like the idea of it. Right now, it's basic. I guess Puck doesn't feel the same. Like the attack speed
He
matters.
has damage talent, he has phase shift attack, so sometimes if you don't have enough damage, you might go for that Deso. Maybe Queen of Pain can become one. Windbreaker is also okay. Queen of Pain nowhere to be seen, so yeah, pretty much these three.
See, Wind Ranger relies on her ult for the right-clicking. You know what I mean? Like, you have Silencer, in theory, is that other type of range.
We've seen how great a Silencer can be.
Historically,
maybe a core Silencer. You know, with
well,
the
that's
shard,
what I mean. Yeah, I mean, the shard is actually pretty cool because it gives you the farm potential, right? But like, I have yet to even see it in one game in pro play.
It's very hard because we've only seen one Silencer, I believe, throughout this whole tournament.
Yeah.
0 Silencers. Last major.
Small sample size, and it was support, so can't really give it a true judge. But yeah, can't wait for this patch to see if we can get some of these heroes that have been unpicked. Maybe Pudge can get some love so Jenkins can stop complaining to Ice Frog. I'm sure he's sick of those emails. GPK, level 23 now, applying a little bit of pressure to this tier 3 as we see a smoke now from T1. Only on a couple heroes, but the Magnus is really the one that you have to worry about here. Fortification is activated. LSA is going to clip 23 Savage. Is that a Lincoln Sphere?
There is.
It has the Lincolns. Okay.
There's no Lincoln Sphere.
There is. What is that? Oh, that's the Aphotic Shield cosmetic. Okay. I've
I
actually
think
seen
these are
that
some
before.
pay-to-win cosmetic. You know, Lina with the no Deso, acting like a Deso, and then you have Zephyr, who has some sick ABBA.
I mean, that looks like Lincoln's, doesn't it?
It really does.
I'm not complaining, by the way. I love this.
Maybe we need glasses, Sunsfan. Maybe that's...
I have glasses. That's the sad part.
Maybe you need new glasses.
Yeah, new glasses for sure. All right, so Fortification is now down as the Lotus Orb is applied to the double Wraithfire Blast. They're able to get that, and they have the 2 Siege Wagons as well, so see if they can do anything with it. GPK gets the Yules off, dodges the Wraithfire Blast. As a result, gets skewered back in around the tier 3, but the big Winter's Curse canceling the RP, which is still available. Laguna Blade is there. Omni Slash to follow. Carl actually uses it, but really to no avail. Does have buyback. But Wraith King, first life is done. Centaur, Hoof Stomp, not going to connect. That's not a Lincoln Sphere, by the way. It was the Aphotic Shield, just to be clear. Cold Embrace keeping the Enchantress alive for now. Magnus finally buys back into the game. There's another big skewer into the tier 4s. Could they actually kill the Juggernaut? They get Hoof Stomp off there. 23 Savage trying to do as much damage, but this heal, again, Cold Embrace with that talent. The Splinter Blast basically global at this point. Kingslayer finally being taken out, though.
But the Barracks, they will be getting the Mega Creeps out of this one. That was such a big curse coming out from Winter Wyvern in that fight. Like, when they were about to hit the combo, they still have Empower. Also, Carl, unfortunately, in that fight, used RP, had the buyback ready, didn't get too much out of it. I think the play would be save the RP, buyback, and try to go for a play. So right now, they're playing against the Mega Creeps.
I think he was trying to time it with the end of the Omni Slash, which that's pretty hard to gauge.
It's tough.
Right? But
Boomers
either way,
can't do it. These players
that's
on
definitely
both teams are Zoomers, so maybe they are good at it. Also, we've seen the power of Wyvern once again. Even without the Holy Locket, you still go for the talent damage. You actually take no damage. Juggernaut almost back to full HP. The missed chance, he's super tanky, sitting at 35 armor. Has also Trickster Cloak on top of it, so 20% evasion, magic resistance coming out from it.
I mean, the fact that Kingslayer actually had to look in his inventory to make sure that he didn't even have Eon Disc. It feels like that was a really long-range Winter's Curse, because that Skewer, we've seen it with that talent, just able to take you to basically the other side of the map, it feels like. As you can see the Wraithfire, ooh, actually hits the Kobold, so 23 Savage, not a fan of that creep. Needs a buff.
Yeah, definitely. Lina hit level 25, extra attack range. On top of it, full Satanic, full Shiva's Guard. They find Spell Prism, Minotaur Horn for Juggernaut. So he wants to have a BKB and another way of dispelling things. Just gonna keep it for now.
I mean, for VP right now, they have so much sustain, not even just with the Winter Wyvern, which we've talked about all tournament long, but the Enchantress, the Healing Ward, and even without that, T1's damage, it does feel like it's lacking, but it's basically just Wraith King. And you're just, I think it's just too much reliance on this Skewer. As you can see, the Kobold, oh
no.
He actually
This is my
drinks to his
favorite
death.
creep in Dota. It's the most badass looking creep,
I agree.
holding the golden chalice, having the gold necklace.
And he's the weakest. Very sad indeed. DM's going to jump in onto the Wraith King. This is going to be the first life. You can see Magnus on the outline, ready to go if he wants. 23 Savage, the Omni Slash is there. It's going to be basically just on him with the bashes. Laguna Blade is there as well. 95 seconds, no 23 Savage, but the Skewer onto 3 rather, into the fountain.
Beyond this,
it's not really doing anything. T1 is still dying in their own fountain. GG is called. We're going to, well, I guess we were going to a Game 3 anyway, but this ensures that we'll at least have a Game 4
in a best of 5, we're definitely going to go to Game 3 at one point.
Usually.
Yeah, but overall, great performance from Virtus.pro. That first Roshan, the way they took it relatively quickly, considering they had a double damage, and from that point, it was just good performance. Like, I don't think they made any big mistakes. T1 managed to get maybe 1 or 2 kills after the first Rosh, and then they took the second Rosh. This is how Dota is played. You do not want to go high ground with the first Aegis most of the time. You just want to build up the advantage, try to squeeze the map so they don't get enough farm. Pretty, I would say, slow and methodical game from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, GPK played really well on Lina. I mean, and Wyvern, when are we going to get to the point where this hero is just banned? Like, I know there's other really good heroes, but it feels like Wyvern, like, not just the Cold Embrace, but those curses towards the end were, I mean, they'd already had the game in hand, I suppose, but they just added insult to injury for sure.
Yeah, that one fight near the Tier 2 tower in the mid lane was extremely well-executed curse into 4-man LSA. Top-tier stuff from Virtus.pro in game number 2.
All right, so let's go over to our panel. They have some very important information for you.
That's right. The important information is that GPK's cooking it up. A solid Lina performance in game number 2. I was questioning it. Phase 1, pick 1, is it capable of anything? Turns out it very much is. Let's find out what it's capable of in the analysis after the break.
Yeah. Unknown Brain, Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else who'll love me one day, yeah. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were a ride or die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you finding, see you looking down and out, coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music. I'm saying
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else who'll love me one day, yeah. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say suck me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lumps inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Christmas every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Suck me in smoke, Breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly up away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm done
also we have to think about Viper. It's either being banned or picked. Doom, banned or picked as well.
Wyvern, not banned, will be picked.
But right now, do you think Virtus.pro will first... Okay, they can't first pick their Doom. Viper's obviously banned out. So yes, Wyvern, Enchantress.
Where's DK at? Not important this series?
I wouldn't
Was
be...
DK banned last game? I didn't actually see.
It was... Yes, it was banned by Virtus.pro themselves.
Because they did that last series after Cuckoo. They lost the game, but Cuckoo just dumpstered Nightfall, Faceless Voids versus DK.
And basically what we've been discussing, this is now what VP is kind of talking about, is like, do we want to go for the Wyvern? Do we want to go for the Ench? Do we value, for example, like, is AA is not available now? So yeah, it's like Wyvern, it's Ench.
Lion.
Maybe a Lion.
I'm really digging some Wyvern into Lina. That Lina looked really good. It was first 2'd and it ends up, I don't know when it ends up, but it was 6-0 to like 16 at some point, I think.
Yeah.
Just looked phenomenal.
And this is when you know, like, okay, they spent so much reserve time. They go for the Timbersaw. Okay.
I can take this too, because this is like metagaming the meta right now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
People want to pick Wyvern. I think a lot of analysts have talked about how Timbersaw is usually the traditional Wyvern counter.
And that's mainly because you always get on top of the cold embrace target, you throw the Chakram out.
And getting cursed or being into a curse is also basically useless for a Timbersaw. He doesn't care one way or the other. But they respond with magic damage in spades, and Nyx Assassin gets picked up, and Leshrac as well. Shocking. Wyvern somehow left in the pool.
Yeah, Leshrac is shocking as a hero. It's one of his spells to some degree.
Well, I mean, some people skip it, though.
That's true. You probably should nowadays.
They did beat this Nyx Lesh last time with Wyvern into Invoker. So I think you should pick a support here for VP. I think if you pick another core, you're giving up a lot of your... Yeah, here we go.
There we go, yeah.
Shocker.
Honestly, I like the fact that you just go for the Wyvern. Like, even into like Nyx and Leshrac, you just go for the Glimmer Cape, you get the Holy Locket, you don't really care about this type of damage. And it also gives you a nice little bit of wave clear. I think something we haven't really mentioned so far with Wyvern, because of the playstyle of Ench plus Wyvern combo in the grand finals, is Wyvern happily will sit in these lanes and will defend it independently. Also, something that we haven't really talked about, which I think could be a cool concept, is Leshrac nowadays, you're always trying to find different tree spots to push the towers. Timbersaw, if you're playing inside that lane, you can just quickly clear out those trees, removing the simplicity of some of these Leshrac tower sieges, specifically the tier 1 towers.
Yeah, we did see T1 go to their Treant Protector earlier on against Alliance, so that could be another approach that they want to bring their tower sieging, or rather tower defending capabilities up. And there's my boy GPK. Staying hydrated.
So last time they played against this Nyx Leshrac, they also had the DM Kunkka. That was his amazing game. Everyone should watch that if they haven't had the pleasure.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be able to do that this game just because they already have the Timbersaw. But the concept of Kunkka versus Leshrac is similar to, I think, do you remember who picked the Pangolier versus Leshrac in one of the games? I can't remember. Anyways, the concept is Leshrac wants to walk up to a tower and edict it. You want overwhelming team fight where when he walks up to edict it, you can like bolt him, you can Pango roll on him.
Yeah.
I want VP to pick something like this. Make it hard for this Leshrac hero to play the game. You could also pick something like a Lina, but they already have Nyx, so I'm not too sure how that matchup goes. But just some high burst, punish this Leshrac. It's picked very early.
Yeah, I guess for T1 right now, the bans that they're going for, when Virtus.pro gets this Timbersaw, they often will have a harder carry. Unlike what we've been seeing so far, outside of Timbersaw games, it's been a little bit more fight presence. And that so far they've run like Luna, Terrorblade, Wraith King as well. Heroes that like to absorb all the farm behind the space that Timbersaw makes. And then the confidence, straight Spectre going into the second phase. This has been a product of both the Major and ESL Summer, the idea that Spectre in lane, you can spam up the wave with your dagger, but then going into, like, it shouldn't be so Spectre favored that people have been mentioning it. It is still very much a Timber favored lane. It's just one of the carries that can still at least get something. Like 30-40 CS, then you're out of the lane.
Yeah, actually earlier in this tournament, Spectre was like going even with Timbersaw, sometimes even hitting 6 for him, but in the last time we saw it, Timbersaw like solo killed the Spectre and pressured him really hard, right?
Yeah, I think the key identifier there is teams, when they pick Timbersaw, would leave him on an island and then rotate the supports to the safe lane or to mid and continuously trying to play, outwards pressure. They soon realize against Spectres, they need to keep the 4 in the lane. Otherwise, Spectre will have this advantageous situation where he just farms the lane. So I think Virtus.pro should be aware of that, and they might try and lock in the line into that lane for an extra 2-3 minutes to offset Spectre's ability to, at least farm up.
Also, as part of the skill build, we're seeing so many of these Timbersaws outright skip Whirling Death, put more points into reactive armor so they can dive the Spectres once they hit 6.
Yeah, exactly. Like 0-2-3 build, picking up your ultimate at 6, and then just trying to, kill as much as you can.
And now
Hoodwink. This is a 5 Hoodwink, right? Most likely.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Maybe they're thinking of as a little bit of a soft counter to both Timbersaw and Winter Wyvern. It's a lot of magical damage.
But this is what Alliance ran against Virtus Pro, and these were the games of Alliance didn't even get, I think, was it more than like 5 kills?
You got 3 kills in both games.
Yeah, and that was across 2 games, like 6 kills total, right? So Hoodwink is a good hero in the game against Timbersaw, that break, that ability just to surprise the Timbersaw when he's by himself. But the laning phase, that is where Timbersaw will thrive. And T1 right now, they are trying to emulate their adaptation from game 2 is they ran us over, so we want to have better forms of comeback team fights. They aren't subscribing to the idea of matching the aggression, they are just finding new ways to delay the game. Like Nyx Assassin with his burrow, keeping the game going. Leshrac aggressively hitting towers, Suspector can farm behind. It is an interesting style, like, to approach game 3.
For sure. I am a bit worried for T1's team fight though right now.
Yeah.
I think most likely this is going to be a Cuckoo Leshrac. Carl does play as well, but I do think they need, I guess you can get team fight from the offlane as well. They need something to anchor their fight. Right now, it's just a bunch of squishy heroes sort of running around. Spectre's tanky, but you don't want a full frontline with your carry.
I guess the main concern is when Virtus Pro, they have this Timbersaw timing that will come, as they don't have that innate counter. DP with levels will go to tower. How does T1 stop this early tower aggression? Like, the games so far have been a product of both teams expertly defending most of their towers. So at 20 minutes, it's that kind of crucial Roshan team fight. Right now, Virtus Pro, they're going to be able to knock down 2-3 towers, 4 by the 20-minute mark. It's going to be a completely different story. So yeah, like you were saying, T1, they kind of need to have that, at least some type of tower defender. Otherwise, they're going to be giving up a lot of map control.
That's why I'm a fan of this Death Prophet pick from VP.
Yeah,
it discourages like these Tide Hunters or these axes that may just want to sit in front of a creep wave. Percentage based from Spirit Siphon's going to discourage that.
So they're banning offlaners on VP, so they think it's Carl Leshrac, which is probably correct, honestly. I forgot, when you were talking about that, T, I forgot most teams like to have that magical damage mid that can rotate, take care of this Timbersaw. That would make a lot of sense to me. I'm curious to see what they'll do, though. They get to see everything. T1 have the overall last pick.
Lifestealer is available? That could be an option, just to play out laning phase. You don't really care too much. You can eat the catapult when Leshrac tries to pressure your tower at like 5. And then in terms of the game, you don't really care too much about what T1's bringing.
Yeah, and that Luna. Oh, never mind. First phase banned out. Faceless Void is still in the pool.
I'd be down. Is Juggernaut banned? Oh, they banned out the Juggernaut.
Okay. Yeah. I guess the issue with like a Lifestealer is it just presents like a very easy Razor pick, whereas like offlane Razor with Nyx. Okay, they go for a Void. All right.
They have a fair amount of damage into the Chronos here. Chakram, Exorcism, Finger.
Yeah,
they do for sure. I'm a bit concerned about their lane. If they put either Lion or Winter Wyvern with Faceless Void, I feel like that's a free lane for Leshrac, or whatever they choose to pick. I used to play a lot of offlane Leshrac in EU pubs, and like Faceless Void was one of my favorite matchups. Even if he gets Chronosphere, sometimes you can get your ulti and Edict off, and he can't hit you because you do too much damage.
And Virtus Pro, when they last played this Void, he was completely removed from laning phase. He had to go Mask of Madness, like a 18-minute Midas after that. Like it was, VP was full mode recovery, but then they just turned up the aggression and was able to turn it around.
And lo and behold, it is indeed offlane Leshrac, mid lane Carl Puck.
Yeah, they respond with the Puck simply because it can equally push out lanes to the style of Death Prophet, and the Void, it can instantly lock you down early on. Like Void doesn't really like this matchup until he has like 3-4 items plus. Before then, every core will be a kill.
It's such a weird, how to say, like a circular meta. I think in the Singapore major, we would see Puck really early picked, and people would always pick Lion versus it, right? Now, T1 are feeling confident in their Puck because like just the state of the game or the state of how the game is played, that they're fine picking it against Lion. And yeah, I mean, it looks sort of hard to frontline for them right now.
This is the type of game where I feel like T1, they're going to be down by like 6 or 7k, and then they're going to have that big turnaround team fight where they layer everything beautifully. And
is it going to be around Roshan like they always are?
Nah, it's going to be in the open air, in the jungle or something. But no, this is... I just like how the teams are developing each game with a whole new take on how they want to approach that. T1, they're doubling down on just kind of playing patiently, waiting for the game to be theirs, and then take the fight. Whilst VP, they're trying to keep applying new forms of aggression to get in T1's face.
All right, well, we have approached a détente with our casters. They have agreed to amicably alternate back and forth, so let's send it gracefully to our casters, Sunsfan and Jenkins.
Thank you, Tsunami. Suns fan here with Jenkins. You put it very eloquently, but of course the truth is Twitch chat thought that you guys were major cringe, so we just cut the bit and we're just going back to normal.
We're fighting to not cast this, and now I have to do it. And I'm
so you're
sorry.
saying you lost the original duel. I see.
I did. He knocked it out of my hands. Everybody's like, oh, Jenkins won.
I see. Well, that's great to hear that a lot of people want to cast with me. I wish Cinderin was here. Jenkins, what are your thoughts on these drafts?
Timing's on both. This VP lineup, I think when they get to the mid-game, they have a lot of damage to pump into the Chronosphere. Between the Finger, Wyvern spells, Death Prophet, of course, that's a classic combo. T1, they have the strong high ground defense of Leshrac, plus the Nyx Assassin. Spectre eventually will be really great at killing these 3 backliners on the side of VP, so there's timings for both. Once again, this is not one of those drafts where one seems significantly better than the other.
Yeah, finally get to see Winter Wyvern get played. Really lacking on that hero for sure this tournament.
I think a Holy Locket would be a great pickup for Winter Wyvern in this game.
Wow, that's kind of a crazy concept, and I mean, maybe if he had like this talent that would amplify all that, but that probably doesn't have that.
That'd be quite a bit too OP, I think.
Yeah, I think so. But the cool thing about it is because of the way that the draft ended up working out, we get to see a Nyx and a Lesh who have kind of been these, I want to say, basically on the same level as Wyvern for both the major and this tournament.
I agree. This Nyx Lesh might be a stronger... It might be stronger. It's hard to say because they get left out of certain drafts for whatever reason. The pick order matters, and that's likely why sometimes it gets left out. When you pick 2 heroes sequentially, then Nyx Lesh seems a lot better.
Yeah.
And so that's probably... But if you have that situation, then I do really believe that they're just as good as the Wyvern.
But then again, you do give up Timbersaw as well, who's also feeling like this hero in the right game. Pretty unstoppable. Do you think this is a good game for DM on the Timber?
There's answers. Leshrac running at Timber in lane. This is a hero that as soon as you hit level 6 on Lesh, you can run at a Timber, and so long as he's not like 2 or 3 levels ahead, it's fairly easy to lane up against him. So even if the Spectre's lane goes kind of poorly, there will be an answer eventually. That's why a lot of the time when Timber gets picked, Batrider and Lesh both get banned out in that second phase.
Yeah, and I'm just really happy from at least T1's perspective that we get to see Zephyr on more of the comfort hero, which is the Nyx, and I don't think anybody has played this hero better than this guy in the past couple tournaments.
Once again, he makes it look like Impale is a targeted stun like Burrow Strike. He's just hitting every single double Impale.
I mean, I know people that don't hit Burrow Strike still, so...
That's true. I also play with Pop-Tart.
Save, man, the inside jokes that nobody else gets just really get to me sometimes.
Like 200 people in chat, max.
Yeah, very true. Nightfall will be playing the Void Spirit, the Faceless Void this game. What are your thoughts on the Chrono potential? You got Chrono with the Chakra. It's not like the most typical Wombo combo style that we're seeing with Faceless Voids these days. Think it's good enough?
Yeah, it's good enough.
Yep, save. All right, he's going to set up the Earth Spike with the Timber Chain to follow from DM. Whitemon on the Hoodwink, which is another hero we have yet to talk about. But yeah, let's talk about the Chrono potential from this young man right here who's going to get pressured a bit, but of course Time Walk will mitigate all of it.
Pretty solid against the Nyx Lesh lane, just given exactly what we just saw. You have these stuns that you can layer on top of each other, and Void will quite easily dodge that damage. But in the Chronosphere, there's good damage. Even just the Death Prophet alone is often enough. If you can stand remotely close to somebody on Death Prophet, the ulti damage is significantly more. I think it legitimately more than doubles.
I think the cool thing about playing with Death Prophet is you don't have to leave her out of Chrono. It's not the worst case scenario.
Yeah, you can Chrono her.
If Exorcism is up, you just Chrono her if people are surrounding her.
Same concept as this Cold Embrace on the Death Prophet, plus Leshrac as well as another combo that we saw.
Yeah.
You encase them and they continue doing damage, which is so annoying.
Yeah, very true. Okay. Well, it's going to be the Spectre versus Void into the late game if we get to that point, which again, last game, I thought it would go a little bit more even, but VP were able to kind of take off once that first Roche was taken. And not sure what we're going to see from T1 this side in terms of like the Roche potential, but like who do you think has that advantage around the pit area?
Definitely VP. They've got Death Prophet to take Roche and Faceless Void to make taking Roche really difficult for T1, but T1 has the advantage of having extremely strong pickoff potential and plenty of damage too. With the Leshrac, you can coil somebody next to the Lesh and he's going to get a kill. You can Nyx Assassin stun somebody next to the Lesh and he's going to get a kill. And then you have the Haunt coming in afterwards and a Sharpshooter from far away. So lots of damage, and they don't really need to be that close to each other.
Yeah, that's true. All right, in terms of the mid matchup, GPK on the Death Prophet is at 18-9 versus Carl's 17-4. So pretty much a wash right now. Is that what you would expect at this stage of the game between these two heroes?
There's a little bit of an advantage from Death Prophet because you just don't have to buy regen. But
time dilation. Yeah, that's a really annoying one to deal with. Zephyr does use his Fairy Fire, but the bash is there from Nightfall.
Ah, very nice.
And Cuckoo looking for a high five from Nightfall. Nope, other way around, actually. I really hate it when the high fives are not reciprocated. It's 23 Savage getting pressured by DM. Very close to death here, but Whitemon with the health salve, keeping his carry healthy. But in the meantime, yeah, that is... I mean, DM is getting really tanky. Only 2 levels of reactive armor, so not even level 5 yet. They just can't do much about him yet, at this point at least. You see the...
so close.
Yeah, that is 6 HP, the classic. Calculated from 23 Savage, of course, as we can see the Earth Spike missed here from Save.
I heard the panel talking about how DM, the only hero that he might be more impressive on than his Kunkka is his Timber Saw.
Okay.
And I can see why. This looks like an Ice Ice.
Yeah, this is going to be a kill.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. Timber Chain.
The best Timbers are these ones that pressure before they're level 6. They understand they can tank the creeps, and so they basically build up this creep army behind the tower where the carry has to either tank that. They have to decide basically, do I want to take that amount of damage? And of course, as a carry, you kind of have to because you don't want to miss last hits.
Indeed, and I mean, DM 26-5 right now, so he is having himself a very good time.
He's a big juicy boy this game.
Yeah, Cuckoo on the other side, I mean, 25-7, so he's not too far behind. It's really the carries that are kind of falling. I mean, they're not that far behind, but I guess you can call it a wash between the two in terms of Faceless Void and Spectre, but they're not having a free farm game for sure this time around.
Spectre's supposed to have a tougher lane than Void is in this scenario, and it's kind of reflected. It's a very small difference.
Now GPK looking for that 6-minute rune, and it will be the invisibility. And at what point are you looking for Death Prophet to kind of get out of this lane and gank? It's not, I don't know, it feels like this hero that's just slow sieges with the Exorcism early. Or does he just stay mid and try to pressure that tower, knowing that puck has to go gank at some point? 23 Savage.
Oh.
Yeah, he takes some damage from DM with the Earth Spike to follow, but it looks like it'll be fun.
There's a couple of ways that you can think about Death Prophet's gameplay right now. Possibly you think that if Death Prophet runs at the Timbers lane, which looks like that is going to happen, the tower will just instantly fall because Timber can tank the tower and Death Prophet does enough damage to take the tower. Or maybe that's such an easy play that you just focus on mid because you know eventually you can just rotate to the Timber and get a free tower. So why not take the tower that's harder to take later but easy to take now, which is the mid tower. And it looks like that is what he's trying to do. He's pressuring mid.
Yeah, so from Carl's perspective, we'll see what his reaction is going to be to this because, I mean, obviously it's going to be a very long cooldown Exorcism once it is actually popped, but he is a GPK that is transitioning towards the bot as we see Save get the Earth Spike onto Whitemon. Again, Hoodwink, we've talked about him before. Does this feel like a Hoodwink game to you?
I don't know what is a Hoodwink game.
You should. We covered NADPC. We know.
My thoughts on this hero is just that it's a generic stunning position 5, position 4. Maybe as a 4, the game needs to be better for it, but I see it similar to like a Crystal Maiden or a Lich when those heroes were strong, where you just never really felt bad having them on your team.
Yeah. I mean, GPK made quite the walk over to the bot lane as 23 Savage getting pressured. DM not enough to actually burst him down to the end, but GPK's kind of going back and forth between bot and mid and has given up a little bit of farm and XP as a result, but still a little bit ahead of Carl right now in that mid lane. And you can see Spectre again, 23 Savage. Yeah, they've spent a lot on consumables this game for sure, which is the main reason that VP is sitting on a 2K network lead at 8 minutes. That's actually a little more significant than I thought it would be.
Yeah, they're taking a huge lead here, so I suppose there's nothing that GPK really needs to do. As he does head back down bot, I think this is a fairly free tower to take.
Chakram with the Whirling Death. We see the Exorcism from GPK. If they can get 23 Savage. Oh, the Timber Chain's not going to connect on a tree despite being an entire forest, but the right click and Whirling Death are more than enough. Whitemon, I mean, GPK wasn't even needed here. it feels like. But regardless, he's going to get XP for two of these kills. And perhaps into a tier 1 as well.
Maybe the idea behind him rotating bot and dodging out of the way when it looked like he wasn't going to get any kills is that this is such a guaranteed rotation because DM is doing so well that if he's going to expend a Death Prophet ulti, he wants to get at least a kill first, which is pretty interesting. And we've seen numerous teams, including T1, kind of play the game greedy like that, going like double Midas and just trying to irk out whatever advantage they can from every single spell that they have on the map. So it does make sense in terms of just optimizing for gold is, you know, you get kills, it's more gold.
Yeah, Nightfall working on a Maelstrom as his first main item on the Faceless Void. And then the counterpart for 23 Savage. Looks like it will be the Blade Mail to help him farm in the jungle, so no big surprise there. And he already picked up the Possessed Mask, actually, which is not too shabby. Although I think he'd prefer the... we have some action here. Whitemon still only level 3, by the way. Just hits 4 there with that ward, but save, getting the mana drain off. DM, not quite in range for the Whirling Death, but the Chakram is going to be there with the Crypt Swarm as well. So feels like VP are getting pretty much whatever they want with this 5-0 advantage right now.
Yeah, there's not anything that can kill DM, and the problem with Cuckoo, if he rotates towards DM, if he dies doing that once, then all of a sudden he's not tanky enough to do that a second time. And so he goes straight for the Hood of Defiance just to ensure that he is tanky, and I think probably that's why he's not rotating towards DM, is because he needs the boots first before he can realistically run at the lane.
As we see the replay here, the ward kill. Oh, level 4. Feels so good, but then he dies. So maybe not so much.
That's worth it.
Yeah, Zephyr still level 5 on the Nyx Assassin. We're at 10.5 minutes now. Let's see if these tomes come out, if they haven't already. It's 23 Savage playing a very, very close.
Greedy boy.
Yes, indeed. Still does not... Oh, he did get up the chip vest. Okay, that's the dream item for sure. On top of the Blade Mail to come for him. But still kind of playing the catch-up game. Does have Haunt, so if he finds an opportunity to find a quick kill and then back to farming, he'll do so. Otherwise, just full-on farming for him.
It's a great Blade Mail game against Death Prophet and Timber. Damage that it's extremely hard for these heroes to control who it goes on, and so you can just Haunt in, reflect all of that damage. I like that also 23 Savage went for a Sage's Mask casually, eventually building into the Echo. Spectre really needs that mana.
Yeah, we talked about it before, the fact that Blade Mail doesn't have that int, the Robe of the Magi anymore as part of that build. Pretty big deal for that hero as DM. Gonna be tanking this up, gets the Vendetta off from Zephyr side. Splitter's not gonna be there because of the curse. Beautiful timing from Kingslayer again. That is gonna be the death of Zephyr as a result. The coil basically just on the Faceless Void, but Nightfall looks pretty fine overall. It takes the Bushwhack, but just time walks into the tier 1. Just like that, VP with a tier 1 tower again and 2 kills. 7-0. This is starting to look a little yikes from T1. Jenkins.
Man, the matchup between Timber and Leshrac is whoever starts getting kills on the other one, it feels like the other just feeds. And so that was about to be Cuckoo killing DM and stopping this reign of terror from the Timbersaw. But just a beautiful Winter's Curse, as we've seen so many times throughout this tournament and the Animajor. It is the biggest buzzkill ability in the entirety of Dota.
We've also seen it in our Nightmares.
This is true.
As this hero's picked literally every game. Oh, Hex, Earth Spike to follow, GPK. Gets off the Spirit Siphon into the Silence. Very good layering into the Finger. VP have come to play in this game 3.
This is turning out to be a shellacking. I hate to say it.
It's still, I mean, it is still kind of early, but yeah, it has the potential to expand for sure.
8-0 map advantage from taking the bot tower and the mid tower. If you're T1, you have to make a play soon. I think probably with the Puck plus Leshrac, you need the damage from Lesh, and the best longest range lockdown you have is the Puck. Nyx is not going to be enough at this point. He is very behind.
Yeah, that is definitely true. So Nightfall, literally like 2 gold away from finishing the Maelstrom here, so that's going to help amplify his farm overall. I would assume a BKB afterwards, but he's not worried about this game. He can go at his own pace.
He doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, he's been involved, but we haven't really seen any... has he cast
He hasn't
Chrono
pressed
this game?
Chrono once. He hasn't had to.
Yeah.
They got the tower mid.
He baited the coil earlier on, and other than that, he's been farming. which is exactly what she's supposed to do if you don't need. I mean, the time dilation gives you some presence in lane, which definitely helped, but...
If you're Faceless Void versus a Puck, though, you're so happy about farming because, as the panel was talking about, it is a difficult matchup. Instant stun with this Puck and more than enough damage and disable to kill the Void.
Yeah. Well, 3K net worth lead for VP is... Looks like they want to take over the jungle again here, even though they already have this tier 1 tower. And they see Carl in the vicinity, but they also see a Wyvern. So... Oh, that was T1 actually picking it up. Okay, that's the first kill for T1. That's exactly what you need. And Zephyr, again, like we've talked about this guy in the Nyx Assassin, he is building towards Ags. If you, and I think it was T-Gov that was saying that he's expecting T1 to get off to a slow start, and then the high ground defense is where they really shine. And this is the big reason why, the Ags on Nyx.
I'm pretty sure you never want to play to defend high ground like that, but it's more so that you have the capability. Obviously, they tried to win the lanes. They've tried to make moves. But that is always a concern if you're playing against Nyx plus Leshrac, is how do we take high ground?
Yeah.
And I do think VP has an answer. Death Prophet is a very long-range siege hero, but whenever you're standing closer to the tower, it does significantly more damage. So it is quite slow if you stand far away with DP and siege the tower like that.
Yeah, that's true. And I think from T1's perspective, I mean, it also helps that Nyx, this is the item you build anyway, so it's not like he's changing his build because they're behind.
True, yeah, that's true.
Doesn't have to actually adapt because we've seen literally the same build every game.
Yeah.
On every Nyx Assassin that actually gets through.
Every team fight seems to be control an area. Right? You play near some high ground with a ward, and your cores are kind of in and out, but the supports will sit in the back and just use spells from afar. And Nyx Assassin Ags is just about the best thing at doing this. And if the Nyx gets gone on, good lord, he is not easy to kill with that 50% damage reduction. Raw damage reduction is OP. As you should know as a Centaur spammer.
That's right.
Always recommend.
I mean, there's not that many damage reductions, like percentage-wise, right?
Nope.
There's only a few in the game, so anytime you can get your... I was actually surprised when they buffed the Nyx Axe because I thought it was already really good.
Yeah.
As Carl's going to have to use his coil to try to get away here. Doesn't really have anybody nearby other than the Hoodwink. And yeah, that's... I mean, it's not the longest cooldown. It has been nerfed in the past couple patches, so it like has 20 seconds extra, I feel like, than it used to, but... not that big of a deal.
The coil, yeah, it's no big deal. It used to be at 65 seconds, which that was always too little.
Yeah.
For such a good ability.
Whitemon, Bushwhack not going to connect, save, keeping his distance wisely, but the Diabolic Key to continue to do work. As we see the first Chronosphere of the game, GPK gets the silence and the exorcism on top. And you can see the Blade Mail does a lot of work, but obviously in a 3v1 situation, you're not going to be able to do anything about that. Meanwhile, we have the TPs again from VP to try to defend this. Oh, Cuckoo destroyed by DM, and now Zephyr on the run with that Vendetta. Looks like he should get out, although the dust does connect, but he's just too far away at this point.
And of course, VP tips Cuckoo. He's doing his classic, I'm kind of behind on Leshrac, so I'm going to go stand in trees. And
that's true. He's been doing that a lot, as there might be a little reciprocal kill here. But no, safe, staying alive for now. The Sharpshooter just off range, and this might cost the Puck his life instead. Carl, the Winter's Curse does connect, and that'll provide Kingslayer with the easy kill. They did end up losing save, but the fact that he stayed alive a little bit longer meant that Carl had to kind of commit.
Yeah, Carl going down here is a really big deal. I think 23 and Carl dying is very bad for T1 because these are usually the players that whenever they're behind, they'll do some like epic thing and everybody will come back off the back of them, off the back of one of them being incredibly farmed and having a good game. And it's not often you see both of them having a tough time.
Yeah, especially not in, I mean, both tournaments really, the Animajor and this ESL 1 summer event.
Yeah. The question is, what do they do when everybody's having a...
Bushwhack into the Impale with the Haunt and Sharpshooter. 23 Savage gets credit for that one. He has the Echo Saber Blade Mail combo. We'll be going for Manta next. And also a double damage to boot. So this provides potentially an opportunity for T1 to continue to farm on Spectre, which is exactly what they need.
These are really crucial picks. This is getting them back into the game.
Oh yeah, we do see, thank you to the observers here, we'll talk about that in just a moment as we see the impact move here, the sharpshooter, which was being wound up from the beginning off the original Bushwhack. But speaking of Hoodwink as a hero, we did see this the other day, but having this Ironwood tree allows you to cast Bushwhack first and then place the tree. Pretty cool combo. It's essentially like an instant, it feels like an instant disable in some cases.
It's nice, too, because the Acorn Shot provides vision. So whenever you use the Bushwhack, they're going to run away from you because they're dying. And if they run into trees, you can use the Acorn Shot to get vision of people that you're chasing. So it does feel like a really nice combo. I think the most important thing about that last pickoff that we saw is that 23 got the kill. Spectre, not a hero that farms particularly fast. As you can see, they're smoking directly towards him, but...
Yeah, they're going to find Whitemon, but he just scurries away. But there's the Blink Hex from Save, and that's going to give another kill from the Leshrac. So Cuckoo kind of doing his thing like we've talked about, creating as much space as he can. Actually does expend the Finger of Death, but they'll take it. As long as, I mean, from T1's perspective, as long as Spectre doesn't die, they'll be okay with this. We're going to see GPK with the Exorcism. This will be the first Roche of the game. Don't think T1 can really do anything about this.
No, Haunt. The most that they could hope for is a steal, but it's so difficult for a Puck to get in there against Lion plus Death Prophet Silence. It's not going to happen, so T1, they just decide to push the lanes instead.
So Faceless Void, Mr. Nightfall himself will get it. They, like their mid laner in terms of DP, not a good Aegis carrier. I mean, I feel like that's kind of significant if there was a Lesh mid or a Storm. Like we've seen these heroes just absolutely take over the game because of the Aegis. And DP's just not one of them. It's like almost feels like a transformation hero to some degree. Just super long cooldown. If you die with that up, it's just complete waste.
Hey, even Void's a tad not so good just because you respawn and maybe you don't have the Chronosphere up.
Yeah. Because
you saw some good opportunity prior to dying. Just a question of like when does the Chronosphere opportunity present itself?
So 4K net worth lead here for VP. And Zephyr, he is only 1,000 away from Ags.
Billy Stone, that's a good item.
Yeah, that is true. We didn't really mention that, but that will, especially in a losing game like this, help you get some very important items.
Reliable goal, too. So
he's getting chased, though, so I might have to save that money in the bank. He's going to get silenced as we see the Bushwhack not connect here, but the Spirit Siphon is there into the Crypt Swarm as well, into the bashes. In addition, Zephyr does get off his Spike Carapace for now, though. It's DM on the other side, chasing out Cuckoo, but looks like Carl and Zephyr both die on opposite sides here. So VP just in firm control of this game right now. Oh, Blink Hex again from Save. Here comes the Timber Chain. This will be a huge kill. Bushwhack again misses. You can see VP kind of doing this in and out game right now. Really well executed. Splitter's going to be connecting with that Yule Scepter combo. 23 Savage does not want this stack take. It's not that big of a stack, but he needs his farm, Jenkins.
That was pretty cool. VP kind of baited the fortification by making it look like they were going to dive into the tier 2. As we can see the Haunt in. That's not so good.
Oh yeah, the Winter's Curse.
There goes his friend.
I mean, it's like Winter Wyvern is just a really good hero. I don't know, it's weird.
I believe that's a very strange opinion that you hold.
I mean, we need to ask. Okay, whoever wins this tournament, winning interview, which you will not be on panel because you're casting.
Yep.
Maybe you can relay this to our panel.
You can do that.
Please ask. Well, I will forget because I'm an old man, but please remember to ask them to ask whoever wins about Winter Wyvern and what they think and why it gets through literally every game, because I actually don't know. I don't understand.
It is interesting. It does seem like the ubiquitously best Dota hero currently. Everything else is just an argument against Winter Wyvern, where it's like, okay, guys, hear me out. And then everybody's like, oh, God, he's going to say something's better than Winter Wyvern.
GPK is going to pop the Exorcism here, and Nightfall just pounding on the tier 2. This is probably going to be given up, but pressure is applied to the tier 2 top as well. I mean, there's other heroes like AA, right? It's a cool hero because it provides you with this option of, hey, we pick this, which means you can't pick XXX. But at the same time...
But this is always the discussion, though. It's always Winter Wyvern first and like, oh, hear me out.
Yeah. No, but at the same time, Winter Wyvern, he pushes waves. He has great team fight. He has ridiculously OP heals right now. I feel like he just provides everything.
5 different builds that you can go that are all viable.
Yeah.
If you counter it, she just goes a different build.
All right, tier 3 tower is taking really heavy damage. And it looks like VP might actually just get this uncontested 0 defense here, as 23 Savage is going to be happy with the trade for the tier 2 for tier 3. Now you can see the Cold Embrace coming into play onto Nightfall. Gets the Time Walk off, a little baby one there. Of course, still has his Aegis intact. Zephyr showing off that Aghanim Scepter. Gets off the Impale, but VP might just back up now. There's no Haunt yet for 23 Savage, so, I mean, he has it, but just doesn't have mana, so he'll have to TP back to base.
VP just trying to force Carl back there. Obviously, you see 23 Savage in a lane, and the immediate thought is, this guy's just going to Haunt in. No big deal. But when you see Carl pushing up that top lane, standing on your ward, you know he should be in base. There's no boots of travel. There's nothing to show that Carl can be out positioned like that. So they actually get a tower, because Carl doesn't want to come back until the tower goes down.
Yeah, that tower being down is... I mean, it's not like they're going up against a Lesh or something that can just quickly take it with a low cooldown thing. You have to commit an Exorcism, because that's pretty much their only tower push right now. But VP on the high ground here, going to break the smoke from Cuckoo. Oh, the Bushwhack is going to miss because of the Yules, but the Split Earth does come in turn, so they find the kill regardless. And now the coil is going to be pretty big. Chronosphere onto 2. You see the Winter Wyvern buy back into the game. The Impale is going to connect on 2 on top of this. Nightfall still with the Aegis, so he's not scared of anything. Cuckoo rounding up the Split Earth. Does hit onto 2 in turn, and Nightfall has to time walk back to the tier 2 tower. But DM is going absolute ham. 2 dead for T1. Did cost a buyback from BP, but you can see that T1 is now completely on the run. Time dilation, able to be connected onto Whitemon. He's going to get chased here by the Faceless Void. And you can see here, Mr. Zephyr himself does get off the Spike Carapace, but they have vision that Crypt Swarm is enough. So 4 for 1. It looked like a pretty good fight from T1 to start out, but they're just maybe just too far behind at this point.
That was very nice from Nightfall. He hits the Chrono there because he knows if he breaks the coil, he's probably fine. You know, his team can save him. He had Aegis, but he breaks both of the Eon Discs of Cuckoo and Carl in that fight. And then afterwards, DM comes through, and he pops both of them. The 2 heroes that Nightfall popped the Eon Disc of, they killed first. So that was intentional. It wasn't, the Chrono was not to kill both of those heroes. It was just to pop their Eon Discs because they were so confident that without the Chrono, they could kill them so long as they didn't have those up.
Right, okay, that's cool. And now we have a Scotty online for Nightfall. So very difficult to kill, to say the least, as he's getting close to that level 20 as well, which we've seen both the Time Walk talent and 40 attack speed in one taken. The fact that he doesn't have... I mean, there is going to be a second Roche, so perhaps you want to play into that with the Time Walk talent, but we'll see.
It's interesting that Nightfall's not going for a BKB in this scenario. He's just confident that so long as he turns around with a Chronosphere when he gets coiled, he's going to be fine. He has the effective HP and the status resistance to survive.
Oh, Spirit Siphon finds Cuckoo. You can see the Eon Disc proc. Time dilation to follow, though, and completely surrounded. Earth Spike from Save. Down goes Cuckoo. Now 5v4 situation as T1 have to just back up.
Cuckoo is an absolute maniac on this track. He just walks up so many high grounds. Somebody's got to do it, though.
Yeah. And Nightfall gonna take a bounty now, farm the enemy triangle. This is the one downside with VP's lineup, is just the cooldown on Exorcism. They don't have like this secondary push here, it feels like.
Yeah.
Maybe the Timbersaw getting Shard would help. Is he actually queuing that up at any point? Oh, he literally just did. Okay.
He's thinking the same thing. He's like, oh god, I'm so sick of waiting for this cooldown.
I mean, it makes sense. It is good damage to the tower with that flamethrower.
Yeah. And they don't need the Exorcism for damage in team fights, because Nightfall has enough net worth at this point that just the Faceless Void is going to do a ton of damage. It's literally just about taking the barrels. It's about ending out the game. And Timber Shard, that'll help you do that a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Nightfall did go for the 40 attack speed talent. Basically the same win rate between the two. 40 attack speed taken a little bit more often, though. That's kind of cool. You don't see that very often where it's similar pick rate, similar win rate as well.
Depend on the build, too. If you're going for Aghanim Scepter, then the Time Walk cooldown just equals more damage. And the 20 talent attack speed is obviously more damage as well.
All right, we're going to have a 5-man smoke from Virtus Pro. Ooh, we have Ether Lens here. on Whitemon. He's actually going for Aghanim Scepter next, which of course we have seen from time to time on these more farmed Hoodwinks. Oh, this will be a huge kill for VP. And yeah, this is going to be a super easy one as well. 23 Savage, just wrong place, wrong time. And Roshan, we can see not up for another minute 45.
Check out the kill score for quickly.
Yep, it is 420. I'm sure chat's very happy about that.
That's good stuff right there. Anyway.
Go ahead.
Back to
you.
Back
to you, Jenkins. Yeah, Dakota, shout out to you. But yeah, Nightfall is just super, super farm right now. It looks like they are kind of waiting for this Roche. Thought they might try to force a buyback potentially here, but just playing it close to the vest. Again, 10K net worth lead, so they're not really in a super rush here.
Yeah, they're confident they can play the map and choke T1 out. They have Boots of Travel on GPK, so that's fairly easy to do. And here's a little bit of that choking out happening.
Yeah, impact move. You can look at the top score line. Oh, we're not going to get that because there is a kill coming. Sharpshooter's there. DM pops the BKB, but it's getting very low. Actually drops down, so nicely done from T1, but a big, juicy Impale coming out from the line into the Chronosphere onto 2. And again, just too much farm for T1 to deal with. And okay, the big haunt comes in. 23 Savage pops the Blade Mail, jumping left, right, and center. Finally, he focuses on Nightfall as he has no more illusions to work with.
He got out?
He got back to base? What?
He didn't bash.
Wow.
What are the chances?
I didn't even see him TPing, for God's sake. But yeah, that was a lot of right clicks with no bash. What's the percentage on this? 24%?
Why is he a Dota player? He should be at the casino right now. Why?
Well, maybe it's because he got the double kill. As we see, he actually TP'd right away.
2.
Wow.
3. 4.
Yeah.
5.
Okay.
5 hits in a row. Let me do the math.
But the Maelstrom did proc, so something at least procced for him. As you can see the smiles coming out here. Always cool to see the webcams on these players. As Jenkins is opening up Google to calculate something apparently. All right, 23 Savage, he sees Roche, he's going for it. This is the Aegis, Cheese, and Shard. They know Chronosphere is down, they know Exorcism is down. This is a really good play from T1, especially if it works out. I mean, it's a good thought regardless.
I did the math. There's a 25% chance that would happen.
That's it? That's not right.
That's right.
Was it 5 hits or 2 or 4?
5 hits.
Okay. So not that big of a deal then, is what you're saying.
No, that's a big deal.
Cuckoo gets the split art, Loser Orb the follow, trying to create as much space as possible as the Aegis is not going to be taken. The stun comes out, it's snatched by Save himself. He's going to pop. That's not even a BKB, that is the Shard as 23 Savage has to Spectral Dagger away. Barely gets out with his life. Zephyr stuck inside this freaking ult from Timbersaw, just too much damage to deal with. Double kill for Nightfall. And yeah, Save ends up taking the Aegis. So that means T1 got Roche. I'm not sure who got the Shard. I see Save has a Shard. I'm not sure if that was from the pit.
Save took the Shard, and he must have given it to somebody else.
We'll have to watch the replay here.
Nightfall has the Shard.
This is a big... Look at this Earth Spike. Oh my god. So the cheese on Cuckoo, for sure.
Now, the cheese is on 23 Savage now.
Well, now, okay, yeah, but he picked it up, I mean.
Oh, I see.
All right, I'm going to click on everybody. Cheese is there, okay. So who did get the Shard? Because Save does have it, so...
You know, the ridiculous thing, too, about that...
Oh, no, it is on the reverse time lock, okay.
The timing of that is like, you're playing against a Haunt. How do you blink in and steal the Aegis from 2 heroes?
Yeah, that's pretty dirty play right there. Zephyr inside the trees, but they see him, and yeah, he's going to be brought down. I mean, Timbersaw's such a good hero against Nyx Assassin, especially when you have the silence from DP on top of it. And this is going to be a full set of racks in the bot. Probably go to the mid lane now while this Exorcism is still up. All right, Chronosphere onto 2. He's going to focus on the Hoodwink while Mr. GPK focuses on the Lesh. That's 2 quick kills, both buybacks though, as we see the Haunt come out with the Blade Mail, trying to apply as much pressure, finally gets that Winter Wyvern, but now 23 Savage on the run. No bashes needed this time as Nightfall jumps right in, dodges the Whitemon Sharpshooter. Impale's going to connect from Zephyr on the sideline, but Whitemon will fall regardless. And they have a sentry in the vicinity. Zephyr now on the run. Bash, first hit this time. Karma, full team wipe, VP, GG's call. This was a bit of a shellacking.
What's here? What's here?
This was probably just a normal shellac.
Normal shellac?
Maybe one higher, it would be...
Mega monumental shellac?
What's the...
I don't remember.
What's the... next tier from just regular shellacking.
S tier is the one pre-game.
Yeah, it's probably monumental.
I think it's monumental shellacking.
So this was a monumental shellacking.
That is a big word to be so low in the shellacking tier list.
We need to rethink the tier list a bit, but no big deal. So yeah, 2-1 advantage for VP. I mean, remember, this is a best of 5, and we expected this to go all 5, and I would not be surprised if that still stays true. What do you think of this performance from this time around from VP?
That was just some god tier stuff from VP. The way they played the map early, they won all the lanes, and they were incredibly greedy with their movements. GPK, top net worth for about 15 minutes in that game. It's a death profit. You don't see that very often, but they identified they could get away with it.
That's true. Okay. So with that, we're going to go over to the panel real quick and see what they have to say about Virtus Pro.
So many things to say. Honestly, it seems like there's a whole lot to unpack from this game number 3. Things may have been figured out for T1. Gonna have to go to a break and pick up all these clothes that I'm throwing on the ground. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Unknown Brain. Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your
side, you manipulator. Playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else who'll love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you finding, see you looking down and out. Coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music, I'm saying
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else who'll love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say suck me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Suck me in smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every
sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, my life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero?
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10.
The idea of the Enchantress, it works so well, and I'm thinking like right now, if VP just put the Ench into this Nyx Viper lane, they're going to be able to pick any kind of greedy carry on the side of Virtus Pro, because Ench, it does so much work, and I think that's maybe where T1 need to truly consider how they want to approach the latter portion of this draft.
I think if it's an Ench 5 and you commit to buying a few sentries on Nyx, he is one of the better supports at dealing with this Enchantress. Just because he has 4 armor, high regen, and he can sort of like walk around the camps. I do feel the same concern though. One of the things about having a Viper in the offlane is that VP might rotate an additional hero and just sort of trialing this range slow hero. However, T1 have showed, like at the major especially, that they're really good at catching this Viper up.
I think the main thing as well is like we're referring to this Viper off the concerns when Cuckoo played it. He went 1-7. That was in, I think it was game 2. And they weren't really able to do much because they're just farming up, and then that's where VP reset the pace. I'd love to see T1 oversubscribe to this idea of aggression and make sure they have a carry and a mid that can also join these engagements. A little bit uncharacteristic to 23 Savage's hero pool, but I just want to see them get a bit more up in VP's phase. Like, develop throughout the series, try and play into your opponent.
So what do you think was the justification for, out of all the heroes that we mentioned, the Magnus, the DKs, the Enchantresses, why did they go for Viper as their very, very first pick?
I think it, especially against VP, you want to try and start winning lanes, because that's been the story. That's the analysis, right? That was the weatherman after the previous. And Viper is one of those heroes where if it's got the correct setup, it can dominate the lane. It forces in the lane, it makes the carry think about moving to the jungle if you ban correctly. Like right now, VP, they're probably thinking about the Juggernaut again. It demolished Viper in that previous game. Maybe a lifestealer, but it's the idea of T1 wanting to have a stronger entry to the game.
Yeah, but then that's kind of where I'm getting at, because in game 2, we were saying the same thing. Viper's a lane winner. They ended up solving the issue pretty well.
Exactly,
it was the Enchantress who was kind of zoning him out, and the Jug.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what T1 needs to solve right now.
And maybe the Nyx Assassin can help it out, though they're not fearing the Juggernaut, at least not quite yet. They leave it in the pool, instead ban out 2 carries, Terrorblade and Phantom Lancer, and then an offlaner of the Centaur.
Lion is still available for VP. I think right now, like Lion and Clockwork are the 2 ones that look pretty good. Clockwork's a vessel buyer to deal with the Viper if they want to go for that form. And of course, we've seen the prominence of how Lion against Nyx Assassin and just general control is very, very strong.
Yeah, I think pretty much anything that helps your Lina live in the fights, as we saw in that last GPK Lina game, he will carry the game if you give him the conditions to set it up. Typically what that means is some sort of front line, some vision, or just some beefy hero that does both frontline and vision.
How does DK go against Lina if that's a mid lane matchup? Because haven't seen it get through the ban phase this long before.
Like a DK from T1 here?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's not bad in lane versus Lina. I've seen it go even, but I think usually Lina tends to outfarm DK by a bit, but DK is good overall in the game versus Lina.
Okay. See if they want to prioritize that. Last ban going to be the Morphling, so still targeting 23 Savage's pool. He's still got his Spectre available. He's still got... they could actually like take the Lifestealer away from VP if they thought that that was one of the issues. Or sorry, the Jug away from VP if they thought that that was one of the issues that made Viper look not that great in lane.
Yeah, this is where VP, they need to decide... Okay, they go for a Disruptor.
Ooh. Well, now I like Jug even more.
You mean for T1 now?
For T1 now,
okay.
Yeah. Because I think that that was part of the issue that made Viper look kind of useless in game 2 in the offlane, was that Jug just kept spinning him down, purging off all the poison stacks.
It would be a little bit risky to pick the carry here just because you'd be giving VP an additional counter pick.
Yeah, exactly.
I can see what you're saying with like stealing away the Jug. I agree. It could look very scary on VP. But I think most likely we're going to see them pick their 5 position here.
Okay. Yeah, that makes the most sense just because the Viper is currently your mid to offlane flex, and you see the support Joe, so you know exactly what type of support you're going to be laning into, and that's why you're a nice 5 here. Again, a bit more fight. So far, if you look at the supports that have been coming out from Zephyr, or Whitemon, sorry, they're a little bit more kind of... Or they just go for what? Wow. Okay. I wouldn't say they haven't really gone for these bigger team fights. Yeah. Like T1, their supports, as I looked at it, it's like they don't have overwhelming teamfight presence. Like they do in regards to like Phoenix, but it's not like the instant stun. It's more like they're relying on teammates to be the stun for their team fight. But now they go for a Warlock.
And then the instant fall. Bro, I like Juggernaut even. Oh, they go for the Lifestealer. Okay, we'll still spell it.
Same concept there.
Yeah.
So this Kunkka pick, why it's so instant, is because Warlock as a hero does not provide any laning presence. You can Fatal Bonds the wave to try and do some damage. Does around about 200 to 300 to if it's double hero plus the entire creep wave, but it's not as if it's going to independently push the Kunkka out. And then this Kunkka, you want to have a way to mitigate the effect of Fatal Bonds. You get that run buff, you're going to be pretty sturdy.
I like how you say, well, the reason that the Kunkka was instant was because they picked Warlock. Bro, they didn't care who they picked on T1.
I mean, the main point is, like, because they picked it so quickly, it's like, they probably, the team was like, if they pick this or this, we don't pick it. But they, just go for it, you know? Like, they're confident in it.
Yeah, they like, I mean, teamfight superiority seems to be the way that T1 may be able to get back into the game, but VP are saying, no. we're going to one-up you on that. We got Static Storm, we got Ghost Ship, and probably going to get a Tidal Wave soon, because that seems to be DM's go-to build, is getting the shard.
So good.
They do have a lot of spells to just move heroes around with the Glimpse and the Tidal Wave. And that in and of itself is a way to protect Alina. I think it's a pretty good pick because VP, they needed something to sort of start the fights casually, which Kunkka does, and they needed something to frontline, which Kunkka also does.
He also buys Pipe on the hero quite a lot, which helps with the early damage of the Warlock and the Viper. And yeah, overall, I like it when VP pick with confidence because you know like they already have their game plan.
And their game plan has been bringing them success in these last 2 games of this series. Now T1 need to figure out what are we going to do with the Viper. Last time, they ended up giving it to Cuckoo in the offlane. I don't necessarily think it was like a mid lane matchup kind of thing that forced the Viper into one lane or another.
Because VP has the last pick in the draft, I'd love to see them, if T1 don't pick a good like wave clearing style hero, go for like a Fury and carry. Just try and get yourself quickly into the game, play off the strength of Lina and Kunkka, because their lanes will be good, and just get into the towers. Okay, they go for an Axe.
Yeah, they banned out the Ursa, worried about a lane counter, so they pick up a melee offlaner. And unlike all the other axes that we've seen, this one's pretty much confirmed to be offlane.
Yeah, no, it is very much. This is going to be mid Viper, and then the next Axe offlane duo.
And I like this idea from T1. I think last game they had they've had a couple games where they picked these 2 range heroes in their 2 position and 3 position. And I like this more. The challenge of the Lina mid with Viper, you're saying, oh, you're going to counter me? But I think Carl should be pretty confident that he can outplay Lina in the lane.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Viper just opt to go more towards jungle. Don't try and poison attack this Lina. Just push the lane out, go jungle, play for your efficiencies, because of course, dire side, you do have the camps a little bit closer. You can do some like aggro plays and make some interesting stuff there. My concern for T1 is just in the 15-minute mark where VP often applies their dominance, they don't really have a lot of damage outside of Golem plus Viper. The rest are all kind of waiting for some items to come into play. And that's where VP, if they take a little bit longer to think about this carry pick and they go for a more active style of carry, they can rip through T1's 15 to 25-minute mark where they're trying to quickly farm up their items to have a very confident late game.
Luna is still available for Nightfall if they're interested in that. Whoa!
Oi! Is this the Abaddon carry? All right.
I would guess so, but there's only one way to find out. Let's see what
Whoa.
the lane situation is.
Hold up.
Hold up.
Hold up. Look at it.
Hey, Nightfall Abaddon. Carry Abaddon.
It's pretty cool. It removes the Fatal Bonds.
So VP, they pick Abaddon when they see their opponents have greed in their draft and they want to get out of the game. You know, Lina plus Abaddon. If both these heroes lock onto a target, there's going to be an immense amount of right clicks coming through. I like the creativity here from VP.
Yeah, and I think they're really making GPK into the hyper carry that we've seen his Lina can be. The last game he had like a Desolator. He was just hitting everyone. Abaddon he's pretty immortal this game, I gotta say. There is the break, but there's no silence to pair with it. So he'll always be able to get that ultimate off. Unless someone goes for Orchid, doesn't look really good on these heroes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what type of game the Axe can have, because of now you don't really want to jump the carry, right? The Axe is going to be, what's he going to be looking for? He's going to be going for maybe the Kunkka or the Lina. Realistically, he has to kill Lina at the start of every fight if T1 want to play with confidence. But once again, VP, they are playing for the strong lanes into 20-minute overwhelm T1. T1 haven't really adjusted their playstyle throughout the series. They've hard committed to survival and then turning the game back around. So they're going to have to really make sure they pick the correct fights, otherwise this game can get out of hand quite quickly.
And I'm glad we've picked the correct casters for this game number 4. It's Sunsfan and Lacoste.
That's right. Now that Jenkins is fired from this broadcast, yeah, he keeps coming back somehow. I don't know how he keeps getting back security, but Sunsfan with Lacoste. I was really happy to see Winter Wyvern banned. I was happy to see Lifestealer and Axe picked, as always, but Abaddon carry. Oh, tell me about this.
Something that South America loves to do. It's very uncommon. I want to see what the build is going to be. Maybe Midas into Radiance, maybe like Phase Boots casual gloves into Radiance. On the other side, you have Nyx Assassin, so Radiance is never going to feel that great, but I don't think you can afford to go for different kind of item build on a carry Abba, because this is your strength. And you also... as a Radiance carry, you don't care too much about the carapace because you have ulti just to get the stun off, and you can be bursted down. So maybe that's like one of the strengths, especially against the Nyx Assassin. We'll see. This time around, they have Lina, Enchantress plus a Disruptor. Very burstable heroes if you get on top of them. So they need to focus on the laning stage. On the other side, a lot of overtime damage coming out from either Battle Hunger, Annoyance from Nyx Assassin in the mid-game fights, Fatal Bonds, Viper, a lot of different stuff, and they don't have any abilities that goes through magic immunity, so I'm a bit worried what 23 Savage can do in this game to VP's lineup. I've seen him play Lifestealer so many times. He's extremely good at saving people. You know that there's going to be, like, Kunkka uses a combo or Lina stun. He will jump in to get him that extra HP that is necessary to survive.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if I was just going based off of lineup alone, T1's lineup looks very strong, and it's part of, part of it is just the unknown factor of this Abaddon for Nightfall. And I'm not saying he's going to build this Lacoste. Okay, I know this is stupid because Jenkins makes fun of me all the time.
Oh, I'm listening. Like, give me a new build.
But we have been seeing a lot of Echo Sabers on these position 1s, and Echo Saber on this hero with Manta is actually pretty dirty because he gets silenced like instantly.
And then you hit him one more time. That's 3 out of 4. And then comes the 4th
with Manta. You Manta, then do it. It's instant. All right?
Yeah, it's not bad.
I'm telling you. But Radiance does feel a lot better. But like you said, it is against the Nyx Assassin, which makes this a bit awkward. So we'll see, because you can get that Spike Carapace off any time you're in the vicinity of him. But then again, he can just pop his ult at any point as well. But yeah, really looking, as you can tell, I'm extremely excited about this game.
Yeah, I need you to calm down, sir.
Okay. Let me just reset. GPK is going to be mid lane versus Carl.
There we
go. Got the Lina Viper lane, which we've seen a few times before. Who do you like in this lane, young man?
It's always Viper. No matter who I see, it's always going to be Viper.
Really?
Pretty much, because Viper, he's still saving a point. Carl deciding whether he needs to put another in the poison attack or if he wants to go for corrosive skin. Those right clicks from Lina are very annoying, so just 1 point in corrosive skin is enough. That a bit of a attack slow and also overtime damage feels really nice, but so far 2 in poison attack, but on the bottom lane they decided to switch things up a bit. It's gonna be Warlock playing position 5, Whitemon on the hero with Axe. They just want to secure Axe's farm, I would say, where you give him that regeneration, and you know that the Lifestealer is playing into melee matchup, but I don't think Lifestealer is going to be able to sustain throughout this all harassment coming on from the Enchantress. Big camp is still not blocked.
Yeah, you might have some trouble on the Lifestealer, but the fact that Wyvern is finally gone, their backup apparently is the Warlock, which used to be the meta hero, then kind of dropped off a cliff. The Shard got some tweaks, used to be very powerful. So interesting to see what they do here. Is Cuckoo getting gone on inside the kinetic field. One more proc for that silence. There you go. Imagine what it would have been like with an Echo Saber, Mr. Lacoste, but he will live.
Yeah, it would be pretty OP if one hero had Echo Saber
2.5
minutes in. Yeah, it would be really hard
Ice
to
Frog?
lane into
Think
him.
about it.
Echo Saber from Quelling Blade, Gauntlets of Ogre Strength, and the recipe, 150 gold.
Yeah, I like it. Very nice. Also works on range heroes as well. We can add that in at some point.
Do you think it would be too OP if it works on the range heroes?
Probably. I mean, think of Weaver. You get triple attack, basically, whenever you want, which he basically can get, but only at level 25. So another hero that we just don't see right now. But yeah, always excited to see these heroes that are, like, I would consider them not super meta, at least not in this position, right?
Yes.
And the funny thing is, you could have, I mean, obviously they want to wait till later in the draft. As you can see an LSA connect here. You could have picked Abaddon first, and you could have just faked them out. But it was the last pick Abby, right? If I'm not mistaken.
It was. It was something that's not usually seen. They got surprised. Last pick Abba. What you're gonna do? I don't think they... Like, they could potentially kill Abba with a level 20 Axe. He's burstable. 150 Calling Blade Threshold, so you can dunk him. But it needs to be, like, perfect scenario.
You say Abaddon, right?
Abba,
but
Abaddon,
you say
Abaddon.
Because Abaddon, right?
In Dota 1 days, I believe he was called Abaddon.
No, it's the opposite.
It was the opposite?
Yeah.
Okay, I got confused.
The correct pronunciation is Abaddon. I've had this conversation with so many people before, but I just hate it. Zephyr getting pressured by the Centaur. Oh, save. Okay. Going to get the Impale up. You can see that Tidebringer doing pretty decent damage for DM. Very excited to see him play that as well, something we have yet to mention. But Cuckoo getting chased. Curse of Avernus.
Should be
Extra
the
attack
first
speed
blood
now.
Couple of magic sticks, chargers.
Looks like he will dive. Nope, he will not. Yeah, the Aphotic Shield was actually on Kingslayer, so didn't end up getting that proc off, sadly, for VP fans out there. Yeah, we have a lot of cool storylines, though. I mean, the fact that DM is playing Kunkka, which that first game that we saw is, I mean, that's a game for the ages, honestly. One of the coolest. If you guys haven't seen that game, go check out the VOD. As we can see, Cuckoo, again, getting pressured here. Aphotic Shield this time onto Nightfall, so this should surely be first blood. And for VP.
Third time's the charm. They try to go 3 times on him, and finally they manage to bring him down. Nightfall will get the last hit. They need some kind of regeneration at the bottom. Couriers were being used, so they have none left. So someone needs to go back. Couriers at this point, level 3, level 4, are extremely slow.
Yeah.
I think this scenario here should be like either one you TP back with one of the heroes, or Kingslayer just dies and comes back with a free TP, healing cell back to the lane. Because right now he's sitting at 300 HP, no mana. We managed to miss a kill, or I missed a kill. I was looking at my own PC.
It's okay. Zephyr died on his patented Nyx Assassin.
There we go.
Yep, gets X marks back and ends up being a pretty easy one.
Thank
So
you
2-0
very
advantage
much.
for VP, but they are behind in net worth. I know it's very early on, but you can look at the net worth of the 2 cores and the Viper and the Lifestealer. Not doing too shabby overall, but yeah, not the hugest lead in the end.
I think the reason why Nightfall decided to TP back is because he got that first blood and also has the full phase boots. So coming back to the lane is a bit more speedy than what we usually see 4 or 5 minutes in.
Yeah, again, pressuring the Axe, and this is a lot of damage. Like you said, the phase boost makes such a big difference, and now the Aphotic Shield applied, so gonna get Glimpse back, in fact, and we'll see if the Aphotic Shield actually wasn't enough to pick him out, but the right clicks are. So Nightfall,
He's
again.
dead. It's fine, Kingslayer's.
Yeah.
Okay, he's actually gonna save him, removed both Battle Hunger and Fatal Bonds. I think it's fine to let him die there.
Yeah, but the fact that this mid lane, I mean, GPK netting himself a kill, that is a pretty big storyline.
That's actually huge. Now he's level 7, has that regeneration rune running. Something that was very popular during the major is blocking the small camp, so you cannot farm it. It was not done in this game, so Lina, she's very good at it. Same goes for Viper, either stacking the small camp after pushing the wave, and now GPK is in the triangle, already farming the big stack.
And you can see Lifestealer trying to farm with that siege creep. It's going to be a little difficult for him, but he's getting tipped right now. Yeah, that not a whole lot of damage to deal, but he's still doing pretty well in terms of the CS, but he might have to be careful here. They know that Infest is down. Torrent will connect to start things out here with the Hadouken from the Satyr. We'll have to rage into the runaway, but they are chasing after him, actually.
If he gets the X mark, he's dead. Level 1 boat deals a ton of damage. And you also have save, regeneration, pretty much coming out from the aura. Nyx Assassin, not the strongest laner, doesn't provide you with much early on, so no surprise that they are not doing too hot on the top lane. DM, whenever he plays Kunkka and there's no Invoker in his team, he tends to get an Urn. It's Urn stick into Hood, upgrade it into Pipe, because there is so much magical damage early on coming out from Viper.
Considering
Warlock.
how much they're pressuring 23 Savage, he's farming pretty well, though.
He's farming okay underneath the
surprising.
tower. Pretty much the same amount of farm as Kunkka. But he is killable. He uses the Rage, which is 18-second cooldown, only 3-second duration. Another time, they go for this mid tower. 7 minutes in, save will get the tower. This is pretty big. It opens up the map, and it also allows Lina to potentially rotate to the top lane. One Torrent into LSA should guarantee a kill on a Lifestealer.
Yeah, I think it was basically, it was the last game or the game before where it was a minute and a half earlier than this, but it's still very early for this tier 1 towers. We're going to see Viper strike, so Carl will get
They really
first kill.
showed the Bambi, who the boss is.
Yeah. I mean, Viper is a really good hero against Enchantress early on because of the Viper strike, not need to really auto attack to get a kill in most scenarios. So 4-1 advantage here for VP, and DM still in this top lane has the Urn. We've seen him go pipe so many times before. We'll see if he switches up at all.
Definitely a good pipe game against Warlock. Nyx, Viper, ton of early magic damage. Well, TP mid, refill the bottle for GPK. And they can outpush the wave and possibly smoke because they didn't show the supports. Let's see if it happens, or they just run to the top lane.
Still no boots on Kingslayer, although it's 9 minutes in the game. Connect feel for a little vision, but Zephyr's going to run right into the LSA. Spike Carapace, Laguna Blade. Save takes it for himself. And Nightfall, it will be the Radiant's first item. There's still hope for the Echo Saber. One day.
What about Echo Saber after Radiance?
Yeah,
I think it's Radiance into Manta style feels really good.
Yeah,
a lot of
also very
spells to dispel. Even though you have a built-in dispel, Warlock. Yeah, there we go. Kingslayer.
It's like
one more time.
Once these phase boots came online for Nightfall, it's just no getting away from it anymore, especially with just a +1 there. Why do you think it is that we don't see Abby as a position 1 as often? Like, obviously, you talked about South America being relatively common, but basically nowhere else. Is LSA. Okay. No Laguna Blade this time. Zephyr's going to set it up with the Spike Carapace into the Impale. DM not quite in range for the X. He's going to take the Viper Strike instead, but now the LSA onto the Viper into the boat as well. Carl getting pressured big time. Save is there as well. Man, Zephyr baited his teammate there, it looked like.
Save one more time. Good rotation. They also have a ward on the high ground, which allows them to play a bit more aggressive. And look at the defensive wards near the big camp tier 2 tower that T1 placed. This is the second time I see them place this. When they play against the Enchantress, they just want to see the rotation early on, possibly collapse on a mid tier 2 tower, wrap around.
Yeah, and definitely a good start for VP. 23 Savage is going for the armlet into casual Sange, and we'll see what it turns that into.
Scotty. This is his build on the Lifestealer.
Yeah, pretty solid overall. We actually, was it him that bought the shard really early on for the open wounds? If he ends up getting kited, he's going to insta-buy
or Nightfall.
Yeah, I guess that's true. One of the two. As GPK, they're going to pop out. The Infest, no longer. So back to farming we go. But he's still doing relatively well.
It was a nice, cute play there. He took over the catapult and just ran away with it. Enchantress seen this movie multiple times. When you play against Viper, you can't really do too much. But too much magical damage coming out from the hero.
Yeah, what do you think, though, going back to that combo about position 1 Abby and why we don't see it? Do you think it has, like, major weaknesses?
I think we might see if this tournament, for example, went on for another week. It's just like becomes a meta, and then everyone starts either banning it, because it's also possibly a flex pick, position 5 or position 1. So it's something that teams like start to do. If you remember, I think it was before DPC 1 started. Omni Knight plus Sven. Like Omni Knight, everyone was talking badly about the hero. Suddenly, super popular, one of the best combos.
This was when Sven was good, right?
Yeah, maybe during a Mega League time, I believe. It was a hot thing. And this time around, Lina going straight into BKB one more time. I just love this build compared to Boots of Travel.
Yeah.
Second item after finishing off the Yules, because you have 2 defensive tools and you're relying on a timing. I've seen Lina's fall off so many times after like getting 5-0, heroes who can get on top of her, and they have many.
And a lot of the games that you're talking about, Nightfall might take some initiation here. Cuckoo's in the vicinity with the rest of his team with the smoke. You're seeing the blink dagger into the call. Yep, we'll get the Viper strike out, but there's the borrowed time, and that's why you don't initiate on Abaddon.
Not sure what the plan there was. I guess we eat the hero, potentially like TP rotation, 100 gold down the drain.
Yeah, and he has a Sacred Relic.
You cannot kill him. So another 50 seconds without that ulti. We'll continue to farm up, get that Radiance. That's a big timing for them, and this was also a blink reveal.
Yep, that is actually
getting scouted.
Yeah, Zephyr scouting things out here. We have some TPs going on. Impale only onto 1, so it might be Save.
Oh, what a
sacrificing
play.
himself, but the Torrent into the boat. Not really going to do much here.
That was nicely done by Save. Hits him with the creep, cancels the Blink Dagger, and then uses Ensnare, completely shuts down initiation coming out from Axe. T1, they can't find any openings. They managed to kill Enchantress 2 times, and that's pretty much it.
I mean, back to this build from GPK, because we cast a couple of games as well where we see these Boots of Travel really early. And a lot of the time, it was on the team that was losing. So it feels like you're buying this kind of greedy item and then you just use
Yeah,
the
I've
game
been
even more
very
at that
vocal
point.
about it during the major. During this tournament, I've seen it lose too many times, especially in a game when you're 2, 3, 4K gold behind and you decide to invest half of your BKB into Boots of Travel. It's just not a thing. But to go back to his skill build, Dragon Slave, it's 4-1-4 build, allows you to farm a lot more, allows you to farm the Ancients with this build. Radiance. Is it online?
No.
Not yet.
Still 700 to go. You can see he has the Blade of Alacrity, so one single item at a time to get that Manta, I assume. I've never seen that before. That's kind of strange.
A Manta style is good, but you also have a way of dispelling things. I wouldn't mind if it's also S and Y.
Okay.
You want to have status resistance against Axe, especially Jug. He always buys S and Y whenever he plays against the Axe. Just lower the duration of that Berserker's Call, even Nyx Assassin Stun. Could
Yeah,
be.
because Borrowed Time does not take off Berserker's Call. It's one of the few things that Hard to Spell does not take off at all, right? So status resistance is kind of the only thing you can do. Other
Yeah,
than
when the
Dual
boss
Axe.
calls, you have to answer.
Yeah, that's true. Axe is definitely a boss indeed. Is Zephyr scouting things out on DM right here? Another hero that you can get a pretty easy spike carapace on if you're in the right area because of the Tidebringer. As usual, working on his Aghanim Scepter. That's a long way away.
I didn't manage to stack it.
Yeah, unfortunate. It's okay, DM. We weren't watching. But yeah, still going for that pipe. And are you... Shard? Is there any reason not to go for Shard? Because he just seems to be so god tier with it. The Tidal Wave usage from
This
him
is his
like none
build.
other.
Might just finish off like a casual medallion and then turn that into Tidal Wave. 20-minute mark. Shard, we've seen what he can do. One of the best Conquest performance, as you mentioned, that we've seen in a really long time.
Yeah, Cuckoo is going for the typical... I mean, he's basically playing position 1 here as... Yeah, we're seeing that replay, I guess. Very nice. But...
Yeah, do it one more time just to show that he cannot stack with Torrent.
Very sad. Very sad. But Nightfall's Radiance is online. And typically when you are this here, I mean, I guess you could say for a lot, like the Wraith Gang is similar. You're very tanky, extremely hard to kill, and when you have the Radiance, that's basically go time. Do you think they're waiting for anything else, or is that pretty accurate?
Lina BKB, maybe Abba is a bit too farmed at the moment. So you're not going to have a BKB on Lina plus a Radiance, but I feel with Abba behind you and like the survivability that Yule Scepter gives you, I think it's enough. We still have not seen a single rock, right?
Oh, finally, Vendetta. That is true. Chaotic Offering. Okay, you spoke it into existence, my friend, and it was not a good one. I'm just going to throw it out. I want to throw it out
like
there.
instantly, he drops the rock.
That is perfect timing, but we do get a glimpse into the Static Storm with the Kinetic Field holding him in, and Zephyr will take a tumble. Ward spawning them out here, so now with the Radiance, I think they just bulldoze down lanes, or at least attempt to. He did go for the Blade of Alacrity, by the way, so just keeping you guys on your toes here. I don't know why.
Casual blade, yeah?
Yeah, he just had it queued up. I don't know why.
He's
I mean,
still thinking. I think he is thinking whether he needs that Manta style to be able to outpush the waves and get rid of some extra spells so you don't have to use a Photic Shield, or if he wants to get S and Y. We'll see what he decides to go for. Picks up a Pupil's Gift. Not the best one. I prefer it on either Intelligence or Agility Hero, so you get some extra strength.
So we do have to mention, though, T1 side. So Cuckoo obviously going for the Manta style Shard build, but it's not really going to come online until the 20-minute mark, but it seems to be close. Actually, no, he's going to be a little bit late on that. It might be like 23 minutes. Whitemon getting caught out here to start things out. Carl applying the pressure with the break of the Nether Toxin. Really not going to do that much, though, as the Radiance is going to work here. Glimpse back onto Cuckoo now, going for him alone. Zephyr taking some damage from Save in the meantime, but we're going to lose the Disruptor, so it's a 1-for-1 to start this fight. And GPK kind of stuck in the trees here. He's going to get called. Carl, nice heal from the Infest into the chop before the Borrowed Time actually comes through. GPK still with the BKB. And another kill for Cuckoo. So who cares about this Shard build as long as you can chop kids down? That went through the Borrowed Time. Very nicely done.
Yeah, also Disruptor didn't get any spells off. Viper just instantly goes on him, forces him to like use a Thunder Strike, which is nothing but does not allow him to use the full combo. GPK was also running a bit low on mana. A great decision making once again from T1. This team just knows how to play from behind.
Yeah, they've definitely shown that from time to time. Save going into his own triangle. Cuckoo's going to blink out to safety. That gave him so much gold, by the way. That's basically a full Manta. So I was saying he would get like 22, 23-minute Manta Shard. It's going to be more like a 20 to 21 minute at this stage.
He's super. 4,000 gold on top of Vanguard, full wand, and the Blink Dagger, level 13.
He is a beefy boy who picks up a Van Brace as well. Even beefier now. Very nice. Good magic resist, extra strength. And we can see on the side of T1 still that 23 Savage is still working on that Scotty. Not super close to getting it, but he is still top net worth and farm by a decent margin.
Oh, look at Nightfall. He knows. He sees Nyx Assassin, turns off the Radiant, so there is no counterplay to that. They have a break mechanic, but they don't have any silences to follow it up on a Baton, because this is super deadly combo. Against him, you break him, and then he needs to click with his mouse or a keyboard borrowed time. If you silence him, then he cannot use his ulti.
I'm pretty sure he can click R.
Depends. Maybe you forgot. Sometimes
That's
in a
right.
team fight.
If it happens once, yeah, the first time is sometimes the time that you can get away with it, right?
Yes.
But then you learn.
Abba's talents are extremely good for a carry. You get 8 strength, you get 65 damage.
Yeah, Zephyr going to be glimpsed out. Already used the Spike Carapace, so the LSA into the right clicks are more than enough. Yeah, the 8 strength is nice with the Radiance build. A lot of times you see the 15 move speed because you go for this Yasha into something to help amplify that move speed overall, but
8 strength also means 8 damage.
This is true. It is a strength here after all, so is going for the Manta after all. And first Roche, and we didn't really mention this, but I mean, Abaddon as a hero,
there is a Roche in
good
game.
against Roche, good against towers.
Very good.
And with GPK on the back line, look how fast he's attacking with the fiery soul stacks.
Just keep those stacks coming. Clarity running on him constantly.
Does this surprise you that he gets the Aegis?
Not really. Because last
GPK does
fight,
have BKB now, I guess.
I think the damage that you get from the Radiance is a bit too high, so you want to have Abba in the fight as much as possible, and he will be the front line. I think that's the big difference.
Yeah, that's true.
Even with ulti, he can still die, as what happened in the previous fight. GPK. I love this. I think he has a great understanding of what he needs to build. I don't think he's going to go for Boots of Travel. I see MKB, which I really like. Just get more damage. Wants to be able to pump up some damage against Viper, against the Lifestealer, because right now they're very limited on the physical amount. They have, once again, nothing that goes through spell immunity.
Yeah, this is a right-click carry for the Aegis for sure. And you're right, because Abaddon's going to be in the front line hitting the towers.
Just kidding. He bought Boots of Travel.
It's okay. It's caster curse, typical stuff. I mean, it was one of those things where he had the MKB queued up. He has 2k gold. Like,
What about Boots of Travel?
We can go Boots of Travel. Why not?
Lowering the cooldown of the TP is also nice to deal with the split push, set things up on a side lane.
But either way, he
positive.
goes this after the other items, which is fine for the most part, right?
It is. I think if they lost a Roche fight, T1 picks up Aegis, he might need to go for damage item. This time around, they're staying ahead in terms of what they're doing with the first Aegis. But still, T1 ahead in terms of gold. Cuckoo, level 15, Manta style done.
Scotty now done as well for 23
Also on top
Savage.
of Shard. Cuckoo's just getting gold out of nowhere.
Yep, those Manta illusions are quite strong, even without that Shard. Just being able to push it down waves. Very strong indeed. As 3 minutes left on the Aegis for Nightfall, so we'll see if they want to get into a fight here. Oh, GPK is going to find somebody.
Dodge it?
Open a big chaotic offering onto 3 behind him, but the Static Storm to follow. Laguna Blade, the Infest to try to heal. Boat is coming in. Gets the Manta off, but the LSA connects again, and Cuckoo will take a tumble. Big kill for VP. And now the glimpse back from 23 Savage has already used his rage. But going to get silenced here if he's not careful. A nice big impale there from the Nyx Assassin, but they will be able to clean up 23 Savage. In fact, it's saved to get the kill of all heroes. Kingslayer in the corner. Carl pops the BKB, just going to right-click, contently getting that double kill for himself. So it's a 2 for 2 in the end as GPK also died. Nether Toxin, though, yeah, glimpse back. That wasn't the glimpse, actually. That was the X.
That was the X mark.
So 3 for 2.
Still a very good trade for Virtus Pro. They managed to kill off Axe. As mentioned,
23 Savage just loves to use that Infest. I don't think I've seen him use Infest aggressively. It's more about that save. He tries to use it on Axe, but they already blew him up to half HP with the combo. Both plus Laguna Blade, couple of right clicks. They still get a return kill. Lina dies. When you play ABBA as a carry, you're going to be out of position, so you won't be able to save your teammates because you want to lock onto the target and just go straight killer. We've seen how effective the silence also is against the Lifestealer when there's no rage. 4 right clicks, even though he does not have an Echo Saber, as you suggested.
This is true, but Mantis Style will help him get those procs. Now, keep that in mind that Satanic can be picked up at some point for the Lifestealer, so you can just dispel the Curse of Avernus stack once it gets to that point. So Rage should, I mean, if he goes for that build, which I assume he will at some point if the game goes long enough.
And look at this.
It is even.
Yeah, this is going to make you happy, Suns fan. Abaddon.
Oh! Yes, my boy! Hell yeah! What did we say, huh? Radiance Manta into Echo Saber. Yes! Love it. Nightfall, my new favorite player. I'm supposed to not be biased, though.
You know, they've been listening to stream. These guys are smart, you know. We should start paying more attention to professional casting.
I like this guy's Aghanim
why
list.
they're casting the grand finals, right?
That's true. That's true. It's not because nobody was hired other than me. It was just very convenient to have me in the area. All right, Carl's going to pop the BKB, so that takes off the glimpse. But with that, the smoke on the VP, they're going to feel very comfortable knowing that that Magic immunity is going to be down. And GPK, like we talked about, is working on the MKB now, has a 7-second BKB online. And Scotty into, looks like he will actually finish SNY for 23 Savage. I feel like the Halberd, yeah, Halberd would have been pretty good, wouldn't it?
Halberd is nice against ABBA, against Lina, those right click, the miss chance also.
Rage?
They got nothing, he can just TP out.
Yeah, although he's actually just
or can he?
running around. Okay.
Infest?
Infest into Zephyr. Doesn't have his, oh, he's just gonna pop out. All right, you can die for me, young man. Good effort.
That was nicely done. I mean, he could have just rage TP out. Aegis Regeneration, kicking in. ABBA hit level 18, 40 seconds cooldown on borrowed time.
All right, you want to guess the next items for Abby after that? It's got to be Basher, right?
They need something. Yeah,
need
they
a BKB.
definitely need something to lock him down. Because with that 2 hits plus Manta style, I mean, Basher doesn't work on Manta, obviously, but double hit, something that the Pango is very good at. We're going to see that one again. A replay. He uses Rage. I thought he was just gonna...
is up in 1 second.
Oh,
here,
that's
so maybe
why.
it was too close to call. Yeah, I think so. Either way.
Ask for an Uber.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best Uber. You don't go back to base with your friend and nobody, you know, one person dies. Usually Uber rides, that's like a 1-star, I would say. In my experience, at least, is DM is going to get the X mark. Ooh, Cuckoo jumped in. But just a little too quick on the fingers there.
If my Uber driver doesn't say anything, that's 5-star for me straight away.
Totally agree. Yes. And apparently, I'm not a 5-star rated customer, apparently. I don't talk at all. I feel like that should be a good thing for Uber drivers.
Maybe it's a different story if you look at it from driver's perspective.
They're just bored?
Yeah, they're bored. You don't talk, that means you're not getting a 5-star rating.
Man, I'm too tired to talk. For God's sake, it's too much to think about. Oh, no, he didn't go for the Echo Saber. He changed his mind. I think he went for Basher. Oh, it's because he got the Mindbreaker, maybe. That's actually a really good item to have.
It's a great item. Just instant silence into another silence. Sounds really good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the initial silence just to get
it
that
lasts long enough.
Silence.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Disruptor, yeah, working on Aghanim. I mean, this is one of the best Ags in the game. The fact that they've actually nerfed it time and time again, but they've kept the muted of the items. Speaking of which, yeah, Kingslayer's dead. BKB TP. All right, Torrent will connect onto Zephyr though, so they'll at least get a support trade. As you can see, Tidal Wave. I'm not sure how long DM has had that, but I will keep an eye on it for here going forward.
He's done some amazing stuff in the game when he played Kunkka. I believe it was, what's it called again? Tidal Wave into Winter's Curse. Like you could push people who are not attacking the target into forcing it to attack, which is really nice.
It's just one of those, like, it's a cool shard because it fits the lore and the theme of the hero. And at the same time, it feels a bit memey, but in reality, if you're really freaking good, you can make it look really good. And the opposite is true, of course. It's just like a pudge, right? That's why Jenkins
It's a
plays
skill
117
shot.
pudge. Yeah, exactly.
It just comes
All right.
back to that 117 every single time. You have to mention it.
Cuckoo is infested right now, so this will be an aggressive infest. Oh, DM might be the target here. They don't have vision, though. Cuckoo, oh, he's going to find Lina, but the big Yules just in time, but the Chaotic Offering to follow to get that tidal wave off, but the choppity chop is enough for GPK to find his way to the grave. Does have buyback, will expend it. Nightfall still with that Radiance. His DM is just getting kited from afar. You can see the Static Storm kinetic field just to try to separate this fight a bit. But look at this, Abaddon pops that Manta style. Big call onto 3. This will be a dieback onto GPK. And VP are crumbling. T1 lose their axe, but that's about it for now. But look at Save. He's doing a ton of damage with that impetus. Carl drops from afar, but now he has to worry about 23 Savage. Historically speaking, pretty good against the Enchantress. Pops the Rage to dispel that glimpse. And now the right clicks have cometh into the Impale. And another kill for 23 Savage. Great fight from T1. Dieback GPK.
That was beautiful. Like what Cuckoo did there, first initiation on Lina, even though he got the Yules off, they still managed to kill him. We can see some damage shared from the Fatal Bonds, and then he gets in the backline. Call onto 3 people. Here we go. 1.5 seconds.
Ooh.
Bam. Like the damage coming out from Axe is insane. Even though it was lowered, like the percentage chance from 10 to 5, it's still a thick amount of damage.
The fact that the counter Helix does not share a cooldown with the other counter Helix, the brother, the twin, is the biggest part of it. You could literally have 0% extra chance and it would still be a god tier item in my opinion. As this will set up the second rush of the game for T1. Shard is available. Axe already has it. Viper we've seen take it from time to time, but I would expect 23 Savage to get that open wounds, nostalgic feeling.
The old school ability. This is actually Dota 1 Nikes, aka Lifestealer, where he didn't have any abilities. His ability was magic immunity. That's it.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, maybe I'm not as old school as you, Mr. Lacoste. Maybe I just didn't play that much of him back in the day. I would play like the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, you
and
played those
Basher,
skilled heroes.
and
you didn't play Raid King or a Lifestealer. You were more like Gambler, I believe his name was.
Oh, I came after the Gambler, actually right after the Gambler, so didn't get to enjoy that one. I heard that Ricky had a ward though, Death Ward, and he can move around and not have to channel it. That sounds pretty broken. Maybe we can get a new hero with those abilities, or just play ability draft, but nobody does that. As okay, glimpse onto Zephyr. It's like, oh yeah, does have the Agnum Scepter, so Burrow online. He was pretty far away from that, but after that last
fight,
engagement.
exactly, and they gave him cheese, so 50% damage reduction while he's underground. On top of cheese, gonna be very hard to kill.
Yeah, and T1 with a 10k net worth lead. You can see the Culling Blade threshold talent.
Yes, that's the big one. That's the one that I mentioned. So they have potentially a chance to just burst ABBA if they can time it right. It's not easily doable. Threshold is 650, 600. My bad.
Threshold. I thought you said trash hole. That would have been pretty good as well. But you're right. It's one of the few things that will. Is it the only thing that will go through Abby ult? I guess so.
Finger, like any damage.
Oh, if you go before it goes off, though.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you can use that while borrow time, though. And
yeah, that is correct.
All right, 23 Savage pounding on the tier 3 tower. Has the siege here as well, but just going to reset. Actually going to TP top to trying to find GPK. They know that his death would be pretty giant. Cuckoo. No, not going to find him.
It's a 5-man rotation. They don't get anything out of this, but they have the 10k gold lead. BKB on Axe, 8-second cooldown. So do they have one on Viper for a long time. Natural BKB coming up from the Lifestealer, so they have a lot of bases covered. If somehow Kingslayer can manage to farm Agadam Scepter, that could potentially be a big game changer. Problem is, there is no Philly. No Philosopher's Stone means you need to be out there. You need to be trying to farm it up with the Thunder Strike, which is not easy. Still 1,200 gold away from it, so it's going to take some time.
Yeah, I think if I'm remembering correctly, there's only 2 mutes in the game now, right? Just Doom and Disruptor Ags ult.
There's also a third mute that I usually use when I'm playing on European servers. Yeah, the scoreboard mute.
Yeah, true. But DM now looking very strong on this Kunkka. Has a Solar Crest. We talked about the Shard Array with the Pipe. Extremely tanky. Actually going for a Vlad. So basically an all aura type. That's technically only one. Pipe is technically an aura, I guess. Yeah, very tanky indeed. But Cuckoo is the one just doing the damage in these fights. He's the initiator. He has the 8-second BKB still. Has the Hyper Stone. We'll see if it ends up being a Moon Shard or
yeah,
maybe
I hope
AC.
it is a Moon Shard.
It's always fun to see it. And actually, he does have the ceremonial robe as well. So status resistance lowered by 10%,
which means longer duration call.
Absolutely, that is a really good item. He actually is going for Moon Shard. Awesome. That's gonna be one fast attacking axe for sure. Now, one thing to note for the 23 Savage with this open wounds, it is quite easily dispellable. As save, ooh, Cuckoo runs right into him. Battle Hunger's off. He doesn't have any damage really to kill him, so just trying to buy time and prevent a TP potentially.
There is attack speed. Here. Let's see how it matches Enchantress.
Yeah,
untouchable.
I don't know about that one. As Zephyr,
he's trying.
Yeah, DM is super dead. Just finds the. Oh, all right.
That's after
Carl's
Viper showed up.
Yeah,
so it doesn't really count.
Yeah, we want to see a 1v1 battle, Axe with Moonshard versus Enchantress level 3 untouchable.
What about Tiny against Enchantress?
Oh, you don't have
like
time to watch
60-minute
that.
game until he hits it 3 times.
Yeah, pretty much. That gets into the late game by the time he right-clicks once. As there's the AC online. So, I mean, again, like Axe picking up an AC, not the craziest thing, but because your Lifestealer's already doing it, Moonshard, I mean, why not? You want a Moonshard, or you want the Hyperstone at least. Could go on for like a Mjolnir, I guess, but as apparently Viper's going for that as well, so.
And it also grants you 200 bonus night vision, which is really nice.
Yeah, that's true.
Mention, so you have that vision, maybe a better jump possibly. It's very hard for them to outpush the lanes. They have Ava with Manta Style, so he can like do one lane, but problem is there's always going to be 2 lanes pushed. Carl has double damage for a couple of more seconds. Glyph pop.
Yep, and this tier 3 tower is mega dead. Still a few more seconds left on the death timers here for the rest of VP. Keep in mind, Carl doesn't have a shard, so they're not pushing as fast as they could be, but they're doing more than enough. As there's the call from Cuckoo. Finds the carry, Abaddon, gets off the Manta. BKB popped in the meantime. You can see Nightfall just not having that much presence in the fight here as Cuckoo gets glimpsed back with the BKB, but you see the heal from 23 Savage again. He is really good. You brought it up earlier at using that Infest to keep his teammates healthy.
He's been really impressive at doing that. And Nightfall pops BKB straight away. It was 9-second BKB, so
yeah, true.
I don't think it was needed, but we could also see in that fight that Axe can go in and just dunk him potentially.
Yeah, and it feels like at this stage of the game, when you have this much farm and this tanky of heroes on the side of T1, the Abaddon carry is just kind of falling off to a degree. See the bash come online, 23 Savage, able to get a pretty easy one onto Kingslayer, who's still working on that Aghanim Scepter. Not
Getting
that
very
far,
close.
though. Yeah, 500
If there's
away.
a fight which they think it could change the game, can potentially sell the Wand, maybe even sell the Tranquil Boots.
Sell everything.
Sell everything,
Literally
buy a smoke, and drop that Static Storm. Level 15, I think this is one of the best level 15s in the game when paired up with the Aghanims, +2 duration on the Static Storm.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's really strong.
We got some level 25s.
I mean, if they can get that onto Lifestealer before Rage comes off, that is a potential kill. I say potential. It's all about positioning here. Nightfall pops the BKB. TP out. No bash.
So yeah, 25 Viper. Nether Toxin cooldown. If that was Nether Toxin silences from the previous versions, that'd be really good against Eva. Break plus a silence. Can't use ulti at all.
Wonder why they got rid of that talent.
I don't know. It would seem perfectly balanced. AoE silence.
Well, it's... I mean, what's the cooldown on it now? It's without any... hey, again with the Spell Prism, are you kidding me? 2.5 seconds? Last time we saw this, had the Spell Prism as well. So just the constant Nether Toxins, which, again, against Abaddon... I mean, that is actually something we didn't really talk about. We talked about the ult aspect of Abaddon, but his Curse of Avernus disabled within Nether Toxin. And that's what makes the hero good.
Pretty much, yeah. He is nowhere near level
Chaotic
25.
Offering cancels the TP for DM as he is just getting right-click from afar. Dunkity-dunk for Cuckoo.
Yeah, DM, also known as Dunk Me, and Axe grants his wish right there.
I like that.
It's too much damage coming off from this offlane Axe. He's staying on top of the network for a very long time. Pretty much having the same amount as Lifestealer at this point, which is pretty impressive.
You know, I hate to say it, but when GPK picked up those boots of travel, look,
everything just went downhill.
He's he's right in the middle of the pack in terms of net worth. Not what you want to see. He did get off to a really good start too. So it's, actually, I mean, that dieback was pretty much the game, I feel like.
Also, that fight when he cornered himself with a BKB, couldn't get out.
Yeah, that's true. If he had a Wind Waker, he could have gotten out though. Right? That's a very common item these days, of course. He's going for the Eon Disc, though.
Just invest 7,000 gold. Sounds good. I've seen Wind Waker winning off games.
Yeah?
You know, certain situations against Faceless Void, potentially just using it to buy a bit more time. But there's this item called Nullifier, which deals well with it.
Yeah.
It's too expensive.
I mean, what if you made Wind Waker non-dispellable?
That's a great idea, Suns.
Thank you. Thank you.
What about Global Silence not being dispellable?
Yeah, Silencer would then be good. He's pretty garbage right now. As we see the third Roche being taken by T1. The Shard is inside. So double Chaotic Offering, I assume, is what they'll go for here. And this is the fight for VP. This is the fight they absolutely have to win. They find Zephyr. It's going to take a while to... Yeah, they already have Roche. So can they even kill Zephyr is the question. Static Storm is there, but the Infest comes off with that BKB or the Rage already activated beforehand.
Still alive.
Yeah, he's absolutely alive. Gets Force Staff to the low ground, and with that, Nightfall is just going to get completely surrounded. Cuckoo and company going to have no issue chopping him down.
Yeah, this might be it. They can't even kill Nyx Assassin with the full combo pretty much, and he also had a cheese. Eon Disc was there, stays burrowed. Warlock uses the heal on him with the Holy Locket on top of it. It's just too much. Axe holding on to a Refresher right now. He might handle it to Warlock, as you suggested.
Yeah, see the Torrent defense potential here. Zephyr not burrowed, so he's not getting that damage reduction, but there he goes inside the ground where he belongs. Cuckoo jumps in. Boom! GPK is gone. Just like that. Does have buyback, though. Will expend it.
1, 2, 3 buybacks.
Yep, Nightfall. Getting pressured now by the Lifestealer. LSA is not going to connect. You can see the Tidal Wave come through as well. The Impale from across the freaking map. Nightfall just trying to get out. Does not want to use that ult. Look how slow he is. The upheaval is insane. We see the gem on the ground right now, so that's going to be a Rax in the mid lanes. We see a reaction from a player for some reason. Yes, he did it! This is where they turn it around. Nightfall with the Echo Saber. How can you counter this? That is the question, my friends. Impale from global range, that might have something to do with it, though. That's a pretty good counter, I think. Nightfall gets off the Aphotic Shield. They had to give it the second Rax at the very least, but 23 Savage, right-clicking with that Ghoul Frenzy. Nightfall pops the BKB. You can see Whitemon gets off that Chaotic Offering with that Refresher Shard. Static Storm is applied, but really nobody of use inside here. And they're just back in the fountain. The Infest, again, used to heal. GPK pops the BKB. Save. Yeah,
Fountain is their player strength. They need to like glimpse or X mark into Tidal Wave.
Oh, they got the Viper thanks to the Echo Saber. The slow is huge, Lacoste. Don't forget the Echo Saber. Kingslayer gets out with just a sliver of HP. The Laguna Blade finally takes care of this Aegis. Okay. Now the LSA is going to not hit, but the Basher is there. Savage does have the Infest in 20 seconds. GPK gets found by Zephyr, and back in the ground he goes. Echo Saber going to work again with the illusions. They'll find another support hero, but double buyback, make it a triple buyback from T1. 23 Savage is left all alone right now. The Echo Saber, it's working, but a big call from the other side into the choppity chop. 23 Savage gets yet another kill for himself. He is healing up to a high degree. GGs are called. The Echo Saber, maybe if it was picked up 20 minutes ago, would have been enough.
Look at that.
Game 5, man. Yeah.
This is what we expected, and this is what we're going to get. Game number 5. These two teams, they've been amazing throughout this whole tournament, and T1 manages to, win this 4th game with the pretty convincingly, I would say, very slow and methodical game one more time. It's just they choke them out. They can't really farm, get the first, second, third Roche, and go for the ending. Boots of Travel, yes or no, Suns fan?
I'm going to say no. But he did get it after a couple of the big items.
He
the
went for a
Yules,
BKB,
the
so that's completely fine. But
it didn't work
I
out.
know what makes you happy. That Echo Saber 6th item on Abaddon.
You know what? I'm going to have to give Nightfall the MVP of this game just for buying that Echo Saber. Despite the loss, I'm okay with that because we get a Game 5. And that makes everybody happy, I think. And I mean, we talked about it. We expected this. And I think the panel really want to talk about what Game 5 could have coming. Let's go over there.
Game 5, 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 Game 5.
And they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget. But you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the
Unknown Brain, Marvin Devine.
I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you finally, see you looking down and out, coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music. I'm saying
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say Suck me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control.
Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking as a lost control. Love is paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take on.
I saw in every team fight, they would always, I mean, it's also how you want to play team fights, but they always make sure Lina died. Lina was never able to get her net worth up in that fight, and as a result, you saw like Abaddon, he was trying to right-click a Nyx in one of the replays, and he just did no damage because Lina is supposed to be the hard carry, but you can't hard carry without the items.
Coming into game 5, we've seen the repeat draft. Was it game 2 we had this?
Where it was, Timbersaw.
Yeah, it was the Timbersaw, and then we had the Nyx Leshrac response, and once again the line. I believe that was actually...
Yeah, I think they put Leshrac on offlane and picked Puck mid.
Yeah, that was game 3, sorry. There's been so many games because we're in game 5.
Game 5, game 5.
They banned out the Puck themselves because I think they were really unhappy with their 2-3 combination that game. They had no one who could run it at all for them, and Leshrac Cuckoo just sort of had to suicide around the map in order to make any space, but they couldn't teamfight at all. I think in games 1 and 4, the ultimate way that T1 were able to take those games was they out-team fought Virtus Pro. You can't do that if you don't have proper frontline and proper kiting.
Yeah, and specifically in Game 4 for T1, they were able to really lean on the fact that there wasn't the scaling carry coming into play. They did allow the Abaddon to have this early access to the game, but then they just took that decisive fight in their own jungle. And that is, like, we've said it so many times during ESL Summer, like T1, they will give up map control, they emulate PSG in the kind of play style where it's like, they don't play for a strong laning phase, they don't play for a strong, like, 15-minute fight, they'll always play for that kind of decisive 20-25 minute where they make those comeback moments just because they have the better kind of team timing.
And Curtis, you were mentioning in the last game they were able to shut down GPK's farm. Was it mainly the Axe? Who was to credit for being able to recognize that Lina was the issue? Because same thing in game 2. Lina was popping off first pick, but in that game she was able to get all their net worth that she needed.
I think it was a combination of them knowing who to target in the team fights, but also just having a Nyx. Nyx made it a lot easier. We even saw, I think the casters questioned it, whether Abaddon took that Aegis. I think the next team fight happened and Lina died, even though Abaddon lived with the Aegis. This means that Lina doesn't get to scale. Lina's a hero that you need some base items before you can start playing for damage. You need Yules, BKB, Travels. There's a lot of gold that is only basically plus 34 damage. It's once you get that Daedalus, the Desolator, MKB that you really start popping off with steroids.
But also Cuckoo on his Axe, he did absolutely pop off where being able to like hit these 2-3-man calls in these kind of closed off areas. Development of draft though, T1 this time coming into the second phase, they take away the Void because don't forget game 3 Virtus Pro, they had the Timber, the Void, the Death Prophet, and they pretty much walked over T1. So yeah, this is kind of development of the meta of this grand finals, T1 taking away one of these big carries, but also banning out the Death Prophet themselves.
I think taking the Void also enables Nyx in a way. We saw in that game 3 that, was it game 3? Yeah, game 3. Nyx would use his spell to use Burrow, and the Faceless Void would just use Time Dilation on him. And he was just a burrowed creep.
That's true actually, yeah. A burrowed creep.
This also gives you a lot more team fight to back up your Leshrac. I think part of their game plan this game will be whoever plays the Leshrac will sort of be ready to edict those towers, and he'll have a lot of stuns and team fight behind him with the Nyx and the Faceless Void.
The question for VP is simply, how do they want to answer the Void? Is it by playing for a quicker early game, but that's not how they've been playing the tournament thus far? Or is it by maybe adding in some saves, adding in some ability to annoy the Void where like his early chronos aren't going to be as clean?
How about a Wraith King, where you kind of solve both things? You can take on early aggression with your skeletons, or you don't need to save if you have a built-in save of the Aegis.
That would be the go-to. I think T1 should be aware of that. Yeah. You now get the Invoker.
Wraith King is a classic versus a Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Now, normally I would consider Invoker to be like a denial pick, but that doesn't feel like a very Carly hero, even though I love Cataclysm plus Chronosphere.
He does play Invoker.
Okay, he does?
Yeah. I mean, his name is also Carl. So.
This is true.
But he did play his last Invoker game quite well.
That's right.
I think VP, last time they played against the Nyx
Yep.
Leshrac, they actually had Invoker then as well. They picked Invoker Wyvern, I can't remember, but a little bit of stun coming out the Wraith King with the Invoker. I'd like to see a Cost Wax Invoker this game, pretty much always for me. But if it connects with the Timbersaw, I can think we can see something similar to the other VP Timbersaw games where he's starting to pressure the carry and kick him out of lane.
Yeah, like T1, they really struggle with just pushing out lanes right now. Like, they have really good team fight on paper, but getting to the point where they can set up the lanes to be able to take that decisive team fight, like, the reason why they are such a strong team is because they pressure these objectives, force their opponent to be there, but they always got some other core out in the side lane, pushing in the lanes, making that team react, and then they have numbers advantage. This isn't really going to happen with this lineup. And that's why I think VP, they're confident with this, like, just a straight Wraith King pick, because they're going to be able to pair the Invoker with the Timbersaw in the lane, Alacrity the Catapult, go take some towers. Wraith King farms behind, then joins in quite quickly. Because once again, it's like T1, they aren't really invading the jungle, but their team fight is immensely strong.
T1 bans out a little bit more team fight. They take out the Disruptor Eastern European Classic and showed up last game. Not to much success, though. But they already showed their carry. It's not going to be a Lifestealer or a Juggernaut, so they don't want to have to deal with getting glimpsed into Static Storm. So some other support is going to have to come out, which is rare. Usually these last phases of this entire series has felt like always cores, not supports.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind... do I want to say Oracle? I don't think I do. I'm trying to think of what VP really wants in their 5 position. Like, do they want to go more lane-centric, where they try and find kills against a Nyx Leshrac, but Lesh having a high move speed, Nyx being high armor? Like, I don't think you're going to be killing anything. So I wouldn't mind VP opting for a more defensive backline support, enabling these heroes to try and kind of survive throughout the fights.
Yeah, the Oracle is a possibility.
Pretty much anything that secures the lane for Wraith King, they'll be happy with. I think Oracle might be a tad weak in the lane, but he is very good for the game. He will give you that save for Chronosphere. He'll make it so Invoker can actually cast some spells into fights.
They ban out the Grimstroke, some other Kingslayer heroes. He picked up
good, actually.
ET.
They banned it.
Wait, which one?
Grimstroke would have been good. Oh, yeah. But of course, they banned it.
Why would you have liked Grimstroke here?
I think they need a bit more damage. So a little bit of oomph.
How about like a Witch Doctor or a Jakiro? A little bit more oomph in lane. And then against the Void, it's really annoying to play Void to play into.
Witch Doctor seems pretty good. I think they used to play a lot of.
Oh, they just go for the Oracle.
Okay,
all right.
Good call on that one.
Now,
thanks for the high five, Howie.
T1 need to figure out where is Leshrac going. I feel like this is always the answer that we're looking for with T1's final pick. Where is the Cuckoo/Carl hero going? Is Leshrac off lane? Is Leshrac mid?
I think they should put Leshrac off lane, get a mid that has a hard catch for Invoker. Puck is banned.
Isn't Storm available?
Storm.
A nice little Storm little situation, always jump the Oracle. Or how about like a offlane Night Stalker with the mid Leshrac, and then just
Something
fully
like
overwhelm
Night
their
Stalker can
backlines.
work for sure. I think it's hard to play Storm this game. I think Invoker's normally decent versus him, and Lion's a good matchup.
DK still in the pool. For some reason, utterly forgotten in this series.
They could do DK. They just need something to frontline.
Yeah.
If they don't have something to frontline, Void will never get a good chrono this game.
This is true. They do need that hero that is like the vision enabler, because Nyx has now kind of shifted away from that style of gameplay where he's playing with another core to get the kill. It's not him running in first with Vendetta. And in the big team fights, they do like that hero with confidence who walks up the higher ground and says, look at me, hit me, and then that gives the Void and Warlock entry to these bigger team fights.
They do have a full minute to talk about their pick. I guess Storm could work just because if they need to pick a hero that they're confident can deal with the Timbersaw, I think. Because right now they might get run over by Timbersaw once
this
again.
is true. This is the big concern. Like, they have so much team fight, this whole mid-game centric lineup, but my fear is like that wave clear in the early point, like the entry to the game. This is what this first phase Timbersaw always put pressure in the draft, and right now they haven't perfectly answered it. They're more about survival, but that's kind of the T1 philosophy in this entire grand finals. Survival, then dominance.
Definitely seems like they know what they want to pick. They're just psyching everyone up. Cuckoo definitely gave a everyone relax, I got this type.
He's putting the shoes on.
He's putting the shoes on.
He's ready.
He's putting those brown boots on.
Oh, now he's not ready. Nope,
you
now
guys
he's ready.
good? You guys good with this? What is it gonna be?
This is it.
Stop panicking, Cuckoo.
Oh, no.
What? No.
What?
You need a pick. Come back.
Brood.
What?
Woo! Okay.
Okay.
I've just made a loud noise just for fun, but let's think about it. Okay, so Broodmother's a hero that you really need to answer in two forms. How do you kill it in laning phase, and how do you defend the tower? Right now, VP has no answer, I think, to killing the Brood cleanly in laning phase. They have the answer with defending tower with the Timbersaw, but yeah, just the entry to the game, Brood will have a pretty decent time.
And what's the lane situation? It's Brood plus
Nyx.
Warlock?
No, Brood,
plus
Nyx. And then it'll be Warlock Void in the top lane.
And it'll be up against Oracle Wraith King
We might see VP go for aggro trialing just to get the Timbersaw matchup versus.
No, that's true. Yeah.
But honestly, they don't really have to do that. Brood's not the same hero where you would like get overrun with spiders really early.
Yep.
I think as long as they are able to secure Nightfall an okay game, they will eventually be able to rotate DM down there and deal with the Brood. It is overall a good Brood game though. I think it's a very cheesy pick, and I mean Cuckoo, he wasn't known for his Brood in the DPC. People thought he can play it, but then he busted it out at the major.
The key thing here is VP have won their games with Timbersaw being able to take the tower and everyone moves into that kind of Timbersaw. If you have a Brood, that forces Timbersaw to think defensively now. He is the only hero that can then occupy the Brood. So unless they want to kind of evenly lose like safe lanes with Brood coming in here, Timber coming in there, Timber will kind of lose that aggressive pressure. And that's maybe why they picked this hero to give Void time to farm up. But, you know, we'll see. It's an exciting, it's game 5.
Yeah, both teams seem to have pretty similar scaling across the board. The offlaner is going to draw a bunch of focus, Timber on one side, Brood on the other. Your mid laners, you got the Invoker and the Leshrac, pretty similar power spikes, and then Wraith King and Faceless Void, another direction.
Yes, we really need a whiteboard, honestly. Like, I think right now, if we could have drawn some arrows and stuff about the shifting of map movement and stuff, that would be amazing. But luckily, we don't need to do that because that's
Those have been outlawed in Dota 2, unfortunately. We won't be drawing on them again. But I've brought you the premier casting duo you could possibly ask for. That's right, it's Sunsfan and Jenkins for game number 5.
Sorry. Oh, man, I was really hoping you'd say Cinder in there because that would have made a lot more sense, Tsunami. But yes, you're stuck with us, Sunsfan and Jenkins, for game 5 of this grand finals between T1 and VP. Both teams have looked absolutely fabulous at times. VP picked Abaddon carry last game. Did not work out in very big fashion, I guess you could put it, Jenkins.
Yeah. Now we have the last pick, Broodmother.
Yes.
By no means a free Broodmother game. Timbersaw, good game counter. You can kill all the spiders, lane against the Brood quite easily.
Yep.
And I do like Wraith King plus a nuker against Brood in lane. Typical melee owner, and Brood is a typical melee hero.
Oh, Cuckoo. Wraithfire Blast into the Fortune's End. Split Earth not able to connect with the Timber Chain on the other side. And that's going to be first blood going to GPK. The Broodmother already falling, Jenkins. I mean, this is one of those, it's not, we've seen so many games of Broodmother, and I still can't decide what I think of him, but in the past, as a last pick, it's like you win the game fast or you lose the game fast. How's the dynamic now in this patch?
I don't think it's that way anymore in the current patch because you're going to be building into utility items anyway, so it's more so you fall off and become a typical utility offlaner rather than just falling off and losing the game.
Right.
So just because of the new build, I think that's not a problem anymore.
Yeah, we see a lot of pipes as first item on Brood. Aghanim Scepter later. I mean, a lot of choices after the fact as we see the EMP come out. Split Earth is going to hit onto Nightfall. Fortune's End, though. Going to keep the Nyx Assassin in place. And it looks like another kill going the way of VP. So 2-0 start for them as they're picking more traditional heroes. No position 1 Abby. They're not doing anything crazy this time around. I mean, there is an Oracle. We don't see that every day, but...
Pretty standard hero.
Yeah, not that crazy.
And as this was happening, Cuckoo was trying to make sure that he gets the lane matchup that he wants. He was paying close attention to where DM was on Timbersaw. He was running between the lanes. He really wants to be against this Oracle plus Wraith King, but this lane is quite difficult for Brood. It's 2 nukes, they can zone you, and then once you get the spiders, Timbersaw's going to be level 6, and you can rotate to that lane with the Timber. So not as free as a lot of other last pick Broods in prior patches.
Yeah, this 23 Savage is going to take a little damage here, but time walks it off. And it's not like the old Brood where you get the Spiderlings right away. You have to wait till level 6, and the question is, can he survive that long? As, like you talked about, tons of nukes coming out already. I mean, is this a game where Nightfall maxes? I mean, we saw the game. I keep forgetting who was playing it, but they maxed out Wraithfire Blast. Is that something you look to do here, or are you still focused on your farming?
That was the build throughout the major, maxing Wraithfire Blast, because the crit doesn't really help you jungle faster, and it's mostly the skeletons, and you're not getting that many skeleton charges without already using skeleton charges. So it's this weird thing where 4 is kind of enough, and using the 4 points of nuke, or at the very least like 2 or 3 points of nuke, is often enough to get you a lot of kills, and you can show up to things that otherwise you wouldn't be able to.
As you see the Carl Leshrac mid. So we've seen this hero basically between the off lane and the mid lane for the most part versus the Invoker. I assume it will be the typical Invoker going Quas Wex into the old Spirit Vessel into Midas, and then eventually going for the Cataclysm and all that good stuff.
Yeah, plenty of chain lockdown for Cataclysm, so eventually that will make sense. Whatever he builds into, eventually an Ags will come out.
Carl,
be careful.
Very okay. GPK gets basically handed to him there. Goodness, that was interesting.
And a lot of that comes from the fact that Carl is the type of Lesh mid player that he holds his points to see if he needs to use Lightning Storm, and usually he'll opt to go for more points in Edict just to do a crap load of damage the moment he hits level 6. And that gives him the ability to take towers, but in that situation you can see it resulted in him getting hit a lot more than a traditional Leshrac with Lightning.
Yeah, you see the EMP come out. GPK does connect, so Carl at half mana already, even though he just got back into the lane. And Cuckoo, on the other hand, 6-1 in terms of CS. I mean, what are you even happy with in this stage? Like, at what point, like, does it really come down to that level 6, or is it more getting the webs up to a high degree so that you can actually regen enough to withstand this burst damage?
6 is important because even though DM's likely going to rotate to his lane on Timbersaw, still, it's not a good hero for chasing around the spiders. Timbersaw's good at sitting in lane and making sure that the tower's never going to go down, but you're not really quick enough to deal with the brood spiders in the jungle, and so Kuku's going to be able to farm as soon as he gets level 6, and that's going to push these heroes that could potentially kill him out of the lane, and that's the problem right now, is he has to be so scared of this double disable combo between the Wraith King and the Oracle.
And we'll see Whitemon harassing a bit with that Fatal Bonds. Another combo here from VP. Not going to be enough for a kill, but Cuckoo will at least get some XP here and a couple of last hits as well. And Zephyr actually pulls an entire wave, so he went the just cut the wave and brought it around through the river, I assume. Help get his Brood a little bit more XP and gold, since he is kind of struggling right now. Let's see if he can get some last hits onto the tower, though. Still going to be pressured, though, in the meantime by Kingslayer. See the Impale connect, Nightfall, but just a little harassment back and forth. Nightfall, of course, will be able to go into the jungle at some point if he really wants. I mean, is it more dependent on how your lane is going, if you even bother going to the jungle? If you're getting free farm in the lane, do you just give it up to an ally still, or do you just stay?
The only person that can take the Brood's lane is Timber, past, you know, a reasonable point, and so I think if you can stay here with Wraith King, just to keep things simple, you do stay there, because that's probably going to be your highest kill threat, maybe even with a rotation from the mid lane Invoker. And then after that point, it's got to be Timber. But we can see Zephyr went for a really cool build here. He went for a second point in mana burn to prevent the double nukes coming out.
Okay.
It's just to make Kuku's life a little bit easier, because Wraith King obviously can't press his stun if he has no mana for it. And there's no point in going for the Carapace, because Zephyr's not playing the lane, so he's just going to mana burn, help him out a little bit, and then leave and give Cuckoo the solo XP.
Yeah, it's cool to see these new but the skill builds being based off of how the game is actually going, instead of just pigeonholing yourself into the same build over and over with. You know, 99% of pubbers, including myself, will do, Jenkins. Maybe you should make a video on that with some extra arrows to make sure that somebody watches.
You guys can
Courier
do that.
Taken out. Whitemon's Courier, that is, by save. He's going to take some damage on top, but nice some blocks coming out as DM making his way in the vicinity, looking for the Timber Chain opportunity. There we go, and this looks like a kill going the way of VP again. So 4-0 advantage, already 2K, and 23 Savage was trying to help out his comrade, but ain't happening.
Beautiful body blocks by Save, ensuring that when that creep wave is being tanked, there's some sort of punish for it, and it makes enough space that DM can come over and get a free kill. He's almost level 6, and this is when I think any lane that Timber goes to, he's going to have an advantage, even against Lesh.
Zephyr with a very uncharacteristic miss on the Impale ends up paying the price with the Cold Snap EMP combo.
There's a bit of the punish for not having Spiked Carapace, not
That's
as slippery as a typical Nyx would be at this point. Also, sacking those levels to Cuckoo's Broodmother means that Zephyr doesnn't have the levels he's used to playing with.
And we see some action top lane. Chakram is there with a setup from Save. Not enough to kill Whitemon yet. He's trying to get off the Fatal Bonds here as DM is pursuing him from behind. You see the Hex. Timber Chain will be another kill on the Whitemon. And DM is pretty freaking farm right. In fact, all 3 cores on VP are top net worth at this current point.
We were all thinking with the last pick Brood, what do you do to deal with this hero, but...
What do you do against Timbersaw? Oh, this might be it, though. Yep, we see the Lesh coming with that Chronosphere set up into the Split Earth. enough magic damage, and that is a huge kill for T1. They desperately needed it.
DM was playing really far up there because he had the catapult, so he wanted to take this advantage he had in lane and turn it into the tower, but Lesh, great hero dealing with the Timbersaw. Once again, Batrider and Lesh are the two best heroes for laning against Timber at some point.
Yeah, Zephyr might be caught out again. Cold Snap. We have the Impale, EMP. It's not quite enough, though. He's still only level 2, so like you said, no Spike Carapace. Try to combo break that, if you will. But GPK is going to be perfectly healthy here. Top net worth in the game right now. I mean, what do you think of the matchup of... I mean, I saw Void picked in the... I think it was the 3rd pick overall. And I was like, okay, this is just going to be a Wraith King game, right? And it is. So, is Wraith King that good against Void? Is it just the survivability, or is there something that I'm missing here?
I think Wraith King is a sort of pushing hero with the skeletons as well. So similar to why Drow Ranger counters the Void. If you don't lose the ult, and also in the late game, the ult is on such a low cooldown. Oh, okay, Kuko makes a rotation.
GK, yeah, see the spiraling doing so much damage. Fate's Edict not enough, and now the Impale from Zephyr into the split earth. So nice turnaround here for T1 as you see Kuku making the transition, and this is where the hero starts to be a bit of trouble to deal with.
This is really nice from Kuku. So he's doing this thing where his webs are not really in an ideal state for farming, but they are in an ideal state for pressuring, because DM now has to rotate between mid and bot to chase the Brood.
My goodness.
But Brood is so fast. Timber can't chase Broodmother.
That tower got decimated. Save in the meantime does get the Earth Spike off. DM in the vicinity as well with the Chalk Run, but Zephyr on the sideline gets the Impale only onto save, though. Looks like it might actually be enough to get everybody out with their lives. Tornado ends up missing here, but Kingslayer might be dying again. Just getting chased by Kuku. It's really difficult to get away from this hero as a support for sure. But the fact that they took that tier 1 tower in feels like less than 10 seconds. Pretty crazy.
What a smart rotation from Kuku. It's a very atypical thing for Broodmother to do that, to rotate to another lane, but that is the only advantage that Broodmother has over Timbersaw.
Yeah.
Is to just run between the lanes quickly, and Timber spends all of this time chasing, and Timber's supposed to be the hero that's doing stuff at the moment.
And Whitemon getting chased by Nightfall, and one more crit will do it. Let's see if they can turn this into a tier 1 tower as well. So this game started going in favor of VP. I mean, they probably are still favored to a degree, but now that Brood is online with 23 Savage in the vicinity as well, so it'd be a trade at the very least for these tier 1 towers.
I love that T1 is playing. I like that they're playing around Brood, because we saw this exact same thing in the major. Who was it? I believe it was EG. Maybe it was EG. Anyway, there was a team that was picking Ursa with the Broodmother, and they would put Ursa behind Brood, so anytime the Brood counter would run at the Brood, Ursa would be there to counter that counter, because that's typically the way that works. All of the heroes that are good against Broodmother are not good against Ursa, and T1's kind of doing the same thing, except with multiple heroes. They're putting the Broodmother with the Leshrac, or the Broodmother with the Faceless Void, so that way you can't just run Timber at this hero and push it out of a lane anymore. You have to go in there with like 4 heroes to get Brood to go away.
It's funny that the way that you play against Brood has kind of shifted a bit as well, because for so many years it was just the same hero, the same play style. Now we're seeing just more flexibility. It's a little bit more dynamic and maybe a little too strong right now, but I mean, how often has it been banned in this tournament?
It was,
off your memory.
It was getting second phase banned, so it's fallen out of favor in the first phase, presumably because a hero like Wyvern does very well against Broodmother, can kill the spiders in a support position, and it just feels much better than what power level Broodmother is at. And so because these heroes have come into the meta, Broodmother falls down, but the question is, is that warranted? Should Broodmother have been still getting first phase ban?
Oh, it's funny because, I mean, not that Wyvern wasn't underpicked by any means at the major, but it wasn't as strong as it has been in this tournament, it feels like, right? Maybe towards the tail end, but
yeah.
You just discover new things with each patch, and I mean, this patch isn't even that old for all intents and purposes, but yeah, people still looking forward to whatever is in store in the next few days. As we see DM now with the hood, and Kingslayer still not level 6, 12 minutes in the game. That false promise, obviously, probably the best save in the game if you can get it off.
Yep.
especially with a Wraith King that can get some regen with the lifesteal and Timbersaw as well.
Yeah.
And speaking of Timbersaw, you're going up against a Faceless Void with time dilation, which maybe hasn't been that big of a deal yet, but you can see he is going for the Lotus Orb to be able to dispel that. One of the more annoying spells to deal with as a Timber.
Pretty good against Fatal Bonds as well, and possible Broodmother Orchid, although Cuckoo is going for Mechanism. And I think this is a good build, just given how they're playing around him. If you go for the Orchid, it's more so a kind of solo pick-off style build, and you already have enough pick-off between the Leshrac, the Nyx, and the Faceless Void. You don't need more, even though silencing the Oracle would be pretty nice. More so about supporting your team, and they do the work for you, because he's countered on Broodmother by the Timber.
And we're going to see a smoke here from VP. But yeah, we typically see the pipe as a first item like I was talking about. Solar Crest as well, but just switching it up just slightly. We've seen some Greaves, of course, in the past, in addition, as Cuckoo, with all his spiders, going to be potentially ganked here. Trying to micro them to a high degree. GPK in the vicinity. Tornado misses, though. Hits a couple of creeps, and that's about it. But a big stun from Zephyr onto 2. And now VP are on the run. Kingslayer just drops of his own accord. Cuckoo, not mincing words here. Looks like the pressure's going to be applied again, but the Ice Wall is connected here. The slow progress is a Chronosphere on all three on the outer edges, but what is the follow-up? Buyback onto the Oracle now. The bash is online, so Save takes a tumble. But in the meantime, taking some damage from the Chakram. We see the Sunstrike Comet, but it's not going to connect on anybody as Nightfall has come to play as well. Tornado will hit the Leshrac. Trying to save him with Cuckoo here on the sideline. DM, you can see taking some right-click damage, but as we see the Radiance now online at the 13.5-minute mark. So Nightfall still with that second life, but...
How is Nopi dead? What's happening?
Well, Lion did die. That counts as somebody.
Well, I don't know. It's a lion.
Just because he's hideous doesn't mean he's not a person, okay? But yeah, now with this, I mean, obviously you want the level 12 on Wraith King. That's probably the biggest thing. Oh yeah, there was a... buyback there on Oracle. GG. Yeah, he was the first to fall, actually. But yeah, that was an incredibly good chrono as the... Looks like the Impale is going to just miss here as the chase is on. Trying to get control of this jungle. Chaotic Offering being faked out. GPK doesn't have a ton of mana to work with, and Nightfall still only with that level 1 ult, but running in. Gets that Wraithfire Blast is going to be dispelled there by the Vendetta, or dodged, I should say. But Broodmother, on the other hand, is going to get bursted down between the Chakram and the Finger of Death. So VP getting full control of their jungle again.
And just a little out of position there. You know, expecting that playing near that high ground is going to be enough to keep Cuckoo alive, but there's so much disable coming from the side of VP. And with Nightfall picking up his Radiance, they're super comfortable taking almost any fight, even into a high ground. They just want to punch people right now, especially with Chrono being down.
Yeah, it looks like Nightfall is going for the SNY, so extra status resist, which doesn't do anything against Chrono, obviously, but that's why you pick Wraith King, to counteract the Chrono to some degree.
Two SNYs. This is almost certainly a candidate for getting nerfed in the next
It's been nerfed. What do you mean?
Not enough.
I don't know. I feel like it hasn't always been SNY. It's just Sage into anything.
Well, that nerfs it. I mean, it's half.
Although I will say, Halberd has not been picked up very often.
Oh, that's a bad item.
Yeah, I don't know why.
It's too expensive. It doesn't get more status resistance when you level it up. Every other Sange item does.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. No need to get angry, Jenkins.
I'm so sorry.
Your passion for the game has already been noted, and your passion for killing birds as well.
Don't get me started about them.
I won't. Don't worry. I never want to hear that again.
They don't even exist, in my opinion.
Okay. Sure. All right, we have the plate mail on Timbersaw here as just a perseverance away from finishing the Lotus. And yeah, looks like Wraith King is top net worth though, so 1K advantage for him, but the next 3 cores, or the next 3 on the net worth list, I should say, are on T1 side. So I think this first Roche is going to have a pretty big impact on the game. And I mean, who would you favor for Roche fights?
Probably T1. It's mostly just the Warlock and the Faceless Void that make that. I mean, if you eventually get the Leshrac Aghanim Shard, then that's a fairly big deal for Roche.
I guess VP kills Roche faster, but T1 can defend it better, right?
True,
yes,
for sure, for sure.
You can see the Split Earth Ag Shard, which I'm sure we'll see at some point. Started as a meme and then got buffed, and now it's incredibly good.
Seems pretty good with Chrono. You're guaranteed, you know, you could stun into Chrono into multiple stuns, and I'm sure one of those will be timed that follows up the Chrono.
Yeah, and they do have, I mean, if they get a big chrono into a Fatal Bonds with Chaotic Offering, if it's layered towards the tail end of it with that Split Earth, like you talked about, that is, I guess, their version of Wamokama, not too bad. Is Impale going to connect? T1 trying to surround DM here, but he is super tanky, and it looks like Zephyr's going to be the one that gets bursted down instead. Sunstrike coming up with the counter initiation with that Chaotic Offering, the disengage, as Whitemon's little golem will take a tumble. So it's only 1 kill. We see these little like mini fights, and only like 1 person dies, 2 people at most.
T1's very confident that they have this backup of Warlock ulti and the Chronosphere as well. Like, this is why they're playing so aggressive, because they know that even if somebody dies, the fight can be turned with one of these 2 abilities. And VP, they're playing very safe. They're kind of only frontlining with Nightfall for the most part in these fights, sitting in the trees with supports, as well as the Timbersaw, of course. Not an easy hero to go on.
Nightfall. Okay, I think it's not going to be an SNY unless he has something coming to him now. It's just the casual Sange. And he did this last game. He's going to go for BKB almost certainly, but he only has an Ogre Axe queued up. If we get an interview, we need to ask what this is all about, honestly. I'm baffled. I love it at the same time, but I'm baffled.
What other Ogre Axe item is there?
Echo Saber.
I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, this helps quite a bit. Okay, Aghanim Scepter,
not
for sure.
Dragon Lance, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, probably not.
That is a good stat item, though.
I will say, Ags is very underrated on this hero. I don't know why it's not picked up more often. It's more like a 4th item.
Maybe not, yeah, it's 3rd item. That's not so good.
Yeah, I agree. But we don't really see this 4th item, which is really weird. I feel like it's super, super strong.
Because you're the carry. You're going to get it off of Roche. That's your Ags if you're a carry.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even gotten 1 Roche yet, so it's going to be a long game. We're playing for the 60-minute mark.
Yeah,
sure.
This is the issue with Brood. Okay.
Oop, yep, Zephyr with that spike carefully set up thanks to that Radiance. 23 Savage jumps in as well. Remember, this is a Wraith King that you're dealing with. Carl has some damage. Oh, Splitter's not going to hit, though. And again, that's still a pretty difficult kill, but T1 actually moves everybody in the vicinity to try to go for that. So that opens up the map a little bit for VP.
Like, Cuckoo TP'd as well.
Yeah.
Or did he walk there with webs? It's still odd that he moves towards the top lane. Oh, he did TP on Broodmother. Huh.
Very active Brood.
I kind of like this, because the problem with off-lane Brood on the Dire side is that you play in the enemy jungle, and then you're nowhere near Roshan. The advantage of Radiant Brood is that you get Roche by virtue of playing where you already want to play on Radiant. And so I would like to see him moving his webs more towards the enemy triangle, if he can. Of course, it's not the easiest thing to just play in the enemy triangle, so it looks like he will be heading back. So just a bit of a TP.
Yeah, so he got that mech and then straight into pipe, so hasn't finished the Greaves yet, but I assume that will come at some point in the game. It's a pretty expensive recipe, but do you have any good dispels this game that would make you want, I guess, Cold Snap? Is that it? I guess is Whirling Death, I mean, not that that really matters that much, but is that buff dispellable?
Yes, it is.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So yeah, maybe not the highest value Greaves, although the regen that you get when you're low is pretty freaking valued.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, is the aura is really nice against this damage over time. Oh, that's a waste of a raindrop. You better pick that up.
Min-max?
We don't litter here in Sweden.
Dude, it's pretty clean here, that's true. It's not Singapore, though.
They're big on recycling. I threw a can in the garbage.
Yeah, they were very angry that it wasn't recycled. Oh, we have Cataclysm online now for VP. Smoke from T1 that immediately will run right into VP themselves. And again, it's just Nightfall being that front liner. I'm not sure if VP wants to necessarily fight without this BKB on Nightfall, but I mean, it is a very even game, so it all depends on, I mean, again, from a team fight perspective, T1 does have good, in theory, chrono into whatever else that we talked about. But it does take some execution. We have some TPs down here. Cataclysm a little bit early. Not really going to hit anybody. The Chaotic Offering is only going to hit 1 because of the Yule Scepter on the save. And now the Chakram comes out. Nightfall in the midst of things. Oh, a big Whirling Death into the Timber Chain. Blows up 2 instantly on T1's side. And now they are on the run. DM opening up a can of whoop-ass on this Timber Saw. And that'll continue onto Whitemon. Wraithfire Blast applies and crits him down to the ground. Holy Jesus, DM. That felt good for me just watching it.
It's funny that in this game, the exact thing that T1 usually wins team fights with, which is their patience in using their abilities and their ability to kite. In that fight, it was the bane of their existence because they were so patient, and 23 Savage didn't want to just go for this two-man chrono. He's like, okay, they've used Cataclysm, so I can do something better than this. They don't know Kata. This is an easy fight.
Oh, watch it. Just wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, God.
That's done, man. What a stun.
So disgusting. That was nice. Yeah, beautiful setup from VP, very patient. And yeah, the Cataclysm ended up just being a bait, I guess, because it didn't hit anything. But yeah, VP come out on top big time. But they don't turn it into a Roche or anything like that. Didn't have enough time. But we do see a three-man smoke already from VP.
Oh, Cuckoo. There goes all the spiders. That's very sad for Cuckoo.
Man, DM is... Oh, we have to hold that thought as the Warlock looks to be dead here. Didn't have Chaotic Offering, obviously, so... Doesn't provide much for his team without that shard, Jenkins.
Oh, he's going to get his TP cancel.
Yep, there's the cancel. Sunstrike to follow. Down goes the Spider. VP starting to take a little bit of a lead now. 4K net worth lead. And they should be going for this tier 1 tower at the very least. And Shard is actually going to be picked up by Nightfall pretty early. How many Spiderlings have been killed by VP this match? All right, you guess.
Do we answer this?
Well, yeah, it's fun to try.
Let's see. So he just killed about 50. I'm going to say like 200.
What? Okay.
Wait a minute.
I'm going to say...
There's no way.
I'm going to say 85.
Okay.
I'm going to say 85.
I get a mulligan.
No, that's no mulligan. That's not allowed. Carl has his Pulse Nova going onto GPK with a nice ice wall to create some space. And DM in the river. The Chakram's out. He doesn't really have much mana to work with, so they'll have to just back here. All right, how many? 99? All right, I win.
Okay, I wasn't that far off. You know?
Said 200 something.
That's only double.
You're an idiot.
774 gold from Spiders? They're worthless, though.
Yeah, but that's a lot.
He's getting swole.
I mean, if you have a lot of pennies, eventually you make a fortune. Jenkins, that's why you were hired at this event.
We don't even have pennies in Canada, so I take offense to that. They're banned. Google it. That's true.
Okay, I won't, but thank you. Okay. So what's the, is the mana burn really that big of an issue for Wraith King? I mean, historically speaking, like against Wraith King, it's not that amazing, but is it enough to have to worry about and just go for the shard? He actually delays it here. He gets the Hyperstone first.
I was going to say, he's got the BKB. He's sitting on a nice 13-stack wand charge. Not really feeling too bad in any of these fights. Nyx is not having the best game. You can delay it a little bit.
Okay. But we do have the Aghanim Scepter Burrow, just like every other game on Nyx Assassin. First item, brown boots.
Okay, now you need the shard.
Yeah, we have a 9-man smoke overall. Nightfall, the only one. Of course, he has that second life to work with. Zephyr burrowed up. No vision showing him right now, but double impale. All right, into the Chaotic Offering. They're using most of their resources onto Save, who's already only at half HP. And here comes the Cataclysm. Leshrac gets the Yules off to save himself. The Chronosphere is going to clip too, and it's the two supports. Very important to kill that Oracle, but both will buy back into the game. Now Carl trying to get out of this, but looks like he's going to fall here. But a nice split Earth comes out. Ends up saving him in the end, and VP have to run, despite Zephyr being completely out of mana. Too big. I mean, again, it's on the supports. But the Oracle is by far the most important person to kill, I think, in these fights.
You don't normally see a Nyx Assassin initiating a fight with a long-range 2-man stun like that, but what a setup forcing these buybacks. And then he had another, like, 3-man stun as well as the fight progressed.
Boom.
Yeah, look at that.
Chaotic Offering.
Just not much to follow up is the problem.
Yeah. The Yules ended up saving Lesh there for sure, and you can see the Chrono clipping both supports, so that ends up being a freebie for 23 Savage. So double kill for him there.
As Zephyr hits another double stun.
Yeah, Carl as well. Yeah, nicely played.
A lot of these fights, not much is happening for this high skillness that we're seeing. You know, like there's these crazy double stuns and combos happening, and then it's like, oh, they have no damage. That is too bad. Just the supports dying. It's always the supports, isn't it?
Yep. I mean, it used to be worse. You still get a lot of gold these days. I mean, we're actually seeing supports get more than just a brown boot wand. So just be happy.
Ah, those were the days.
Yeah.
Brown boot stick.
Yeah.
10 centuries. He's living the life on
All right.
Kingslayer.
So this, we talked about VP being able to take Roche a little bit faster than T1, especially with the alacrity applied to Mr. Wraith King, but with the Nyx Assassin in tow, no Chronosphere though, and no Chaotic Offering. I think this is the biggest reason that VP is feeling very comfortable in going in here. The Chakram is going to be helping out as well, but the Spider is going to be used to scout this out a bit. Roche basically at half HP now. Nightfall can just continue to solo this if he really wants. Of course, there is some capability from T1 side to jump in and try to steal this. As Zephyr is going to be spotted out. There's the dust. Chakram to follow. So much damage reduction. Finger of Death still not enough. He's healing so much right now. Wild Burrow, 23 Savage, trying to focus on GPK, but he's going to get out, it looks like. Zephyr is still alive. Chakram, Spike Carapace. Eventually, nope. Okay, DM running out of mana now. They're doing a great job of protecting Zephyr between the heals that he gets inherently with that Burrow and the Shadow Word.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody be doing literally nothing and still be the MVP of the fight. He's doing nothing.
He's inside his little home there.
He's just there. Look at him.
He's literally 10 polygons right there.
He's literally an anthill.
All right, if we're going to get more Nyx Assassin Ags upcoming for TI, let's get a little bit more polygons added to this thing, all right? That thing looks like
we could
garbage.
use a couple more. It looks like a pile of dung.
Yeah, it's quite bad. 23 Savage now going for Roche though. You can see the spirits coming out. Try to get some vision here. Yeah, they just don't do it fast enough, but this is looking a lot like game, was it 1? Where we had a little bit of a stall here as we see the side cam onto Zephyr. Very important. Impale is going to connect. All right, the Mana Burn doing quite a bit. Nightfall going to get purged off. And he's ready to go back in again. Keep an eye on those polygons on the bottom of your screen as Roshan's getting quite low.
Let's see if
Cuckoo can go in and out of the pit, no problem. It's another aspect that we didn't really talk about. Splitter's going to connect again. This time they're going to go on save. BKB popped by 23 Savage. That is going to be enough to take out the support, and they know he does not have buyback. And now the pressure being applied to the Wraith King. He's going to go down, but that is the first life. I believe he does have Shard. Chronosphere just to ensure that they get this Roshan. Looks like Savage gets the snatch, so the actual Roshan ended up going to VP, but the Chaotic Offering now used in retreat here as VP attempting to get out. Deafening blast applied there, but Nightfall completely surrounded and will finally be brought down. Didn't even have his Radiance on, by the way. Just trying to dodge that Spike Carapace, but interesting choice there. Either way, T1, very nice play overall.
Yeah, great chrono from 23 Savage.
Great job in the Burrow, by the way.
Yeah, just Pile of Sand was doing a great job there, sitting in the middle of the fight, pressing his stuns off cooldown. You know, he gets to relax and have a vacation right now for, oh, what a beautiful replay. So good.
Yeah. Oh, he hit a button there. Okay.
I think he did hit a button.
That was Spike Carapace.
I believe that was one of his buttons. God, what beautiful play.
The Ags is crazy, though. You get the damage reduction, you get all this guard. Every single skill is upgraded while you're inside.
It's worth noting that a big reason he's so tanky is, number one, he's a pile of dung. And then number two, Cuckoo has all of these defensive items. He's got these auras. He's got Greaves aura. He's got Pipe aura. He's probably Solar Cresting the boy. It's not Greaves, okay, but still got the mechanism to work with. Lots of effective HP there, and the Warlock heal, of course, with the
Warlock heal with the Holy Locket, like you said. And, I mean, you get 1.5, I think it was 1.5 HP percentage regeneration and mana while burrowed, so on top of 50% damage reduction. Again, I've always felt that this Ags is crazy. I don't think that last patch that upgraded from 10% from 40 to 50, I know it's pretty big. It's always been this good, though, for the most part, you know? Undervalued at the very least.
I'm with you, and I think when you look at the talents, whenever you talents like this, like stun duration, cooldown reduction, it's always going to be better. And of course, Eon Disc is really strong, so that works really well with the damage reduction. Octarine Core is quite a strong item. That works really well with the Nyx Assassin in the Burrow. So a lot of things going in the favor of Nyx in this patch. Sentry wards being so small, making Nyx's early game a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, despite that, though, I mean, the game is still technically in VP's favor if you're looking at just the net worth. Obviously, the Aegis is online for the Void. As we can see, Wraith King now, Nightfall. Yeah, the net worth has kind of bounced back and forth here after a pretty good lead for VP. Wait, what is he going for on Nightfall? He has Demon Edge queued up with the Hyperstone on the Wraith King. Let me click on him. So Radiance, BKB, Sange, Hyperstone. Okay, switch to Scotty now.
Is he just
it
gonna
just a casual
he's just gonna leave that as a Hyperstone? The Madman.
All right, we'll see.
Big damage, I suppose.
Yeah, big boy indeed, VP.
Juicy boy.
Basically even game, though. This is very tense. Again, game 5 of the grand finals between these, I would consider them 2 of the top 4 or 5 teams in the entire world right now. And the fact that we get to see an SEA team play CIS, that's not something, again, Animajor has been like the only thing, along with the Singapore Major, this entire year through COVID and all that. Very awesome to see these guys clash here.
Yeah, I agree. I think at the end of the Singapore Major, people were looking at SEA and CIS as potentially the weaker regions, and these guys are just absolutely proving that wrong. I think the SEA qualifier is probably the hardest qualifier.
Yeah, I think they're only getting 2 teams as well, right? If I'm not mistaken.
One team. One team.
It's going to be T1 plus 1 team.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Which is...
I'm not sure, actually.
I think that's the case. Either way, you're my analyst, by the way. You're supposed to be able to answer that, just saying.
You know all I watched was NIDPC. I was with you.
Yeah, but I'm telling you what I know. Okay, just agree with me.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Okay,
you're totally right.
23 Savage has his chrono available. You can see, oh, Zephyr gets off the spike carapace. Again, this is Wraith King we're talking about. They're going to take him out really fast. Pops his BKB, though. Yeah, and there's the False Promise. Okay, have we seen False Promise? I have not seen it personally. Has he cast this? Honestly?
I'm sure he has. I'm sure he's casted that.
Maybe it's just something I miss in the chaos, but I mean, there has been a couple fights where he dies right away because they focus him, which is what T1 is supposed to do.
The only great False Promise target is Invoker. Wraith King's very survivable, Timber very survivable, and usually he's just out of mana, and so he's useless anyway if you save him. Maybe that's why we haven't seen it.
Okay. All right, fortifications pop from VP as T1 attempting to go high ground. Of course, with that Nyx Assassin burrowed and the Diabolic Edict from Carl makes this a lot easier. Heals applied to 23 Savage as well. And I don't think he has a Shard on the Warlock. No, it doesn't look like it. As Zephyr gets off the stun, the double stun, in fact. They're going to be happy with the tier 3 as the Aegis has been claimed by Roshan himself. So things might slow down just a bit here. And again, this is dead even, Jenkins. Dead even.
This is true, but the momentum seems to be swinging in the favor of T1, and it's mostly because their team fighting is just a lot stronger at this point. Invoker hasn't really been a huge factor in these fights. The Cataclysm, there's not enough setup stun for it. There's Lion and Wraith King, but the Wraith King's been getting focused and dying, and I mean, Lion can't get in there. He's Lion. The guy's sitting on 1,000 HP.
Yeah, I mean, the more I think about it, even the Oracle, you just talked about it briefly, but what is the point of this Oracle? Is he supposed to be dispelling the Fatal Bonds? Is that the biggest thing? Because the False Promise, like we said, it's just, they don't have like a crazy, it's not like a terribly, like some crazy hero that just synergizes really well.
I think it's mostly to,
False Promise.
You can save 2 heroes from the Chronosphere. You can use Fate's Edict on either the...
Okay, yeah, if you're outside the Chronosphere for the save.
Yeah,
okay.
It's like you protect from the Leshrac, you can disarm the Void, but at this point, where the Lesh is not the primary concern remotely, to be honest, it's Nyx and Void that feel like the real issues. Then the Oracle feels kind of useless.
Okay, I keep seeing these items. Oh, he is going Scott. He's still on Nightfall.
Yeah, Nightfall has a very weird, this is like the
His
Costco
queuing system
inventory.
He just goes, he queues them up literally one individual item at a time.
Taking little samplers.
That is so weird. There's got to be a reason for it.
Yeah.
As we have a dust here, but it's not going to amount to anything. Two smoked heroes from T1 side as Cuckoo in the trees. You see the Forged Spirits here, scouting him out a bit. And yeah, Nightfall now has his Scotty officially, as they do a 4-man smoke here. And yeah, Refresher on GPK, so double Cataclysm available. But like you said, not the most setup to actually enable it.
It's not reliable is the issue. If they can get Lion on top of somebody where he doesn't just immediately die, then it's going to be a lot of damage.
On to Nightfall. Zephyr not going to be able to hit the Impale there, but you can see the army of spiders are here. And the mana burn, again, not going to really matter too much in terms of the second life for Nightfall because of the shard, but still pretty annoying that he can't stun anybody.
Zephyr is taking literally 0 damage.
I mean, it's percentage heal versus percentage damage. Which wins in the end?
Oh,
Cataclysm combo, it's a double! It's not even that much damage though now. 23 Savage gets off the Chronosphere. Gonna focus on the Invoker, but there's the false promise that you talked about. Trying to do the damage through that with the Impale to follow. The burrowed Nyx is available still, getting those burrows or the stuns constantly as we have the Chakram. Nice Impale again from Zephyr, saving his teammate, but it looks like the Lesh will finally be bursted down. Chaotic Offering was never used. They actually took out the Warlock immediately as Save getting right-click now with Cuckoo's ult as well, and Kingslayer in the trees. Double kill for Cuckoo. And T1.
Oh, there's a gem too. That's a big deal because that's exactly how they're going to scout the Nyx in these fights, so... Yeah, getting that, killing the Invoker makes this entirely worth it, and this is a fight on the side of VP as well. So you win that fight, you potentially get the tower, although the creep wave is unfortunately for T1 pushed out.
Cost the buyback on the save, and I mean they grew their lead from 2 to 6K there in just this last few minutes.
Yeah,
so
mostly the
T1 is in control right now. Oh man, the Vendetta with 23 Savage applying some right clicks. Time dilation to flank. A bash again. DN. Timber chains to safety, but Cuckoo's here as well. So it looks like it's going to be the death of him. He has the flamethrower. Annoying to deal with, but not annoying enough. Does have buyback, though, as T1 have taken firm control of this game with Roshan coming online very shortly.
It's getting to the point where 20... I was going to call him 21.
21 Savage.
I'm surprised I haven't done that once before. 23 is the real issue. Everybody else, other than Zephyr, who's providing all the lockdown, they're not really needed for damage. It's just 23.
Yeah.
Even without using the Warlock ulti, they win the fight.
Yeah, these Cataclysms haven't really amounted to much for VP. And they actually just opened it up with it, too. It wasn't like in the middle of a fight where it was already chaotic. It was literally the opening. As the Roshan, number 2, T1 is going for it. VP not in the vicinity. And we can see, of course, there is a shard available.
I'm fairly certain, by the way, that the reason Cataclysm didn't do that much damage in the previous fight is because of all of the spiders. I think the spiders are soaking up a ton of the damage.
Okay.
And Cuckoo didn't have a web in the position. It was kind of awkwardly placed where the spiders were splitting up. And I don't know if he was doing that intentionally. If he was, that's some god tier, like, big brain stuff.
That's... yeah, that is actually crazy. It's just
sick.
soaking up the damage. Wow. Well, Aegis now onto the Lesh. We have Cheese on Mr. 23 Savage himself, and yeah, was a shard on 23 Savage as well? Yeah, so he gets the reverse time walk, and of course, just by default, his time walk will have 400 extra range, which is always nice.
Classic. Of course, he's going to be playing for the next Roshan, where he can pick up an Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, yeah, of course.
As a greedy carry player, he will never be caught dead buying that himself.
Yeah, of course. Oh, GPK actually pops his refresher. We see the Cataclysm come online.
The creeps.
The Meteor is there with the Spike Carapace, and yikers.
It's doing no damage because it's always surrounded by creeps or spiders.
Yeah. Was that a... Did he Cataclysm and then Refresher Cataclysm, or did he just Refresher Cataclysm?
He Cataclysm, then Refresher Cataclysm. That was a double. It's just, once again, it's getting soaked up by creeps. It does significantly less damage when these creeps get hit by it as well.
Well, who knew that
Broodmother would counter? That's so strange.
That is such a random thing, as T1 very close to winning this tournament in this best of 5, game 5. They get that mid racks. Invoker's dead for 45 seconds, so this, I would think, is minimum 2 racks. Of course, the tier 2 still up top in that bottom lane.
Triple Chrono.
3 heroes. Save takes a tumble, big impale, only connecting on 1, maybe not so big after all, but there's the save onto DM. He can go back to base, but now the pressure is onto the Wraith King. That is the first life to come, but 23 Savage wants to go for the support, doesn't get into the fountain though. Completely surrounding Wraith King. 3 dead. T1 look to be winning this in great fashion. Fortification is popped. They want to play it safe considering they don't know the buyback situation potentially here. You can see T1 finally not smiling, even though I love it. They're taking this very seriously, Jenkins.
Yeah, for once.
And they're going to take this set of racks in the top, and now they go for Throne potentially because that tier 2 is not available for the taking. Zephyr just setting up his base here inside the VP base. He's going to spike Carapace, which stuns through that EMP. And they're just going to focus on the buildings, of course, with this Diabolic Edict. 60 seconds of no Wraith King. He's just going to walk right in. Oh, he gets Hexed, though. Has to be careful. Cataclysm to follow, but a nice Yule Scepter Who used that Yule Scepter, actually? What? That's a Wind Waker. Are you serious? I was going to say, we finally get to see it. As this tier 4 tower looked to be falling, you see the Time Walk reverse from 23 Savage, and it looks like T1 are going to be taking this game before Wraith King can even respawn. T1 looking so good. Another Cataclysm, but that one actually did decent damage, but it is over. T1 are your ESL 1 Summer 2021 Grand Champions. Jenkins.
Yeah, they're a few $100,000 richer now.
Yeah.
And good lord, good Gaben, did they deserve it?
Good Gaben. Yeah, they get $175,000 just for them, but they look so freaking good this whole tournament. You got to give a shout out to VP because they're the ones that didn't look good in the major, but they took this to 5 games against a really proven T1 team. But congratulations to them. They played unbelievable. As the
there they go. Okay.
Yeah!
Oh my god.
I was not informed that was going to happen.
Like a shotgun. Anyway, congratulations.
Congratulations.
T1.
T1 champions. Take it away, gentlemen. Please.
That's right, T1 indeed, the champions of ESL 1 Summer 2021, powered by Intel. Game 5, clincher, throne exploding, VP not giving up until the bitter end. But we have now crowned a champion, that is right. It is T1. First victory for this entire roster, I would believe. Outside from, a few DPC first place placements. But the prize money, $250,000 now going the way of T1. And for all of Southeast Asia, I imagine this is very, very satisfying. Sorry, $175,000. I forgot. There's some different distributions. I'm used to the top-heavy nature of the DPC, but we keep things a little more well-rounded here.
You didn't see that coming?
I didn't. Oh, okay. You want to see... Okay, could you pull out the box, please, AUI? Because we had some predictions done at the very beginning of the event.
Should I pull these out?
We can pull them out. We revealed a handful of them, and T, I feel like you're saying this because you have something in mind here. Right? Let's pull out a variety.
I don't know where the believers were at.
Okay, we got one here. Uh-oh, I see a TG. Are those your initials?
Yep. There we go. Look at it. Zoom on in.
We can't zoom on in, but just take my word for it. It says winner T1 right here.
Doesn't matter. It's fine. We predicted T1, but it's their moment. That's the main point. T1 are the champions. I believed in them from the very start. Very excited to see them win. They had that resilience, and it was just beautiful, beautiful stuff. Oh, hold on. We're being told to grab something else.
There's another one here. That was Suns fan with the Quincy Crew win prediction. That one's not happening.
Yeah, Jenkins was very wrong with the Viking.
Viking.
Sorry about that one.
Just taking a trip down memory lane, all these different tournaments. This was me. I predicted Nigma. Did not happen. Although I did have VP and T1 in my top 4. What else we got? There's still a handful of cards here, but I gotta say, very, very happy for T1 in general.
Yeah.
Only you, T, I think only you were the person to suspect a victory. Everyone else kind of was going Eastern Europe. We got AUI 2000. He was predicting OG.
Yep, that did not work.
That did not work.
Very not good.
But I respect the effort.
No, but T1, they looked by far the best team fighting team of this tournament. Their macro play, how they team fought, just constantly. They never gave up. Even when they're behind, they're making the aggressive moves. They look like the best team here.
And in this final game, the way in which they play around this Broodmother, they mentioned it in the cast as well. I think that was the cost going for VP.
That's correct. This was the cost of the VP.
Very close.
Very close.
Just
the way it matters in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah. Just like they played around that Broodmother. I think it was exceptional from Cuckoo. In an interview at the Annie Major, he mentioned how he wasn't that good of a Broodmother player. But in only like a week or two, he was exceptional. The way in which he played...
on fire?
Oh. The tree's on fire.
Production.
But anyway,
interesting.
As I was saying, the way in which he played from bot lane into mid, that was exceptional stuff. I think Cuckoo really kind of just brought the team together with high amounts of energy. And it's amazing to see what T1 has achieved since the Major 2 now.
Oh my god, you can smell the victory. You can smell how much they wanted this.
It's amazing
What
stuff.
can I mean, it was a team of ignition. It's only fitting that things are on fire whenever we get their victory in a Game 5 situation. Amazing performance.
So, question.
Yeah, what's up?
Because I predicted T1 would win.
What would you like?
Do I win anything?
You can take any piece of the set you want. We have made an absolute mess of the situation.
This is true.
I don't really. You can take these little disco ball drinks that we have. I mean, it's summertime. I think we were really all getting in the spirit.
Thank you.
You can take these Lays. Whitemon was eating Lays. Lays for everyone.
I think this is the main takeaway I'll have from this so far is like when we did the losers interview as well with March at the Anime Major, he still had pretty high spirits, and he was the one person who was still able to kind of formulate a firm understanding of why they finished third and how they can achieve better results in the future. And I think that alone is clearly the biggest indicator of why they're able to succeed so well. And it also does help that they are at boot camp still in Kiev together. But I think, yeah, just we haven't really mentioned March that much during this tournament, but I think he is instrumental in bringing these kind of young guns together and really propping them up to being, the champions of ESL One Summer.
For sure. Extra shout out to March. I think he led C to their last major championship in Chengdu. He's part of TNC there. And I mean, you have such high skill players as we've seen on T1. I think, as you said, like March really brings that extra layer to them. We saw in their drafts, we were a bit worried that they weren't adapting to VP in the grand finals, but they really, they brought it out in the end, right? This 24 pick Broodmother, I don't think anyone's expecting it.
Not at all.
And even though VP looked to be doing well, they just coordinated their moves so well, and they just outplayed them in the end.
And if anything, it's props to T1 and their confidence in their own performance, right? Like VP, we're praising them on their adaptation, but then at a point, they over-adapted. They kind of got a bit carried away with the series. Whilst T1, game after game, they consistently just trusted in each other in both draft and in play. And I think that you can see that in the game. Like, I'm so happy that T1 uses player cams. I saw on Reddit that people talking about player cameras. The fact that T1 use it, the energy that they have. Mid-fight, Cuckoo's not even dead, still fighting. He's like, yeah! Like, that level of energy, it's exceptional to watch. And I'm so happy that, this team with that enthusiasm is, winning these tournaments and hopefully should have a good run at TI as well.
And you want to see them that badly? How about we get an interview with 23 Savage and maybe a few of the other boys showing up in the background. 23, congratulations on your championship victory. First one since Summit, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Well, very well earned. How you're feeling right now, my man?
Feeling great. We didn't expect to win. We were just expecting to just have fun, but somehow we won, so we're kind of happy.
You say you wanted to have fun, but we saw you taunting the webcam. You were getting into it quite a bit. I know last time I asked you if you could tell me what you were saying during the DPC when you were screaming at the webcam. This time, was there anything specific, or were you just yelling in pure ecstasy?
I just got a lot in my mind during the game, so I just want to explode it out. Yeah, that's all. To release the excitement, I guess.
I guess my question, other than winning the tournament, these 5 games, what was your favorite moment across this series?
I think when we won the fourth game, I mean, when I play Lifestealer.
Is there any reason about the Lifestealer?
Before the game started, I was like, I'm done playing Spectre. I'm just like, can you just give me the hero I want? Yeah. And I just asked him, just pick me Lifestealer. I don't care.
Thank you.
I'm tired of Spectre. Keep losing with it.
So I was wondering, is there anyone on your team you'd like to give a special shout out to? Do you think they did, even though we can't see it as spectators, is there anyone who did an extra good job this tournament? Maybe even yourself, because you played pretty damn well.
I think Whitemon. Yeah, he's the best. The best post fight in the world.
Ooh. I like that.
It's a bold statement.
Is it because just his heroes are good right now?
For me, at least.
A patch is coming soon. Let me tell you, do you want buffs for your heroes or you want nerfs for all these annoying supports like Winter Wyvern and Nyx Assassin?
I don't really care about the hero, but I just really hate Winter Wyvern, so I think... Can you just nerf it?
But do you like playing with Winter Wyvern?
I mean... Kind of, but... Not really. Just nerf it.
So of course, you just won, $175,000. Have you by any chance been thinking about what you're gonna, spending your winnings on, or is that, that's too soon to say?
Gonna buy some Chanel, I guess. Just kidding. I'm just saving it for stocks.
Nice. All right. Fair play.
And I guess last thing, do you have anything that you want to say to all your fans, or if any of your teammates want to join in, give a shout out to all of the people who have stayed up watching in Southeast Asia or fans across the world? What do you have to say?
Really thankful that the C fans are cheering for us, and hope you guys keep continuing to support us in the TI, and hope we do better in the next tournament. And thank you, ESL1, for a great tournament.
Wait, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Who do you think is going to win the C qualifiers? Because they look brutal.
I'm not gonna be biased, but MG Trust is gonna win.
Okay.
They're my boys.
There we go.
You're not going to be biased, but you're going for your Thai compatriots? Sure, okay.
Well, there you
Completely
go.
unbiased. Well, congratulations. You don't have to worry about that. You go enjoy the rest of your time. Well done, well-deserved boot camp in Ukraine paying off, and can't wait to see how you do at TI.
Yeah, see you later, bye-bye.
Congratulations.
Malam.
Congratulations.
23 Savage, always a pleasure. He has been through quite a bit. He only made it through to T1 at the beginning, or rather the end of Season 1, showed up in Singapore, and always was had like a kind of rough adventure into competitive Dota. He was bouncing around from team to team, region to region, but he has found his home here, and it seems like it's suiting him, all of the players. It's a very multicultural. We got Indonesian players, Thai players, Filipino players, and Korean coach.
Yeah, the main thing with any team is the ability to enjoy each other's company outside of the game. You know, like, are you actually friends in and out of the game? And you just, from the aura, the way in which they celebrate with each other, they're doing interviews and they're kind of in the background. I think this is like the type of synergy that you need to be at the top of your game, to be at the best in your region, and then hopefully to compete at TI and to try and prove to be the best there. And I think that is something that you can't just buy. You can't just like grab a player into a roster and it comes. That is something that you slowly build over time. So the fact that they've been able to achieve that, they've won the tournament just before TI, it is such a good stead for this team in the future. I think, yeah, like, everyone watching should, of course, respect SEA Dota and what they can bring, because when they're on point, they are dominating.
And same for Eastern European Dota. How have you felt about the tournament as a whole, Curtis?
I think it was a good display of just regional Dota in general. I think each region played and performed pretty well at this. I mean, obviously we're missing China and SA, but yeah, I mean, the games are good. We had a little bit more Wyvern than I would have liked, but no,
all right.
Good Dota.
Do we get the patch before or after the qualifier?
I hope it's before.
I hope it's before, but realistically, for sport... Oh, look at Tsunami trying to steal the trophy.
Don't worry.
It should be after the qualifiers, let's be real. Just for, you know, professional integrity, you know, competitive integrity. He nearly dropped the trophy.
It's fine.
No, realistically, it should be after, but if we want to, you know, spice up the qualifiers, maybe we get it, you know, now?
Now. Flip the switch.
Bam!
Where's the frog? You see him right now on top of that flamingo. He's peeking above the lower third. He's in control of it.
Is that heavy, by the way?
It's quite heavy. But
do you want to do a trophy lift?
Sure. We were talking about how all the teams, but all you guys as my talent broadcasting team, come on in.
T1, they don't get to be here. So this is for T1.
This is for
T1.
Wait, Owie, your face is blocked.
We
That's okay.
are not capable of shipping it, but you know, DHL might be able to handle it, so we'll pack it up, put it for them. But T1 earned it. All of you guys, Curtis, T, Lacoste, Suns fan, Jenkins. I don't know where they are.
That was a great trophy there.
Great trophy lift. That was just like TI5. We did horrible.
I need a neck pillow, and then we really have the whole TI
I
Grand
thought we
Finals
were going to do like a 3-2-1 up, but you just kind of held it. Yeah,
I didn't trust you.
kept monologuing.
Honestly, I didn't think that you guys would have the upper body strength to carry this. We're all a bunch of gamers. And I hope all of you have been enjoying this gaming broadcast. It's been a pleasure bringing it to you, all of us here at ESL, all of our sponsors. I hope you've enjoyed this last tournament before TI quals ran around, and then TI itself. It's been a long time since we had the International. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are too. All of us here at ESL 1 Summer 2021, powered by Intel. We love you. Hope to see you soon.
Bye.